on the roofs and hanging from the windows. Just take a look at this matatu misbehaving on the Kenyan roads. One Kenyan tour guide decided to inject, teaching some tourists a name that is currently famous in Kenya. Take a look.
So the other stuff, we call them kasongo.
Kasongo?
Yeah, the Pumba.
The Pumba?
Yeah, we call them kasongo.
Kasongo?
Yes.
Kasongo?
Kasongo.
Kasongo.
Yeah. They have a great song called Kasongo, yeah, yeah.
Kwa majina naitwa Anthony Muturi. Mimi nalisema Ruto must go, na mtu asikuwe na tamaa kama mimi, na Ruto ni mwizi kama mimi. Ruto must go, na ninaomba msamaha sana.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
They're coming for you.
The problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From Raila Odinga losing African Union chairmanship seat,
Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf from Djibouti, 33.
to Deputy President Kithure Kindiki chased away. Did Raila Odinga betray the Gen Zs?
Wajira, do you feel betrayed?
Yeah, absolutely. We were not on the streets for ODM to get positions. We were on the streets to get good governance in this country.
Member of Parliament Peter Salasa celebrates Raila's downfall.
Ali ndio mwenye kiti mpya wa ANC. Gani? Sasa ona.
Anguka na.
They're coming for you.
Ndio mjue kuna mtu aliiba nyota ya baba. Baba anashindwa mpaka kwa city inaitanishwa na yeye. Hadith ya baba.
Allah, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. The former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, he was running for the African Union Commission chairmanship, but he lost. And Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf was declared the winner. Take a look.
Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf from Djibouti, 33.
After Mohamed Ali Yusuf winning the African Union Commission chairmanship, He went on to say that they had more power, more money, more big friends, but we defeated them because of God. And he delivered this speech in Djibouti.
ومعجزتي مدحوينه الشيغي علبا نغا هوريي نغا عود بدن نغا مال بدن نغا دد بدن نغا محان كودا هي واحد دونتين راعيه هدنا الهي بايري محمود علي يوسف با غوليسن.
After Raila Odinga losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, it sent shockwaves in Kenya and around Africa. And a Kenyan politician by the name of Peter Salasya, he could not hold his tongue, and this is what he had to say.
Mambo imeenda aje? Amepita. Ama bara amepita. Mahmoud Yusuf Ali ndio mwenyekiti mpya wa AUC. Gai. Sasa ona hii maneno hii. Unajua tamaa ni kitu mbaya sana. Kama baba angetulia tu, aache huyu jamaa afanye tu all blunders zake zote. Pesa yenye baba mpana ni mingi. Yenye angesema tu mimi hata sina haja na pesa. Jamaa wanamcheza. Because mimi nilisema jana ya kwamba uliona wale wa Sadik walitoa position. Mimi ni member wa committee nyingine inaitwa Regional Integration. And mimi naelewa maneno ya integration. Ya kwamba kama sisi EACC iko under sisi, angekuwa ameanza na hawa EACC yani East African Community ambayo Djibouti is not a member. A convince Uganda, Kenya na hizi ambiane reserve na tuandike statement because huyo ndio mwenye akukatika eneo letu peke yake.
So if you ask yourselves, why did Raila Amolo Odinga lose the African Union Commission chairmanship? What would you say? Listen to this.
Why did we lose? Why did Baba lose? And she told me that Kenya does not have a very good name out there. And it's not because we are bad people. People think of us as being, this was her exact answer, that there was an election going on at the Pan-African level, and Kenya had presented a candidate, and when they were campaigning, she told me someone from Morocco just came and told her, you know what, you guys are not going to win. And she asked why. She was told, you people are too loud and obnoxious.
Despite the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, Uganda's President Yoweri Museveni showed his support towards Raila, and this is what he said.
There was a young man from Djibouti, he came. The young man I normally see him that he's a minister. He came and told me that he was the one who was the candidate for Djibouti. Of course, I greeted him well. We took photographs. We had a cup of tea. But I told him, I said, no. I actually told him that I was coming here to support Right Honorable Raila because he's a candidate who is fit for this job.
While Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni showed tremendous support for former Prime Minister of Kenya Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship, Professor Vile Lumumba had a different opinion. He said that at the age of 80, Raila Amolo Odinga should be thinking about his family and writing his final book. Listen to this.
I pray and hope that Mr. Odinga will not listen to his immediate circle, that he does not get into Kenyan politics at 80. Let me repeat, at 80 years of age, it is his time now to reflect, to be on the speaking circuit. If he has a foundation, it is his time now to do what the late Sam Nujoma did. Went to the farm, and what Mandela did, went to the farm and said, don't call me unless I call you. When he does that, he will be respected. Let him write his final book. If he did that, but if he is persuaded by his political hangers-on, who will tell him we are going to be orphans and who want to use his name to come to parliament, to go to Senate or to be governors, he will be embarrassed. he will be embarrassed. Of course, his base constituency will always be with him.
All right.
But his value in the political mortgage market is thoroughly compromised. Of course, the president, given the nature of our ethnic politics, will want to tangle with him. But this is the time for Kenya to re-examine. I was intimately involved in the process of constitution making. And one of the things that we did was to say that we wanted to create political parties which were of national character. Unfortunately, that has failed.
We all know that Raila Amolo Odinga has been in the political game for quite some time, like he has been there since forever. One of his diehard supporters, she came around and expressed disgust in his politics, advising him to exit the stage and leave it for the younger people, the younger politicians, the Gen Zs. Listen to this.
Baba, I'm so mad with you. How could you do that to us? How on earth? When our children are almost getting a breakthrough, unakuja na we. Who are we? What people have been talking about you, I've been your supporter for the last over 20 years. People have come with so many stories about you, the way you are a con man. We tear you, we say, no, Baba is good and he's trying to bring us out of this shit that the other people are. Baba, I am so mad. I am so mad. When our children are almost getting a breakthrough, unakuja to we have discussed and we have accepted. You and who? You, wewe na nani? The last time I saw you, and I was still digesting this, I saw you in Uganda with Museveni and Ruto in Museveni's shamba. People were mocking us, your supporters, saying, here is your con man with the killers. I was still digesting that. But now, nimekutoka. Kura ikipigwa leo, ujipeleke kiwanjani, you will get 100 votes. Toka hapo. Tokayo. Muluya anasema tokayo. Wachia watoto. Mumeshindwa, wachieni watoto wetu wafanye kazi. Who sent you? Ni nani alikutuma? The day these kids started the movement, walikuambia vizuri, Baba, you have fought for us, tuachie. Na ukasema yes. Imekuwaje sasa umeenda ni kinyume after watoto wetu wameuawa? You're going to say that we have decided. You and who?
Kenyans, after Raila Amolo Odinga losing the African Commission chairmanship, do you think that devolution will work this time round? Do you think that we need to fix this mess of devolution? Listen to this.
Watu wenye wote wana support Raila na Ruto, be it government bloggers ama politicians, endeleeni kupiga kelele X. We really don't care. Amwezi to blackmail emotionally, mkituitan patriotic alafu mnafikiria we are both hurt by being called unpatriotic. If we're being honest with ourselves, the only thing Baba has done for this country other than kupiga kelele after every election is devolution. And devolution as we know it has turned out to be the biggest scam this country has ever seen. So yeah, keep calling us unpatriotic, keep saying that we are giving this country a bad rep. Endeleeni kusema tunaibisha hii country, but mjue nyinyi ndo mlianza kuibisha hii country before we did. Sisi tulichukulia tu mahali wazimu yenu iliishia ndo yetu ilianzia. And yeah, before I forget, Baba alipoteza AUC set. And a lot of Kenyans, myself included, are very happy about it. Now the next government that is coming into office, you people need to fix this mess called devolution. Instead of moving forward, ile pesa inaibiwa kwa hii government right now as we speak is just despicable. Tungebaki tu na provinces, hii country ingekuwa imeenda mbali sana.
We all have seen President William Ruto supporting Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship. But Kenyans, do you know who was Raila's chief campaigner? Listen to what Honorable Willis Evans Otieno had to say.
Who decampaigned Raila Odinga first to all the African heads of states? When Raila was the AU special envoy on infrastructure, one of the first things William Ruto did was to write to the AU to demand that Raila Odinga be removed as the special envoy of the AU on infrastructure. And the AU removed him. Raila actually had to stand down as the special envoy of the AU. Now, you wrote to the same body, to the same presidents, telling them this man is destabilizing my country. Then now you go back to them and ask them, can you please make this man the chairman of the same commission? I mean, it's ridiculous.
A few months ago, Raila Amolo Odinga was advised to separate himself from President William Ruto. Apostle Michael Band sent a strong message to Raila Amolo Odinga, but it seems like his advice of separation fell into deaf ears. Listen to this.
Odinga, this is the second time the voice of God. Separate yourself from William Samoei Ruto. You have up to June this year. 6 months exactly from now, separate yourself from William Ruto. If you don't, what will happen after that? Don't blame anyone. Don't say you are not.
We all remember during the Gen Z protests, Raila Amolo Odinga betrayed the Kenyan people. He betrayed the Gen Zs, going for a handshake with the Kenya Kwanza regime. That was the highest amount of betrayal. And he betrayed the Gen Zs. The Gen Zs have been seeing Raila Amolo Odinga for years, fighting. But he went on and turned his back on the people. Just take a look at how Wanjiru injecting on live TV.
Let Wanjiru speak.
Yeah, I don't think we need to be talking about Raila.
But let me say something about that.
No.
I will say something about that. Wanjiru, you will be disciplined on this show so that
I am very disciplined.
Okay.
It is you bringing Raila into this conversation.
So let me say this about Raila.
He betrayed us.
Okay, hold on. Wanjiru, do you feel betrayed?
Yeah, absolutely. We were not on the streets for ODM to get positions. We were on the streets to get good governance in this country. And had Raila joined us, we would be having a very difficult, a very different conversation right now. So we cannot start bringing him here and talking about how he was not respected. I don't know what all of that history, honestly, was rubbished the day he betrayed the Gen Z movement. History will not absolve him. That happened when he was fighting Moi and whatnot, but when the people needed him, he turned his back on the people. There's no forgetting that. And also, when you talk about discipline from the young people, I think the Gen Zs have been absolutely disciplined in defending the dignity of the Kenyan people. That is the discipline we need to talk about. They have absolutely fought tooth and nail that the Constitution of Kenya is respected and upheld, that human rights are respected and upheld, that the Constitution is what dictates the politics of the country. And when Farah Malim comes and say, I'm going to kill 5,000 Gen Zs, when somebody says, if you give me 3 days, I'm gonna, all of that happens, and then we want to look at the indiscipline of the people. What about the indiscipline of the oppressors? Who really should be talking about indiscipline from the other?
So dear Gen Zs, can you forgive Raila Amolo Odinga? Yes, we can forgive Raila Amolo Odinga, but there's only one thing that the Gen Zs can never and will never forgive, and is this. Take a look.
Вы умеете прощать? Да. Но не все. А что невозможно простить? Предательство.
Despite Raila Amolo Odinga turning his back on the people, betraying the Gen Zs, politician Millie Odhiambo had a different view and a different opinion. And this is what he said about those people who are criticizing Raila Amolo Odinga. Listen to this.
I've seen a narrative that people are trying to sell, that Raila always loses. Honorable Raila was a member of Langata for many years. Madam Speaker, he even resigned his position and went for by-election and won. And he has served as Prime Minister. And the one who is saying Raila would never will never win anything, has never even won a village elder position, and will never win a village elder position. So really, be factual and wish your fellow Kenyan well is when God will bless you.
One of Bunge la Mwananchi brilliant political analysts by the name of Joachim Simiyu, he came on and gave his honest opinion after Raila Amolo Odinga losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, and this is what he had to say. Listen to this.
Wakati uko na kijana kwa boma, muda imefika ya kuoa na mnaona haoi. Mnamtafutia msichana, mnampatia, anafukuza, anasema huyo hajui kutandika kitanda. Mnatafuta mwingine, mnampea, anafukuza, anasema huyo hajui kuoga. Nyinyi mnadhani shida ni wasichana. Kumbe shida ni yeye hataki kuoa. Sasa hii kijana yenu mnataka aoe, hataki majukumu ya kupigiwa simu, sijui chumvi hakuna, sijui maziwa. Kuna benefits anapata akiwa bachelor. Akienda mahali tu akunywe chai na matumbo, yeye ako sawa. Anatembea na familia yake yote kwa magoti. Nyinyi mumekazana ati enda uoe. Nani aliwaambia anataka kuoa? The reason why I'm saying this, 2022 elections, I'm still on AU. I'm just bringing case studies. Raila Odinga went and voted in Kibra. Akaenda akapata an approximate number of 3,000 voters at that polling station. A person who really wants to be president would actually persuade them to vote. But Raila went ahead and voted alone. Voted. Then akageuka akasema vijana ria. Vijana hai. Akapanda juu ya gari, watu wote wakamfuata. Akaenda akawaacha mbali sana na polling station. Na hakuwahi panda juu ya gari akamwambia rudini mpige kura. Hakusema. Akaenda na kura 1000 ngapi? 3.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki organized a meeting and invited leaders from the Meru community only for him to be chased away. Like it's quite clear that this Kenya Kwanza regime, the Kenya Kwanza government, will not see or even reach 2027 peacefully. Just take a look at how the people injected. Ruto must go. As you can see, the people have been pushed the wall. People have been pushed the wall to the point where they're chasing Deputy President Kithure Kindiki in his own backyard. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Apostle Michael Band, who a few months ago advised Raila Amolo Odinga to separate himself from President William Ruto, but Raila never listened. He continued with the journey. Now, Raila Amolo Odinga has lost the African Union Commission chairmanship, and Apostle Michael Band has come back again, and this is what the apostle had to say.
I told Raila, don't go. He decided to do what? Now see. An old man of 84 years. You are being carried by an agent of the devil. Anyway, Raila did not fail. It is Ruto who failed. I said before. I said since Raila, forget this thing. He did not listen. Now, see what has happened. What a shame. What a shame. These people will learn to listen to their elders. If they will not listen to their elders, they have not seen shame. They have not seen it. Shame is coming. He said he has 1 bullet left. 1 bullet. It is him who said he has 1 bullet. Now it is me who is saying he has 1 bullet. 1 bullet like this left for him, left for Raila to use. What can happen, not what will happen, if he decides to be wise, is a repeat of 202, the Kibaki Tosha moment. And so my advice to Raila is that he need to change his inner circle, those who are advising him, and let him begin with Ida Odinga. Ida Odinga is the worst advisor Raila has. Raila is very strong outside, but at home, Number 2, he needs to get rid of useless people like Junet Mohammed, Kaluma Opondo Kaluma. That inner circle, afieke yote, afagie yote, atoe. Hakuna kitu hapo. You cannot have within your circle people who are tumbocratically oriented in their way of thinking.
After Raila Amolo Odinga losing the African Union Commission chairmanship, even radio presenters from Kameme FM were not left behind, and they decided to inject, and this is how they injected. Take a look.
Ndio mjue kuna mtu aliiba nyota ya baba. Baba anashindwa mpaka kwa city inaitanishwa na yeye. Hadis ya baba. Hadis ni ya baba. Alafu mnapea sijui Djibouti.
Hao ni nani?
Ni nani? Bimu semu weupe mole.
Djibouti iko wapi?
Djibouti imepakana na nchi gani? Djibouti. Hiyo ni kama vile mumerudia vile Raila alishindwa na kura ya Tharaka-Nithi. Hatujasahau. We don't forget. Hatujasahau Tharaka-Nithi. Sasa mkatuletea Djibouti. Fadhali ingekuwa Nigeria, nchi kubwa.
Na baba alikuwa ameongoza mara ya kwanza.
Baba aliongoza mara ya kwanza. Ya pili wakasokomana. Ya tatu wakaengage gear 4. Ya nne tukaenda overdrive. Ya tano tukasema sasa ndio hii. Ya sita kabum. Hiyo ni nini? Na unajua sida ni mnasindiwa mahali ambayo tukipiga hesabu ya kuenda maandamano atona kitu.
Many Raila supporters out there were never happy when Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf was declared the winner of the African Union Commission chairmanship. And this is how many of Raila's supporters reacted. Take a look.
Kwani ni nini? Ni nini? Kimani ni nini? Ni nini Kimani? Ni nini imefanyika?
Raila ametoka. Mbona Raila ametoka?
Wapi?
Raila ametoka. Sijui amejitoa eti hataki kuendelea na sasa mbona amejitoa?
Sasa utafanya nini?
Utafanya nini sasa? Ndio unalia? Mimi hata nilikuwa nafikiria ni mtu amekupiga.
Basi akuje Kenya, mimi nampatia kura basi. Akuje Kenya basi nimpatie kura.
Sawa, hata ukamgojea kwake.
Watu ya boda boda hawa.
Hakuna system ina work. Cripple the healthcare system. Sahim na cripple education. We all know that funding model is a disaster. Cripple agriculture na fake fertilizer. Pregnant women have to pay for deliveries. Tumetoa mpaka policy ya kulinda mama. Patients wa dialysis wanna pay out of pocket. Sayo mna launch shares to shift. This Taifa doesn't care. Even the banking industry is collapsing. Mna launch projects just to feed your ego. Put your ego aside na mtuskize for a minute. We gave you the benefit of doubt na mka abuse our trust. Je, huu ni ungwana kweli? Mnatuonyesha mambo kama Leonard Mbotela. Anything you say this nation will use against you. Wezi ndo wanakuwa promoted na mayutu wanaangushwa. Should we even talk about police brutality? Polisi wenyewe animals, kumbe you reap what? You saw what they did to that multimedia student. Hao watu wanaua hata kushinda armed robbers. Goons wana camouflage in police uniform ndo watuwe tukispika our minds. The police force is compromised. Nia muoni kwani? This is Moi all over again. Nikiturn left, an 8-year-old has been shot dead. Nikiturn right, Kebaso is being arrested juu ya kutupigania. There's a target on my back na mbele naona news. Kwa hiyo news umse anauliza if the boy that was shot is still alive. Nikatag ya ule producer flani. Yani, chenye umse anafanya kwa ofisi ni same na letter G in paradigm. Haina impact yoyote. Tunabebeshwa taxes kama punda. Anatukunja in all styles utezadhani kama sutra. Bila bugdha umse anatugeuza bila shuka. 10% of Kenyans wanna go days bila kula. Sayo payslip wame-stretch ka ile logo ya Puma. Now I'm sorry for being vulgar but umse ni cool.
It may be getting hotter, but look at the document, compose yourself and read.
I apologize basi. Kuna leader every month anabadilisha BMW. Na mwananchi akigonjeka yuko covered na bima. I swear mnatupima. Not Hamadi but umse aki-aim ku-raise taxes Hamisi. Mna flosi na net worth na nido ya public mnadishi. 10 billion is missing, something is fishy. I mean, how greedy can someone really be? Leader flani yako online ana flex na kibunda. Mi siezi elect these people, I'd rather vote for Sifuna. Bron mejituma, but the system is working against me.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Ndio mjue kuna mtu aliiba nyota ya baba. Baba anashindwa mpaka kwa city inaitanishwa na yeye. Hadisi ya baba.
They're coming for you.
The problem is not the citizens of Kenya. The problem is the leadership.
From crime increase in Kenya to school children forced to risk, where is taxpayers' money?
Kenyans, aren't you tired of your money being taken advantage of?
Mental health and employment among the youths.
Unfortunately, out there, we the young people are not getting those jobs.
We are coming for you.
That government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa, so mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
Allah, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm Yusuf today and my name is Elvis Dairy. Kenyans, dear Kenyans, are you not tired of corruption? Are you not tired of being lied to each and every day by the politicians, by the leaders that you voted for? Are you not tired? Aren't you not tired of your money being taken advantage of? But the same taxes that you're paying to your government. Are you not tired, Kenyans? Like you work hard each and every day, but there's nothing to show for it. Just listen to what Charlotte had to say about this.
So recently, the Kenyan Treasury has actually asked for a supplementary budget for 88 billion Kenyan shillings. Have you heard that right? 88 billion Kenyan shillings. Now, the biggest stakeholder of this 88 billion being asked by the Treasury is State House, which is going to take 3.1 billion Kenyan shillings. And in the 3.1, 1.3, Nilea, it has not been discussed. So anyone who has that 1.3 can buy a helicopter, can buy land, can just do whatever they want, and it won't be recorded in any history book ever. Out of the 88 billion Kenyan shillings, I want you to listen carefully how your money that you're paying every single month is deducted. Office of the Deputy President is going to receive 400 million Kenyan shillings. You think tumemaliza hapo? No, we're just getting started. The second one, Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, is receiving 132 million Kenyan shillings. Bro, this is crazy. This money is sorting out salaries and is sorting out vehicle maintenance. Vehicle maintenance, guys. Unafikiria nimemalizana? I'm just starting. The craziest thing is this. Deep breaths. There is an office of retired leaders that is being created. Guess who's there? Former President Uhuru Kenyatta is receiving 23 million Kenyan shillings. Raila, the Great, is receiving 20 million Kenyan shillings. And then there's a vice president who is not said will also be receiving 20 million Kenyan shillings. Office of the retired leaders. Can you imagine the audacity of a nation that is saying we were reducing expenditure is actually creating an office of retired leaders? Hatujachoka? We're not tired? Hamjachoka for real, hamjachoka?
In Masinga sub-county, Machakos, the community, the people there are outraged at their leaders for ignoring their pleas for a bridge, blaming Governor Vinya Ndeti, Member of Parliament Joshua Muyalo, and MCA Joshua Mwonga for inaction. Despite clear evidence of children's daily danger, no action has been taken and the residents demand urgent solution. Kenyans, just take a look at how these children are risking their lives daily to go to school and back home. The Nairobi City Council, also known as the Kanjos, they are currently walking with goons in the streets, covering their faces and harassing Kenyans. They have roughed up a pregnant lady who was selling tomatoes in the streets, to the point where they are pulling her legs side by side as if they want to tear her up. And I'm just wondering, Governor Johnson Sakaja, Is this the best way to bring law and order in Nairobi CBD? Kenyans, just take a look.
Because na record. Anashika kamera. Acha kunishika. I'm recording. Anashika kamera. I'm recording. For purpose. For purpose. Wacha tu ni record. Wacha ni record video. Let me record. Wacha ni record. Wacha ni record. Na record.
And that's not all. Just recently, a woman, she fought desperately for the release of her child. After her child, she was locked up in a Kanjo's car together with her stock. Kenyans, do you remember this? While Kenyans are being frustrated each and every day just because they simply want to put food on the table, there's also high rise of mental health issues and unemployment among the youths. Kioti Sonko, also known as Mambi Mabonga, who is vying for Kimilili constituency member of parliament, he went on to address this issue, and this is what he said.
In electrical and electronic engineering, then coming out here, my friends kutamak left, right and center, hakuna job. And of course, as a young person, when you umepita 18 years and 18 years age, I think the government inasema you are a citizen. Yeah. So as a citizen, an adult, I mean, as an adult, you don't expect yourself to depend on parents. And so what you want to depend on ni mambo ya job. Unfortunately, out there, we the young people are not getting those jobs. So you find out, just a minute. So you find out that hata ukipata job, like now for instance, those guys who are doing the interns in the health sector, my friends, there is other day tuliona wakilala hapo nje ya ofisi ya the CS. So you find out that even as much as you get that job, hata still bado that government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa. So mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
Because of these mental health issues and unemployment in Kenya, we have seen a high rise of depression and anxiety. And to be honest, some youths, some graduates, they end up unaliving themselves, Kenyans. Like we all know that the graduates, the Kenyan people, the young people in this country, they're highly educated, very smart, very intelligent, very innovative, and if given work, they will do it professionally. Now, I was just sad to see this video of graduates, but life is taking a toll on them. Just take a look. As much as we are talking about mental health issues and unemployment in Kenya, even those same universities that those unemployed graduates have graduated from, there's high level of corruption, looting each and every day. Like nowhere is safe in this country. Just take a look at this.
This is a rallying call to the President, to the Public Service Commission, to the Ministry of Education, Parliament and all stakeholders of goodwill. The University of Nairobi, as we know it, is dying. That is the truth. And we say this not to create panic or gin up unnecessary attention, but out of our care as WASU for this great national strategic institution. University of Nairobi has been hijacked by buccaneers, and it is now a theater of intrigue, mendacity, with the most toxic work environment ever witnessed before. As a rule, WASU stands only by the truth by justice, and above all by the motto of the university, united et labore, unity and work. Councils, chancellors, they come and go, and we have seen them. They come and go, but they leave the staff behind. And the staff only have the University of Nairobi to fall back to. It is that staff, it is the students and the parents who will suffer irreparable damage if this university is allowed to go down. And we fear that if nothing is done, the University of Nairobi as we know it is dying.
We all do remember how Moi University was looted to nothing because of high levels of corruption. And I'm just wondering, what the hell is going on in these universities?
We have seen Moi University being strangled to death in our eyes. Public universities must get the protection they need. We are calling government to protect the University of Nairobi. It's a national asset that the public has invested for so long. We cannot allow it just to collapse. The chancellor prescribes and says, I do have my office on main campus to support the management of it. That is not his role and mandate. The mandate of the chancellor is found in the Universities Act. If you go to Article 38, it will tell you what is supposed. It's a titular head of the university. It's not supposed to engage in day-to-day running of the university. Secondly, what he's trying to do is actually going to yield to the opposite, weakening the management of the university. Now we have 3 centers of power. At the University of Nairobi, we have the council, saber rattling from one side, we have the VC, we have the chancellor. It is so confusing. These people are weakening the management of the university in order to loot and plunder. They say it very clearly.
Because of high levels of corruption, unemployment, which is causing depression, stress, anxiety, and mental health issues among the youths in this country, among the Kenyan people, crime is also becoming rampant. In Meru, a student from the Kenya Methodist University was attacked and sustained serious injuries. And this was the second attack in just 2 weeks, where a female student was also attacked and injured. Protests are being planned, but the student council is trying to sabotage them. Kenyans, just take a look at this shocking CCTV footage. Are you not tired, Kenyans? Are you not tired of talking about corruption each and every day? Because of corruption, even our own military, they are not spared. They are using equipments I don't know from which century, while other countries are using modern technologies to protect their countries and to fight wars. Just listen to what Senator Kajwang had to say about this.
We are spending only 1% of our GDP on the military. And yet we are seeing guns pointed at Kenya from all corners. We are seeing drones pointed at Kenya from all corners. Mr. Speaker, the war in Syria has confirmed that your enemy does not need to be your neighbor. That Turkey can hammer Syria from wherever they are. That even Kenya can be hammered from Yemen. Kenya can be hammered from the UAE. This is a time for us to ask ourselves, is our military getting the right budgetary allocation? And are they making the right decisions with those budgets? Mr. Speaker, every time we go for a public holiday, we see those jets flying past. And to be honest, Mr. Speaker, since I was a little child, it is the same jets I've been seeing flying past. I wonder if there was a serious strife or any battle between Kenya and a neighboring state, whether those jets will be airworthy or whether they'll be able to go and attack the enemy. We must have that conversation. This idea of saying that the military is a closed black box that we cannot talk about if we have a weak military, no one is going to give us respect. You have seen instances where, in the old saying, that the tail can wag a dog. You are seeing a tiny country, and I'm not going to mention names, a tiny country being able to ambush, attack, invade, and overthrow the president of another country which is 100 times its size. Mr. Speaker, this is a conversation we must have.
Another corruption scandal is taking place in front of our eyes, Kenyans, where a contractor was paid 80 million shillings to construct Cameroon Stadium. But when you go there, there's nothing to see, there's nothing to show for it. And the same contractor is being added another 100 million this year, Kenyans. This year. And I'm just wondering, where are we heading to as a country? Just take a look at this. While mental health issues and unemployment is on the rise in the Republic of Kenya, some politicians are enjoying life. They are shopping life to the fullest. Recently, Millicent Omanga has given herself an Audi RSQ8. And I'm just wondering, is this the taxpayers' money? When Raila Amolo Odinga lost the African Union Commission chairmanship to Djibouti's Mohamed Ali Yusuf, Kenyans celebrated. Many Kenyans were happy. And let me tell you, in fact, Kenyans were supporting Mohamed Ali Yusuf to win the AU seat. And why is that? Just listen to this.
Raila losing is the best thing that could have happened when it comes to Kenyan politics. We are literally saying no when it comes to all despots. When it comes to people who have been at the helm of Kenyan politics, just taking advantage of people, taking advantage of the economy, taking advantage of people's deaths, taking advantage of people being kidnapped and abducted, and screwing people over just so that they can get money and so that they can stay at the helm of power. Those times are gone. I mean, the Uhurus, the Matiangis, the Rutos, the Kalonzos, the Mudavadis, all these people who have been at the helm of Kenyan politics doing nothing should not get any political power, even outside the country. Did you people see the entourage that the winner, the guy from Djibouti, actually went with, and the entourage that Raila went with? Raila went with more, I think more than 30 people, because I saw a list. Because why was Karenyamu there? Ati Kasmuel? So walienda kufanya nini? Were they needed? Was it necessary? And these people were funded by taxpayers' money. All those people who got on that plane to go and see Raila losing was funded on taxpayers' money.
And even those Kenyans who were supporting Raila Amolo Odinga to win the African Union Commission chairmanship, they were highly disappointed. And this is what the ground was saying. Take a look.
Nimesikia watu wakisema eti Ruto amesimama na baba, amesimama na baba. Ruto amesimama na baba kwa hii muda tu mfupi. Sijui, I don't know how many months. Na ame lose. Kalonzo amesimama na baba for how long? For how many years? They have been losing. So the outcome is still the same. Kalonzo and Ruto are still the same. They have no effect on Baba. So you can't come here and tell us that Ruto has stood with Baba for this UCC so that Ruto is going to be elected for 10 years. It does not make sense. So Baba should be fair. The propaganda they are coming with that Ruto stood with Baba for this UCC does not make sense as compared to how Kalonzo stood with Baba.
What we can request Baba to do once he lands back to Kenya, he should put down the political pressure down by coming, declaring somebody to take the wheel of the role he was playing. I don't expect Baba to come back again to challenge the people at his Mara, oh, vijana nini nini nini. He should take a neutral stand by the time he's getting back to the country, since he has failed us. He has really disappointed me, and not only me, plus other people who are supporting Baba. You've really failed us.
To be honest, the ground is becoming hostile and the pressure is increasing day by day. And the people of Kenya are tired. The people are tired of these politicians, corruptions, and unemployment, mental health issues, crime, and so much more. Just listen to this.
Someone is saying that Raila should not be touched. This is the first person that should go home.
Raila worked with Moi, he worked with Kibaki, he worked with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. As per now, he's the pocket of William Samoei Ruto. He's the same person who suspended Ruto in 2008 when Ruto was in the Ministry of Agriculture and he sold 7 billion. Raila suspended him. He didn't return those money. As per now, they're working together. Kenya cannot even be redeemed by Raila Amolo Odinga. Kenya cannot be redeemed by William Samoei Ruto because he has messed. Kenya cannot be redeemed with the Rigathi Gachagua and the likes. Yes. We as Genesis, we have 16 million votes and we are not afraid. I want to tell you for free, we are coming one-on-one to meet these people. Bro, coming 2027, this guy used churches in 2022. He gave pastors something small. He gave them some sweets. Pastors gave in and campaigned for him in churches. He came to Mama Mboga. He knew Mama Mboga is having votes because he's having customers. Can lure for them some small fish, some omena. By 2027, Gen Z have a candidate which is going to meet William Samoei Ruto. But these cocoons, they are gathering together. Nothing.
And the question of the day is, Kenyans, do you think that William Samoei Ruto is trying to use tribalism to win the coming election, to win the next election? Just listen to what our brother had to say about this.
Ruto ameanza kuleta ukabila Kenya, na that is the scorecard that he is planning to use to win elections. Of course, sahi ameweza kudivide communities. He has been able to bring animosity amongst two communities in Kenya. Kikuyu versus Somalis, Kikuyus versus the Luos. Na amesucceed kuleta shida kwa Wasomali kuchukia wa Kikuyu. Isipokuwa hao hapa Isiolo Mount Kenya. Wale wengine wa Garissa na Mandera wameambiwa kwao huwa kunakosa kunyesha kwa sababu ya Wakikuyu. Na hiyo jua ambayo inawa affect ni Wakikuyu wanaleta. Wakikuyu wakiondoka kwa serikali for 200 years kutanyesha kila siku. Hiyo haiwezi nishtua kwa sababu wa Somali is a special community, kuelewa ni ngumu. Ile imenishida kuelewa ni ya Wajaluo. A community that has professors, doctors. A community that speak English as if it's their native language. Wamedanganywa Wakikuyu kukosa kupiga kura Addis Ababa ndio imefanya baba ashidwe. A community that has been eating fish omega 3 kwa akili wako na omega 3 ya kutosha ya kufikiria. Wamedanganywa kama watoto. Initially, Ruto alijaribu kudivide Mount Kenya. Akajaribu counties, planting kingpins, Murang'a, Kirinyaga. Ikashindikana. Akaenda kuleta regional problems. Mount Kenya East, wa Meru, wa Embu, wa Kikuyu. Ikashindikana. Rigathi Gachagua akakuwa sacrificial lamb. Akajaribu kuleta shida kati ya Wakamba na Wakikuyu. Akaleta Motuse. Wakikuyu wakaona ni ujiga huo. Hawezi tukia Wakamba kwa sababu ya Motuse. Ikashindikana. Akaenda kwa Wabaluya. Naye Rigathi Gachagua dakika 2 akamaliza hiyo na Musagarire. Wabaluya wakarudi line proper. Sasa anajaribu sasa kuleta Wakisii against Kikuyus. Na hiyo itashindikana kwa sababu Wakikuyu na Wakisii share a common origin. Iko damu inatushikanisha na huwezi wagawanisha. Tunaweza kuwa tumegawanya na milima na mabode, lakini huwezi gawanyisha. Asa tena ataenda kwa Wamasai. Na Wamasai wanajua vizuri, we share a very long history with them. Kwa hivyo pia hiyo itashindikana. Gogoyo utusaidie huko. Ile ingine ni ya Wakalenjin versus Kikuyus. Atamaliza na hiyo. Lakini Wakipsigis wamekataa kabisa. Wakipsigis, they are educated people, wanaona bele. Wanaona huyu mtu ndiye akona shida. And I'm telling Ruto, this is the end. Hakuna community ingine, tosheka na Waluo na Wasomali sasa. Hakuna ingine utajaribu kudivide na sisi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
That government or that body that is giving you that job inaku stress kabisa, so mental health yako still bado inakuwa noma sana.
We are coming for you.
From Nuru Okanga promised riches,
unipatie account, nitakuweka hiyo pesa,
to police caught collecting bribes.
Sitasimama maovu ya kitawala.
Is there extrajudicial killings in Kenya?
There will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya.
Gen Z evangelism in Nairobi City.
In the name of Jesus, we have to call you all the amazing names, oh God, that you are in the name of Jesus.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Mtukufu Lais, kikosi inachopita mbele yako hapa Bungoma Stadium ni kikosi cha Premier League, Manchester United na Arsenal. A few days ago, the President of Kenya, President William Ruto, he was in Bungoma and he promised the people of Bungoma County that he is going to build and allocate millions or billions to build an international stadium. And this is what the President had to say about this.
Sasa mtakuwa na international stadium hapa. Mechi ile inachezewa any part ile ya Arsenal ama Manchester United wanaweza kuja kucheza hapa. Ninasikia speaker ni fan wa Arsenal na hao wengine ni fan wa hiyo ingine. So msiniulize mimi ni wa kundi gani. Acha ni sawa sawa. So hiyo stadium tutakamilisha.
So Kenyans, do you think that this is a story that will come true, a dream that will come true, or do you think this is just stories ajaba? Even the Kalenjin people are not happy with their own son, and this is what this man had to say all the way from the Kalenjin community. Listen to this.
Yes, Kalenjin tufunge mdomo. Hii mdomo tufunge. Meno iko nje, kwanza Wanandi sana sana. Meno tu nje. Hey, Ruta na nyone emet. Emet ni nyone. Atara Ruta ni nyone emet kitu gani? Emet kitu gani, unahangaika. Unaishi nyumba ya matope na tunaambia ati sijui Ruto ni wetu, sijui ni nyone emet. Wewe ni takataka sana. Wewe ni humbwa sana. Tumia akili yako my friend. William Ruto hakuna kenye atakusaidia. In fact, William Ruto anaanga hata interest na Wakalenjin. Nothing. Afadhali Moi mara 20. Angalia kaunti kama Baringo County. Baringo County hakuna industry, hakuna factory, vijana wanalewa, takataka yote ni kama tu Nandi. Na hapo ndipo serikali imekuwa kutoka kitambo sana. Wacha niwaambie, serikali imekuwa Baringo for 24 years. Kalenjin mnadhania mtapata nini ambaye hamkupata enzi ya Moi? Hakuna kitu ambaye Kalenjin mtapata. Kama hamkupata enzi ya Moi hakuna, kwa sababu saa hizi term limit ni kidogo. Hata Ruto anaweza kutoka 2027. You never know. It is not sure bet. Wengine wanasema hakuna mwenye atatoa Ruto, sijui ataiba. Ataiba kitu gani? Hajaribu haibe. Devolution itakuwa katika Kenya hii. Tutafanya maandamano na tutachoma hii Kenya yote iishi na tuanze kujenga upya.
I believe many of you know that politicians, they go to the church and give out millions and millions of shillings. But yet, have you seen the conditions of our schools? Have you seen how our children are studying? Take a look at this video of this young Kenyan, this young Gen Z who decided to inject and show us this church that was allocated 30 million, but even has not yet been finished. The money has been stolen, in short. Take a look.
In a church, it's Bituka SDA church. Hii kanisa ilichangiwa over 30 million plus amount of money back in before August 2022, before the August election. So over kitu kama 30 million plus ilichangiwa hapa. So nimekuja kuonyesha cause when this building was starting, kulikuwa na story imetokeanga that the money may get lost over 20 million. Even it was not 20 million, over 29 million. So kama baki na mita moja ya kujenga nao kanisa. So me, I just assumed this was a big project, because most of the prominent people knew about it. That is Dr. Fred Matiang'i. Dr. Fred Matiang'i was here with his chopper. At that time was the CS for security, internal security. Honorable Simbarati, that time was the MP for, I don't know, in Nairobi. The current MP, Anthony Kibagendi, was here. The former MP for this area, the current Senator Umaima, was here, was the one doing that fundraising. But when you look at the church, look at it. You can check out of from 2022, August 2022, it's almost 2 years down the line, but wameanza kwa pillars bana.
And talking more about stories ajaba, a few days ago at Oga Obina's live show, Oscar Sudi and Nuru Okanga were present, and Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga some professional treatment, like a house and some money, not just small money, but big money, some millions of cash. But do you think that Nuru Okanga received this money till date? Take a look at what Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga.
Nataka 1.3 million. Nitafungua account.
Niko nayo account.
Unipatie account. Nitakuwekea hiyo pesa.
Niko na account.
Sio sahihi. Sikuwekea sahihi, nitakuwekea kama lakini kenye nimekutafutia, fanya hivi. Enda tafuta nyumba hii ya affordable housing. Hii inajengwa hii sahihi. Tafuta nyumba bedroom ngapi?
3.
Na nataka uende Kibera ama Mukuru kwa Jenga ama somewhere. Tafuta nyumba bedroom ngapi?
3.
Hiyo mimi nitakununulia kama nimenunulia watoto. Na uanze sasa maisha uendelee.
Sasa hizi zijaisha.
Wow. Now we are talking. Now tumeanza kuongea sasa.
Ndio waje hii kusema 350 million.
Now we are talking. Unanunuliwa nyumba 3 bedroom. Self contained. Unanunuliwa toto.
Ujaze kila kitu hiyo.
Inakuanga wapi?
Si utafute wewe sasa wewe.
Unaonanga wanafungua nyumba kiko all over the country. Nyumba hata Kakamega ililonjiwa. Hakuna penye yema nyumba affordable housing haijalonjiwa.
It's only a few months or a few years to election season here in Kenya in 2027. And at that time, we urge Kenyans, I urge you to vote wisely. Take a look at this comedy skit where it shows you how Kenyans they vote during election seasons. Take a look.
So hapa niko na corruption na accountability.
Kuchagua ni wewe. Kuchagua ni wewe. Haya, mnachagua gani hapa?
Mimi kuchagua hii. Accountability mimi kuchagua hii.
Uko na hakika? Haya, sawa, wekelea kura yako.
A few moments later.
Kumbuka siri ni yako. Kura ni yako. Umesema siri ni yako. Hii hapa. Wewe fungua. Haya, sawa.
Na nilikuwa nimewawarn.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
And we are still right at Paje, Zanzibar, Tanzania, East Africa, and right at Hanoi, Hanoi restaurant, cafe restaurant, and we're going to be trying out some famous Vietnamese soup here. You know, are you ready to try the soup?
My first time when I'm trying this soup. This is the question, or?
I said, like, are you ready to try out the soup?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Okay.
I want to try this.
Try.
Yeah.
Like, it's so delicious, and also like they've put like different spices, like which it makes it even more unique, you know. Delicious. So, are you enjoying your Vietnamese soup?
Thank you so much. I don't understand.
No, it's okay. No worries. Hakuna matata.
Pole.
Pole.
There's no justice in this country. There's no justice for the people in this country. The justice system in this country is broken. We cannot persevere. We cannot go like this. We must fight until the very end. I'm ready to die for Africa. Africa has suffered for so long. And I even need a coming. We are brothers. Release our brothers. Release our brothers. Where is your Pyagi?
This man is awesome. Oh my God. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
Let me repeat. For the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in my administration. That chapter we have closed. That is not my words, but the President of Kenya, President William Ruto's words. Kenyans, do you think this is true? Do you think that there are no extrajudicial killings in our land, in our country? Take a look at what President had to say about this.
Officers that you've appointed, how do you explain that? And what is the agenda of the government moving forward to ensure that there will be no such kind of activities?
Let me repeat, for the avoidance of doubt, there will be no extrajudicial killings in the government of Kenya under my administration. Yeah, that is a chapter we must close and weld and bolt and put it behind us. The police, I have sat down with the command of the police from the IG downwards, and we have agreed that they will operate within the law.
Do you think Kenyans, our brothers and sisters, are incapable of running an international airport? Take a look at this video of Odash showing us how Kenyans are running an airport in Qatar called Hamad International Airport.
So, welcome to Hamad International Airport. An airport that is operated by Kenyans and almost entirely run by Kenyans. You can't walk, I think, 2 meters in this airport without actually meeting or bumping into a Kenyan airport worker. But somehow, someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of operating an airport. Well, look, this airport even has trees, right? This airport even has trees around it. But someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of running an airport, right? Adani must go. Ruto and his impunity must stop. Please don't be cheated that Kenyans are not capable of running or managing great things.
As you can see, Kenyans are doing a better job than the Adani group. You can see like Kenyans are maintaining the Qatar Hamad International Airport even better than the airport that is in our own country in Kenya, JKIA. Adani, bring back our airport and go home. It's simple as that.
Right, this airport even has trees around it. But someone wants us to believe that Kenyans are incapable of running an airport. Right? Adani must go.
A few days ago, our president, His Excellency, he launched a railway line in Ngong a few days ago, but currently when you go there, it is nowhere to be seen. It is just bare land. Mdomo tamutamu, sindio? Take a look at this video.
Mdomo tamutamu, leri imeanza, kazi imeanza, ndio hiyo leri yenye inaelekea Nairobi. Ndio hiyo, si mnaiona? Ndio hiyo. Kazi imeanza. Kenya tunasonga mbele. Mdomo tam tam. Jiwe ndio imebaki hapa. Look at this. Same story. Even the mental hospital, which is past those hills, a similar stone was left like this one. Nothing there. Actually, that one for the hospitals has already been vandalized also. This is Ngong. This is the place where you are shown that the works have started, but as you can see, there is no single rail, not even a meter.
So Kenyans, do you want to know, also learn how to collect bribes? I want to give you a free lesson on how to be corrupt in this country. Take a look at this video of our officers, our lovely, handsome and beautiful officers who are captured collecting bribe from the Kikuyu police station. Take a look. If you're a Gen Z out there, you deserve respect. You deserve to be saluted because the Gen Zs have brought a significant change in this country. The political landscape, the political arena, the political playing field has changed because of the pressure and the injection from the Gen Z. And also, like, the Gen Zs are also very spiritual. And I want to show you guys of this video of this Gen Z's evangelism in Nairobi CBD. Take a look.
We give you glory, Lord, as we honor you. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. You are wonderful. You are worthy, oh Lord. Indeed, wonderful. You are worthy. You are worthy to be worshipped. You are worthy to be glorified. There is no other God apart from you. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy. You are worthy, oh God, to be worshipped. You are worthy to be glorified, oh God, in the name of Jesus.
Why would you be angry? Because a young man has decided he can go around the country noting out the bad projects, the white elephants, poorly implemented projects, the waste of public finances? Why would you be angry as a Kenyan? Why would you even insult the young man when he says, I want to go to this place and find out if this project was implemented? If your public funds were used well, if what was launched was actually done, why would you be angry? You must be the biggest fool, bloody fool.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. From largest diamond found in Botswana.
What?
To President Ruto clapping back.
This road was promised, has not been built. That road is ongoing.
Is the justice system broken? What's happening in Nairobi Lang'ata?
Kwenda kujipendua hivi, napata dereva mkono yake iko kwa bagi yangu.
Anguka na.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. After Mora Kebaso went to Isiolo County to reveal to us ghost projects, the level 5 hospital about the mortuary, and also the Isiolo County government headquarters that was allocated millions, but yet there was nothing to show about it. Even the stadium in Isiolo, Morara Kebaso went to reveal to us these ghost projects, but the Isiolo County government officials decided to clap back. And this is what they say to say. Take a look.
There is no money that is lost in this stadium. Ukiangalia vile tumeenda around, this construction should even have costed over 500 million. But so far, we have only paid to that one, and the contract to that 1 million, and the contract sum is 345. The enemy of this government has been going around circulating the wrong information concerning the stadium. That at the same stadium, there is corruption in the construction. We are doing our work professionally. The governor is very particular and very concerned about this stadium and for the best interest of the Isiolo people and the youth of this county.
So, to the county government of Isiolo, how can you prove to us that Morara Kebaso was lying? But yet, even in your own county, the county government headquarters, which was allocated 870 million, has not yet been finished. The money has been stolen. Let us just speak the truth, right? So, how can you prove to us that Morara was lying? You are the one who is lying, and you're trying to cover up for your own mistakes. We Kenyans, when you go there to Isiolo, when we see what we see there, when we see the ghost projects, it's quite different from what you are saying. You should be ashamed of yourself.
The enemy of this government has been going around circulating the wrong information concerning the stadium. That at the same stadium, there is corruption.
Not only the officials of the Isiolo County government decided to lie to us and cover up for their mistakes and clapping back to Morara Kebaso, even the President of Kenya, President Ruto, decided to clap back, and this is what he had to say.
So that conversation as to this road was promised, has not been built. That road is ongoing, but slowly that road is going on well. That conversation about issues, development in our country is a very, very positive conversation. It is the conversation that I always wanted Kenya to have. Not a conversation about our ethnicities or our differences in religion or other sectarian interest. I am very proud that we are having, as a country, the right conversation.
The Kenyan people are already frustrated by the level of corruption that is going on in this country, in all the counties in Kenya. Even Prophetess Ayo decided to come and prophesize to the Kenyans, and this is what she had to say about the state funerals that is coming in this country. Listen to this.
I am Prophetess Ayo, and I'm bringing you a special message, a package on how Kenya will undergo shortly the state funerals that await. The first state officer will enter the comfort of his office with zeal and energy to do his work, but shortly after he is seated, the author of the oxygen in the nostril will disconnect it and he will be pronounced dead then and there, seated on his chair. The second officer will be up and about on his duties, going about, but he will be airborne in the aircraft. But that aircraft will crash and everyone and everything inside it will be reduced to ashes. Nothing will be found. The third officer will be in the comfort of his own home, in the comfort of his own bed, sleeping, but he will not see the light of the day. The author of oxygen will cut it off, him and his sibling, because how much he has defiled himself with the idols. The idol will sip his blood, he will be pronounced dead in the morning. The essence of this is nothing happened before God reveals to his messengers, I am your messenger. And the purpose of this is to prepare you that after the state funeral, where will you go? Hell? Heaven? The decision is yours to make, because I'd already called you to come for repentance, and I've already also given you opportunity to appeal. The world is prepared and Kenyans be prepared.
So Kenyans, what happens when your leaders are corrupt? When there's too much corruption in this country? When there's no development, no job opportunities, nothing is going on in this country, even the people themselves, they'll become corrupt and find other ways to survive. Just watch and listen of this story of how this lady in Langata Road, how she was robbed while she was going back home. Listen to this.
Mtu wote ako Langata Road ni jihadhari sana. Kuna Nissan iko na dereva na kondakta wake na iko na mademu wawili. Mmepanda hiyo gari hapo mbele, nikakaa hapo mbele. Huyo kondakta anafungua mlango, ananiambia angalia hiyo mlango yako inafunguka. Akaniambia tufunge hiyo mlango. Hebu chukua simu yako unimulikie. Nikachukua simu yangu. Kuchukua simu yangu nikamumulikia. Kumumulikia akaniambia hebu weka hiyo simu hapo chini, ushikilie mlango na mikono yote mbili tufunge. Tumengangana kufunga hiyo mlango, tukangangana kufungua hiyo mlango haifungiki. Sasa kidogo mimi nikasikia roho imekataa kufanya Kenya ananiambia. Kwenda kujipendua hivi, napata dereva mkono yake iko kwa bagi yangu. Nikashuka. Sasa venye nimeshuka kidogo sasa huyu kondakta wake ananishout. We chukua hii nini mlango juu nikufungie ama uanguke na huko chini. Nikamwambia hebu achana na hii mlango juu mimi nimekaa hapa, wachana nayo mimi nitaenda hivyo. Sasa kwenda hivyo nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Dereva naye alikuwa ameharakisha kunyorosha mkono yake mahali nilikuwa nimeweka simu. Lakini bahati mzuri ama mbaya, mimi nikachukua haraka, nikachukua simu yangu. Kuchukua simu yangu, sasa venye tunaenda kidogo hivi, huyo kondakta akasimamisha hiyo nini? Akasimamisha gari akaniambia, hebu shuka hapa. Na mahali wameniweka, by the way, ni usiku saa hii ni usiku, hata mkiangalia niko kwa barabara, si unaona? Niko kwa barabara, wameniweka hapa Langata primary hapo ndio wamenishikishia. Mjihadhari na hiyo gari saa hii bado inazunguka inaenda. Hata mimi nimesimama hapa naongoja gari nione kama nitapata gari ya kunipeleka home. Hao watu ni waizi. Venye roho yangu imekatana nikashtuka. Alafu nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu na yeye dereva alikuwa anaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Imagine wameniambia nishuke kwa hiyo gari. Nikashuka. Baadaye wameendelea na safari. But nimemark number plate yao. Nimemark hiyo number plate ya hiyo gari.
The level of corruption in this country, even the citizens are not spared by it. And let me tell you guys, ladies and gentlemen, I have also experienced the same thing that this lady has experienced. And let me just explain to you guys in Swahili. And let me just tell you what really happened that day. So hiyo time nakumbuka ilikuwa hizo time za COVID-19, time ya curfew. So time nilikuwa nimeenda Migori County, nimeenda kufilm, nimepiga content yangu safi, manze laptop yangu imejaa content mingi sana. So kufika Nairobi nimefika hapo kitu kama kutoka Migori, nitoka asubuhi nikafika majioni late night. So hapo nikafika kitu kama 9 pm, 10 pm hapo Nairobi. Nikashukisha hapo hivyo Kenyatta Hospital. And at that time nilikuwa na bahati sana nipata hapo matatu. Kumbe matatu sikuwa najua hiyo matatu ni ya wezi. So kama matatu nikamwambia, cheki, mimi nataka kuishia home. Mnabeba? Akasema na yeye nabeba. Yo makanga kaniambia ati kaa kwa mbele na nani, nikaa kwa mbele na dere. Sasa mimi nikaenda kakaa kwa mbele na nani, na dere. Alafu kwa matatu kulikuwa na watu ngapi? Watu 4 people. Kulikuwa na driver, kulikuwa na tumbaba za mekapo kando yangu, makanga, alafu kulikuwa na dem mmoja amewekwa nyuma kabisa. So mimi kunyanga ndani kiasi makanga ananiambia huyu makanga amekaa nyuma yangu. Kwa hiyo kiteka makanga na amekaa nyuma yangu ananiambia ati wewe kijana bana, hii kama mlango wako iko na shida, hebu jaribu kuifunga. So mimi najaribu kufunga mlango. Mind you vile yako gari sikutoa bag yangu ilikuwa nyuma ya mgongo yangu. So bag ilikuwa nimekaa kwa kiti, bag iko nyuma. So mimi najaribu kung'ang'ana na kufunga mlango. Kumbe the same time majambazi, wezi, sasa kusema vitu mbaya hapa hivi. Ng'ombe wanafungua bag yangu, wanatoa laptop yangu, MacBook Pro. Like hiyo laptop niling'ang'ana sana kuibuy. That was my first MacBook Pro ever. Pato wakanibia. So mimi ng'ombe na ng'ang'ana kufunga mlango. Kumbe bag yangu inafunguliwa na tolewa bag. Rafiki sasa ananiambia tibu wakasimamisha gari wakaniambia ati shuka kiasi, tunataka kuangalia mlango kwanza kuna shida gani. So mimi nikashuka. Mimi kushuka tu hivi tu. No sooner had I done kushuka kwa hiyo gari, waka speed off akaenda na laptop yangu. So mimi natembea na shangaa, mbona watu wameenda? Kwani wamechizi nini? Mimi kufanya hivi bag yangu na shangaa, mbona hii bag iko light hivi? Kufanya tu hivi kuipendua kutoka mgongo kuangalia kufungua ndani. Na wala laptop yangu imeenda MacBook Pro. My first MacBook Pro niling'ang'ana na suti yangu, jasho yangu, machozi yangu, damu yangu kubai. Ndio imeenda na majambazi wa Nairobi. Like I was so disappointed. Kama ningepata mawe hapo karibu, wallahi ningetupa mawe kwa hiyo gari na ipasue hizo vioo. So nawaambia like the level of thievery, tagari, uwizi yenye imejaa Nairobi, thanks to kufundishwa na our corrupt politicians, imejaa sana. Kenyans, where are we heading towards a country? This is so sad.
Watu ni waizi. Venye roho yangu imekatana nikashtuka. Alafu nikaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu na yeye dereva alikuwa anaharakisha kuchukua simu yangu. Imagine wameniambia nishuke kwa hiyo gari.
A few days ago, Senator Onyonka went to JKUAT University and he decided to inject and just opening the people's eyes and showing the Kenyans and the students that how rich this country is and the potential we have as a country. Listen to what Senator Onyonka had to say about this.
Kenya has enough money to provide free health, free education, free water. When President Kibaki took over, his revenue in this country, which he collected, was 710 billion shillings his second year. By his third year, when he was going to his second term, by the time he was having the coalition government, he was at 1.3 trillion. That is revenue he collected. Uhuru Kenyatta came, he picked from where Kibaki left, he pushed the money to about 2.7, 2.5 trillion, then he got out. But what Uhuru did, he made sure we've borrowed 7 trillion shillings in 10 years. And that is where our money is going to pay the debts. My argument is very simple. We have enough money. You don't have to tax anybody. Change what we are doing because we are doing it badly. We are doing it. The system has deliberately been broken so that you cannot understand what they are talking about. Last point. Kenya is a capitalistic system that encourages and allows corruption to thrive. Our universities, which used to be the echelons of excellence and intellectual capacity, has becoming the trading markets where degrees are sold, where food can be provided for, where the people who are lecturing are the ones who supply food and equipment and stuff to the university. I mean, these things, you know them.
Senator, excuse me.
So my argument, Sammy, is
just hold on, Senator.
we reduce and stop the corruption. We rebudget the money and make sure 200-300 billion goes to taking all these university students and secondary school students for free.
To be honest, I will support Senator Onyonka in this. Let us reduce the corruption, because the level of corruption in this country is on a different level. It is on a high level that, man, it has to reduce. Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
So imagine
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Albis Deli.
Mbere North Member of Parliament Geoffrey Ruku Kiringa. He's always on TV every day talking about controversial bills, but yet if you go to his constituency, it speaks something different. This is crazy. Just take a look.
Our ward. This is a very dangerous bridge. This bridge reminds me of a bridge ilikuwa ya Kie. The bridge is so narrow na imekulika yote. Like if you look at, this is me who just passed through here. I have a small vehicle, but mguu ya gari yangu ilikuwa hapa. And then, I mean, we are just waiting for something to happen ndio tuchanuke.
How rich is Kenya and how rich is Africa as a whole? Take a look at this video all the way from Botswana, where the president of Botswana, Mogwitsi Masisi, showing off the second largest diamond in the world. Take a look.
What?
When this material is not in, these stones will be coming closer to these in terms of the color.
I see. All right.
Yes.
Oh, you just want my face hidden, eh?
It's the largest stone recovered in the world through a processing plant. So it's the second largest in the world because of the Cullinan. So our stones or our diamonds go through a processing plant. It was recovered in the mega diamond recovery.
Hey!
This shows you how rich and blessed we are as Africans. So, my fellow Africans, just for a second, just imagine if we were the United States of Africa. We were one nation, one people. We would be benefiting from our own resources if we never had these corrupt and pathetic leaders that we have in our continent. Muammar Gaddafi, who was assassinated and killed by the enemies of Africa, the enemies of prosperity. He had this vision of liberating Africa to be one. Look at how rich we are. Imagine if we were all benefiting from all these resources. Even you don't have to go to other countries to look for jobs and get frustrated there. And some of us come back home in caskets, dead. This is exciting and also sad at the same time, because we are not the ones who are benefiting from this gold and these diamonds, these oils and all other resources, but it's the enemies of Africa. But I believe one day Muammar Gaddafi's dream will come to pass. We are all one people. It doesn't matter which country you're coming from in Africa. It doesn't matter what language you speak. It doesn't matter what tribe or what food or your belief. It doesn't matter your religion. We are all one people. And I personally, Elvis Derry, I advocate for the liberation of Africa. And that time, it will come. It is just around the corner.
What?
Kenyans have not only been occupying, but they have also been rejecting since day one. Take a look at this video of this man who went to work, but in a construction site, but he wore a UDA. That is President Ruto's party. He went with this shirt, but the people there were not amused, and they asked him to remove that shirt. Take a look.
Unakuja aje huku na t-shirt ya UDA? Toa hiyo kitu bana. Hiyo kitu toa man. Hapana man, hapana hiyo kitu toa. Man toa hiyo kitu man. Ama mutoke huku. Hapana. Ya man toa hiyo kitu. Toa hiyo kitu tukachoe man. Asiyo hata nayo ni utoe tuchome hii tunachoma leo man. Hatukuwa ati tuanze nini hapa. Man toa hiyo kitu man. Hata tukaikuwa tunaongea ungekuwa meraba ile gate bio sana man. Hapana.
Do you guys remember of this video of this JSS teacher who was being frustrated?
I'm telling you, you cannot join the staff room. Can you give me the chair, one?
I'm going to record it.
Give me the chair. No, just try to do anything.
I'm going to record.
I boot a one. Whether you are using the phone or what.
Wherever you guys. No, don't push me. Don't push me.
This is the same situation to many other GSS teachers who are still suffering under this corrupt regime. 18.7 billion was allocated to them, but currently is nowhere to be seen. This is what Morara Kebaso Senior, Inject Party leader, had to say about this.
Papa le Président de la Officer Day promised JSS teachers, 46,000 of them, that he has set aside 18.7 billion to hire them on permanent basis. To date, JSS teachers have not been hired on permanent basis. They are still being paid a stipend of 17,000. And this useless Teacher Service Commission does not understand that it is an independent institution under the Constitution. How does a minister walk around with the TSC letters in a funeral? Alitoa wapi? Then that same useless TSC is the one that is firing 742 teachers. JSS teachers, 742. Ati juu walienda kudemand for better pay. I want to assure this government that their days are numbered. Mukifika 2027 ni bahati. Mukifika 2027 ni bahati. Me, I'm here. Niko hapa ndani ya msitu. I'm looking for illegal mining. Kuna illegal mining inaendelea huko ndani ya msitu.
Since the protest started, young youths in this country, the Gen Zs, they have been targeted. Some of them have died, abducted, and some of them have missed since today. Take a look at this video of how this young Gen Z was being mistreated, mishandled, and how he was being arrested by these officers. Take a look.
Tutakutetea kwa internet.
Unapiga picha gani wewe?
Chukua picha. Chukua picha.
Chona mimi. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi wewe. Achana Unaona sasa watu kama hawa ndio wanafaa kutulinda. Watu kama hawa ndio wanafaa kutulinde. Watu kama nyinyi wanafaa mtulinde. Nifanyia nini? Si right yangu kurecord.
This is really insane. Every day when I wake up in the morning, the first question I ask myself, where are we heading towards a country? Because the things I see happening in this country is just unbelievable. So if you have the right answer of where are we heading towards a country, tell us in the comments down below. My name is Elvis Derry, this is ShowNewTrend, and see you guys in the next episode.
Tutakutetea kwa internet. Unapiga picha gani wewe? Chukua picha. Tuna mimi, achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi wewe. Achana mimi, ushikie mimi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Morara Kebaso angry.
The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe.
To Mzungu injecting.
The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey.
Have you paid rent? I beg your pardon.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Before I start today's episode, just watch this video.
Umependa hii barabara? Umependa? Afande umependa? Acha niulize afande swali. Afande umeongeza mshahara kweli? Umeongeza mshahara kweli? Naona kwenye barabara inakaa na anatenga. Afande.
While I was watching this video, I was very speechless. Like, just look at how that road is poorly managed. But yet, millions and billions is disappearing every day. Every day, Kenyans. Every single day. In Embakasi East, the residents decided to inject. William Ruto went to visit them and talk to them, but the residents couldn't want to hear anything from him. Just see and hear how the residents were injecting. Viva comrades, viva! Take a look.
Mwende nyumbani. Anahinga yuko hapa na tumekubaliana
vijana 18,000 saizi, lakini tutaongeza vijana mpaka wafike vijana 1000. Ruto wangu! Hakuna! 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 Haiwezekani! 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 Haiwezekani!
I almost took a wank while watching this video. Like, people are injecting everywhere. People are pushing to end bad governance in this country. Amazing. Karen Nyamu, a Kenyan politician, she was kicked out of her house after she failed to pay the rent. Just take a look. These are the same politicians who will be flaunting on us online how they're living lavish lives, how they're living very expensive lives. But even if you go to their constituencies, they're not doing anything for the people. But yet, they cannot afford to pay their rent.
My lord, I wonder. Yeah? My lord, I wonder. Yeah?
Inject party leader Morara Kebaso Sr., who is also known for his Vampire Diaries episodes. But he was shocked that some people are watching his Vampire Diaries is just like another movie. And people are not actually, some people, not everybody, but some people are not taking it seriously. Like, just watch what Morara Kebaso had to say about this.
Why do you watch the Vampire Diaries? Is it an entertainment joint? You don't watch the Vampire Diaries for entertainment. The Vampire Diaries is to provoke you to take action about your nation. It is to provoke you to think of change and think of a better Kenya. The governors who are stealing from you, they are from your tribe. Mbona hawajawaonea huruma? Kwa nini hawajasema mimi ni governor wa hii county, mimi ni Mkikuyu kama hao Wakikuyu wenye naongoza sitawaibia? Why?
While billions, taxpayers' money is being stolen, disappearing every day in front of our eyes, Visoi Ward residents were also met with another rude disappointment, where the governor launched dry taps.
7 kilometers. Alafu nakuja 7 kilometers na maji. Hiyo nayo ikakuja kama kilomita ngapi? Kama 3. Sasa ndio hapa. Sasa unafungua kwako nyumbani. Hebu tufungue na wewe.
Ewe Mungu usituache sisi peke yetu, watu maskini hatuna nguvu. Mungu simama na sisi.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Visoi Ward residents have been scammed.
Ewe Mungu usituache sisi peke yetu, watu maskini hatuna nguvu. Mungu simama na sisi.
So Kenyans, I have a very specific question for you. Do you think that if funds were properly managed in Kenya, that Kenya would eliminate the need of external borrowing? The Treasury's CS, John Buddy, said that 2 billion shillings is being lost every day to daily theft, to daily public funds theft. Just take a look.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there. Because when we invest it in Kenya, it will be more visible. You also bring money from Tanzania, some of it by road, na magari. Mnapitia, mnakuja hapa Kenya, you start constructing buildings around here. That is what we do. So, if we are stealing 2 billion per day, assuming we reduce the theft, we don't want to stop it, we just say, okay, if you have been stealing 1,000, please steal only 500 shillings. If you have been stealing 100,000, steal 50,000. If there could be that, I don't know whether to call it conscious decision, but if there could be such a decision, ridiculous as it sounds, we would be saving 1 billion shilling per day, which would accumulate to 365 billion shillings. That is more than the external borrowing.
So is your pressure increasing or decreasing? If your pressure is not increasing, that means that you are definitely cooperating with the criminals. Listen to what this man from Bunge la Wananchi had to say.
Wewe Mheshimiwa Ruto, wewe Wewe Mheshimiwa Ruto nilikupigia kura mimi. Mimi nilikupigia kura mimi nikiongea kutoka hapa bunge la wananchi mimi binafsi nikajitolea muhanga mimi kupigia kampeni wewe mimi binafsi. Nikijua na nikiamini mambo yako na akili zako na misimamo yako na polisi zako, lakini leo mwisho wa kuisha umetusaliti, unatuletea takataka impeachment zenye haziko kwa agenda yako. Wewe President Ruto, wewe ningetaka kuambia Gachagua mahali popote alipo asiwe na wasiwasi. Hii tunajua yote ni siasa, ni siasa. Ruto wewe tunakujua sahi umefanya safari 66 plus kuendelea huko juu. Umenunua Boeing 6. Umepeleka tenda kwa Adani ya kuprint pesa ya Kenya. Umepeleka tenda kwa Adani ya kununua airport zetu. Umepeleka tenda zote za SHA huko kwa Adani. Wewe ni mwizi, ghasia, takataka hii.
Even the tourists and foreigners are currently tired of the current regime. They're tired of being taken advantage of. They're tired of the corruption that is taking place in this country. Listen to what this man had to say about the nuisance that is taking place in the current government.
From the streets of Nairobi to Port-au-Prince to Harlem in the USA, it's the same struggle and it's the same imperialist enemy who lies to us, from Ukraine to Palestine to Haiti. How can these criminal imperialists claim to be broke when it comes to all of our needs in the belly of the beast, but they can send 150 billion of our taxpayer dollars? The president of Kenya is nothing more than an imperial lackey, stooge, and sellout. U.S. puppet! U.S. puppet! In the streets of Nairobi, we tell you that you should be ashamed.
Death to Zionism, death!
Death to Zionism, death! Death to Zionism, death! Death to Zionism, death!
A director and home security consultant at Kinside Security, Polo Kimani, he came out to address and talk to the youths of Kenya, and listen to what he had to say.
My youths, na mavijana, by vijana actually I mean, it's a unisex word for both females and males. And by youth I mean anybody who's born between 1994 and 2024. I believe ninyi mko below 30 years. So listen, sijika ninyi mme notice, but personally I have, that between ile time nilikuwa mtoi, time tulikuwa watoi, time tulikuwa naendesha mataya za gari na za pikipiki na za baiskeli, time tulikuwa vipi. Na hii time sahi mazemi nimegrow, in fact sahi mimi ni muda mtu nina watoi. The political scene has remained unchanged. Wale wasi walikuwa pale ile time wako hapa bado. I don't know what they are doing. But what they have actually been doing, waki interchange this position. Wa left anakuja right, wa right anakuja left, wakatikati anaingia chini, wa chini anaingia left, wa left anaingia huko, anaingia juu. But they have been there and they have created their own blanket of political elites. Na wakagawana Kenya. Huyu ana represent Mrima, huyu ana represent sijui Kambani, huyu ana represent sijui Luo. And Kenyans for some reason went on with that unquestionably. Now listen, the reason I'm addressing youths is because I know you guys are smart. You know, sisi ni wase tumesoma, sisi ni wase tuko na madegree, sisi ni wase madiploma, sisi ni tumemaliza form 4. We are people who can make decisions based on our own analysis and observation, rather than making decisions based on what we have heard, like our parents used to. Sisi ni wase wa smart. And let me just say this. I will say, these old bastards, kina Wetangu na kina DVD, kina Kalonzo, all of them, there is nothing they are going to change that they did not change when they were in government. Nothing.
What Polo Kimani has said is actually very true. I approve his message. The problem with our people, our own people, the residents, the citizens, we elect the same leaders. We vote for the same leaders. We campaign for the same leaders every election season. For what? And yet they're not doing anything. No progress, no development in our country. and of course in Africa. Just take a look at this video.
One of Africa's biggest cancers is that Africans, for whatever reason, seem insistent on electing leaders who've built nothing and then wonder why they build nothing. You've built nothing. You've created nothing. But for your words and political oratory, your ability to hold a tune and sing a verse, your ability to fill a stadium with poor people on the promise of a food hamper and a t-shirt. And then we vote for you. And we wonder why you don't know how to build roads or houses or balance a budget or just make sure that crime and law and order is in place. We elect clowns and then give them the seat of the headmaster's office.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From George Ruto Matatus impounded to wife's knife attack. Who is St. Anne's Girls Principal? Kimanel Primary School students occupy.
Where? They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. In Greenfield Estate, drama unfolded where a woman stabbed her husband. Then she went ahead to set the house on fire while they are still both inside the house. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Ameenda kwa usi. Udema ametoka. Udema ametoka. Ametoka yote nyingine. Usi atasalimiwa. Lazima asalimiwe huyo.
This photo that you see here, this is the man after the incident. Luckily, he survived. And another video surfaced online where a man shared a video of his wife stabbing him and attacking him with a knife. Take a look.
Na nikichukua usicomplain. Sitaenda. Okay, you see I'm bleeding. So if I attack you, it's a self-defense. So anything I do, self-defense. Okay. Ni vizuri. Inaonekana mimi nataka hivi ndio nikifanya against react kwa ni ndio ni self defense. Okay. Okay. Continue. Wewe unasema kitu watu tuongee eh? Watu tuongee. Hata kunipigia wewe.
Apart from these Kenyan wives going nuts, students from St. Anne's Girls, they were locked and left stranded outside the gate by their principal, Veronica Muli, after these students failed to pay their school fees. Just take a look.
Iko sawa. So, mimi mtu ajangililia ama kila mtu. So like kama kutoka asubuhi saa 4 nimelipa school pass nusu na ndio lakini ningia shule. Na kwa tu ni mbali. Mimi nimetoka Kiseri wewe Mombasa. So like wanataka tulipe fees yote 26 CGK lakini ukilipa nusu bado utaingia. Like so what's the point tukae nje tumelipa nusu na tunalala kwa tumekaa nje. Wengine mnashani 4K.
After this incident trended on social media, the public, the Kenyan people, parents and the Gen Zs, they were not happy with St. Anne's Girls principal, Veronica Muli. Let's take a look at this video of the principal hiding from her heinous deeds. What a shame, what a big shame to this principal, Veronica Muli.
Mimi kama kutoka asubuhi saa 4 nimelipa school pass nusu na ndio lakini ningia shule. Na kwa tu ni mbali.
Even Gen Alpha are not left behind. In Eldoret, Kimalel Primary School, the students there decided to inject where they chased away Rai manager over land grabbing and tilling of their school playground. Just take a look at how these Gen Alphas injected.
Wewe. Hey. Si wanafunzi wataua hiyo jamaa wa Rai.
This clearly shows you that the pressure is increasing and no generation in this country called Kenya is going to be taken for granted.
Wewe. Hey. Si wanafunzi wataua hiyo jamaa wa Rai.
Another incident occurred at Price Chopper Supermarket in Lucky Summers, where police were forced to disperse a crowd of angry residents demanding justice after a thief was allegedly locked up and mistreated and reportedly mistreated for hours. Take a look. Some young students were forced to walk barefoot to school, learning under the scorching sun, and they had no books, no desks, nothing. But thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi, New classrooms were built, they got new uniforms, they got books, and they got everything that they need. Just listen to what Eric Omondi had to say.
Wanasoma kwa hicho. Mwalimu utaona ile video tuliona watoto wanaandika kwa mchanga. Nataka tuwajengee classes hata kama ni 3 ama 4. Tuwatoe kwa jua, tusaidie mwalimu na vitu za kufundisha. But most importantly, nataka tubaie watoi. Watoi tuwabaie viatu. Ukiona mguu ndogo kama hii, mguu ndogo kama hii na kanyaga hapa ni it's very hot, yeah? It's scorching, yeah? So we're going to get them shoes, we're going to get them uniform, because shule inafungua Monday. Na watoto pia ni wa Kenya, si ndio? Pia they deserve the opportunity that other children have in this country.
Just take a look at this video of these students, these young Kenyan students, learning before Team Sisi kwa Sisi arrival. Billions and billions of shillings is being lost every day in this country called Kenya. But yet, the children of this country, the future generation of this country, they're learning under inhumane conditions. But thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi, they got everything they need just to learn in a comfortable environment. After this successful project, thanks to Team Sisi kwa Sisi giving these young children a new life, the Turkana Council of Elders, they came out to condemn Eric Omondi's actions, his projects. Just listen to what this fool had to say.
Kuingia kwa kaunti ya Turkana bila kujulisha viongozi wa Turkana kama unaingia hapa kufanya maendeleo. Hatukatai maendeleo kama ilikuwa ni maendeleo, lakini tunakataa ukora. Sisi tunakataa ukora kwa sababu katika sheria ya watoto hauwezi piga mtoto ya mtu picha kama msasi wa huyo mtoto hajakubali kupigwa mtoto wake picha. Sisi tunalaani hayo mambo ambayo Eric Omondi alifanya kwa watoto wetu. Ni mzuri kutoa msaada, ndio inakubalika, lakini utoe kwa njia ambayo inahusisha kila mtu. Lakini kuingia kama mwizi, hiyo ni wizi, hiyo ni haramu, hiyo ni mambo ambayo haitakikani katika jamii yoyote. Kwa hivyo tunataka tu ndugu yangu Eric Omondi, kama kuna project ulikuwa unatazamia kuletea watu ya hapo, kama ilikuwa ni kwa Harambee, kama ilikuwa ni kwa pesa yako, tafadhali kuja anzisha project yako. Wacha kubandisha project juu ya ingine. Ile wewe ulikuwa unaweka mabati, hiyo ni ya professionals ya hapo. Ndio walifanya hiyo darasa wakiongoja mpango yao wenyewe. Kwa hivyo tungekuomba tu kwa heshima, kuja tu uanze project yako polepole umalizie. lakini si kuweka kubandika juu ya ingine. Kwa hivyo ni hayo tu, na Mungu awabariki.
The only question I can ask this Turkana Council of Elders: where were you when these children were walking barefoot to school? Where were you when they were learning under the hot, scorching sun? Where were you when they were using the ground as books? Where were you, Turkana Council of Elders? What action did you take to help these young children? In Mumias East, Honorable Peter Selassie, he went to visit the schools that he has built and actually renovated. Take a look.
Kweli? Naona sasa tumeraise, alafu tumeweka tarazo, sasa tunatengeneza blackboard ya mwalimu. Si mko sawa? Sasa msome na msikize mwalimu, si ndio? Thank you so much. So sweet. Thank you so much. Oh, habari zenu. So we are supposed to build
South African first president who served from 1994 to 1999, Nelson Mandela, he said that education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world. Recently, Kenya has been experiencing space debris falling from the sky. In Moyale, the residents were shocked to witness an anomaly in the dark night. Others were saying that it was an UFO, an identified flying object. Others were saying that it was an UAP, an identified aerial phenomena. My question is this: will extraterrestrial beings visit Earth soon? Take a look.
Mom! Toka nje!
Haraka hili.
Ili shoot hapana ni satellite. Debris.
Isa ndio kizura bora. Isa ni mira tinjigatini. Record.
Whoa! Ini UFO ama ni nini?
UFO kinaenda.
UFO.
Apart from the extraterrestrial beings visiting Earth in Moyale, in Boni East Makueni, the people were shocked there to witness a partially burnt, high-density metallic object falling from the sky with a thunderstorm-like sound. Just listen to this story.
Kitu saa 9 hivi nikasikia kitu kinagonga, kinapiga bomu. Nilistuka, nikaangalia kwa huko mbinguni kama inaona moshi, nikakosa moshi. Kama nitaona pumbe, nikakosa pumbe.
Tukaanza kuona tuko kwa mawingu, vitu ikiondoka, tutoko. Tukikifuata tunaona kitu kikubwa sana. Na kiko moto, huwezi kusika hivi na mikono.
The owner of this home believes that the fall impact of the object a few meters from here is what caused the crack that we've seen in this building and in some of the other buildings in this location and in the vicinity. She says she doesn't feel very safe here in her home at the moment. Now, that correlation is something the BBC was not able to substantiate.
My question is this, Kenyans: if this space debris falling from the sky pose danger, cause harm, and even worse, loss of lives and damage of property, who will be there to repay? And what is the Kenya Space Agency saying about all these incidences?
Ini UFO ama ni nini?
UFO kinaenda.
President Ruto's son, George Ruto, was on the spotlight after his matatus manifest were caught live on camera breaking traffic rules. Take a look at some of this video of these matatus misbehaving on the Kenyan roads. After all this misbehavior on the Kenyan roads, George Ruto's matatus were seized by the NTSA, that is the National Transport and Safety Authority. A traffic police officer was also seen telling passengers who already boarded the matatu manifest to come down. Do you remember when the President of Kenya, William Ruto, said that parents should discipline their children, but yet his own son George Ruto is not respecting simple traffic rules? Listen to what the video at 254.
We have been reminded once again by Kasongo that we must take care of our children. The government will do its part, churches should do their part, and then parents should also do their part and mentor their children. While he's saying that, his son's vehicles manifest. They have been impounded for breaking the rules, being unruly on Kenyan roads. Talk about good mentorship. Okay, that's good mentorship. Very funny.
Even one matatu tout by the name of Freddy Psycho, he came out with this full chest and said that any traffic police officer who is trying to stop manifest will lose his or her job. That manifest belongs to the government. Just listen to this nonsense.
Itafanya makarao wengi wapewe transfer. Nishamu itafanya Nairobi, alicheka. Wenyewe kama citizen nimewaambia hii ni mkubwa. Na mko na gati ya kuweka cruiser mbele yake. Mnexpect nini nyingine? Hii gari kitupa mbao inatafuta do, mtaenda tu home. Huko bali nimetoka Nairobi imewashinda.
So Freddy Psycho, whether those matatus belongs to the government or not, or whether they belong to George Ruto, who is the president's son, or not, traffic rules should and must be followed. Recently, a female chief in Nairobi decided to unite Kenyans after she recorded herself playing with her forbidden fruit. Like, instead of her respecting the uniform and working for the people, she's busy entertaining Kenyans online.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
We bana oi, eka supu hapo. Eka supu bana oi, eka supu eka nyama baju, eka nyama. Hapa ingeiva. Aje bado keji.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Ian Njoroge case withdrawn.
It's a day we've been long awaiting for, and finally it has reached.
To corrupt traffic police officers arrested. Are we eating cat meat?
Jamaa amebeba paka imekufa kwa kagunia.
School children tear gassed.
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of the day and my name is Elvis Dairy. Ian Njoroge, aka the GOAT, has finally been set free after his case of assault towards a police officer has been withdrawn. Police Corporal Jacob Ogendo forgave Ian Njoroge after Mike Sonko's intervention, and this is what Ian Njoroge had to say after his release. Listen to this.
First of all, thank the Lord for this day. It's a day we've been long awaiting for, and finally it has reached. For all the support I've received from, especially from former Governor Mike Sonko. He's been with us to the core until to the last time. I really thank him for all the help he's given us. For my parents too, my mother, my father, for the support they've been with me, and all parties involved. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
The DPP also withdrew robbery with violence case against Comrade Ian Njoroge. The legal team was led by Wakili Duncan Okach, Ken Echeza, Angela Wanjiru, and the assistant Angela Kamau. And this is what Mike Sonko had to say.
The lawyers have covered everything. Ian, the mother, managed to thank Corporal Jacob Ogendo for the good gesture he has portrayed. You know very well he was my bodyguard when I was an MP. So we are very thankful. We also want to thank the judiciary. We want to thank the DPP, the lawyers. We all of us saw this process together as a team. Kwa hivyo yetu ni kuwashukuru na sana sana Ogendo, you are a parent. Thank you very much for what you have done to Ian. Na wewe Ian, enda kwa kijana mzuri. Sawa sawa? Next time unapiga askari yako na chuma, unaelewa? So cheza chini, punguza hasira. You're still a young boy, you have a long way to go. Sawa? Yeah. Be good. Tuendelee na maisha. Thank you very much.
So before you continue, just take a look at this video of Ian Njoroge, Comrade Ian Njoroge injecting.
Good.
Drama ensued in Kitui County after Ikanga MCA Cyrus Kisavi was dramatically arrested by DCI detectives. Just take a look at this.
Kwa nini mna black mtu wetu? Kwa nini mnafanya blackmail pachama? Wewe nyinyi akina nani? Nyinyi akina nani mnafanya blackmail? Wewe mjintroduce bwana. Wewe kubwa. Nyinyi ni akina nani? Introduction si mbaya. Hiyo ni abduction bwana. Hapana. Kwa nini hamtompea ajilete? Kwa nini mnakuja kufanya abduction leo tuko na mambo ya chama? Hapana, hii ni abduction bwana.
So, if you ask yourselves Kenyans, why is Ikanga Ward MCA Cyrus Kisavi Musyoka being arrested? He will be arraigned in Kitui law courts over allegations of forging vehicle documents to defraud the county assembly of 2.2 million shillings Kenyans. He is accused of submitting false documents for reimbursement. The case stems from a complaint by Rose Kivate Ngoima, leading the DPP to recommend 5 charges, including conspiracy to commit a felony and forgery. This is clear that even sometimes the voters can be wrong. Next time, 2024, vote wisely and make sure the Gen Zs, the young people out there, take your IDs as early as possible.
My fellow young people, the Gen Z, it is high time we understand the politics of our country. We must understand what role politics play in our lives. And until we get politically mature, we will always be maneuvered, swayed, or deceived into supporting people politically, those who don't have Kenyan interest at heart.
Are you a lover of street foods? Chief Environment Officer Geoffrey Mosiria, he caught a man with a dead cat inside a bag, which was going to be allegedly used to prepare street foods, especially Mutura delicacy. Kenyans, just take a look at this.
So, wait, mkiangalia hapa ni town. Tumepata jamaa amekaa hapa. Na jamaa ako na paka imekufa. Jamaa amebeba paka imekufa kwa kagunia. Nimeandika bana. Nameandika. Jamaa angalia. Mkiangalia hapa ni jamaa town katikati. Mtu tumempata amekaa hapa na paka imekufa. Ni kama alikuwa anataka kuenda sijui kuikula ama kuifanyia nini?
Hapana, yeye anaenda kuchanganya na mutura. Papo mnakula mutura. Kumbe hiyo mutura ni paka, sawa? Mimi jamaa alikuwa amekachora, sawa? Alikuwa amekachora. Sasa ni kitu ajui. Si ndio? Alikuwa amesunda hapa Masai fike asongeshe ripo. Sawa, ukikuja Masai kula mutura, paka kumbe umekunywa paka.
Si ndio? Hiyo ni kweli. Hiyo ni kweli.
Hiyo ndio kweli.
Hivyo ndio kwamba. Hivyo ndio kwamba. Vijana wa mtaa ameniambia hivi. Ati huyu jamaa alikuwa amekasunda hapo, anategea matime zake zifike. Alafu apime hiyo rieng aende nao wapi?
Hatojiona kitu, shuka bama uone.
Ana kikocha bama. So hii ni motorai.
Police officers in Meru County fired tear gas at Njukinjiru Primary School, causing panic among pupils as they choked on fumes. Officers were dispersing Nkabune residents, protesting poor road conditions when demonstrators sought refuge in the school. Police officers followed and threw tear gas canisters, exposing school children to harmful smoke during class. Just take a look at this. And that's not all, Kenyans. A steel company called Tononoka in Mole Mode is emitting poisonous gases and radioactive materials, which will eventually biologically cause breathing complications to the residents. Just check this out.
Wow. Tononoka jo. Hii inakaa mawingu. Hebu imagine watu wanaishi kwa ile goro man. Hata kuwa watu wa watu. Mole matuna CSR nini? Viongozi huku kama walidedi man. We. Wow. Tononoka jo.
We all know MCA Robert Alai, who is also a blogger. He has publicly admitted that he is a blogger for hire, like he's being paid to post stories in his social media handles. Let's listen to what he had to say.
Before you became an MCA, many people knew Robert Alai as a blogger.
Yes.
Have you ever been paid to publish something about someone or an organization on your social media pages?
Who is not paid?
Oh, okay.
Not, for you to do everything in this world, you are paid. But paid by who?
Okay.
Are you paying yourself? Are you finding ways of monetizing your work? Are you, for you to be a journalist, if somebody asks you that you are a journalist, are you paid to write stories? You are paid, yes, but by who?
Okay.
You see, I pay myself or by the organization I work for. So I'm paid, but by the organization I work for.
So an enemy of somebody has ever paid you to?
No, you don't do that. In fact, I find it hard because, I'm not a believer in trending things. I don't believe ShowNewTrend. I don't believe in those things, because I don't believe, and that's why I give my opinions. You don't find me tweeting a lot about the same issue. I tweet once, then I how, because I just want to give my objective truth and leave the people to judge. If they judge that I'm wrong, so. If they judge that I'm right, so.
Dear motorists, are you not tired of corruption on our roads in a daily basis, every day? Like recently, the EACC arrested 3 traffic police officers allegedly collecting bribes along the Naivasha-Mahimai highway, and even shots were fired. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Okay.
sisi. Unaanza kwa sisi. Tulia. Sawa. Tuko pamoja. Mara moja. Tulia. Waraka sana. Tulia. Kuta. Wewe acha kama. Tulia, unaanza kwa sisi. Tulia.
Ngoja.
Buka hii nani? Ndio kitu. Tukimbia huko.
Just take a look at this video of how some traffic police officers are harassing motorists in a daily basis.
Tendi mahali kama umenishika. Record vizuri, onekane venye amenishika. Record. Wewe unacheza. Mimi niwache. Nitafuta hii gari nani? Niwache. Au nishiki hivyo, hebu niwache. Record. Wewe uko na shida, au utatii sana wewe. Haki ya Mungu utatii. Utatii vibaya sana. Hiyo ndio vitu hawataka. Sawa. Nini nilipitwa na
Joge.
Iko nadi ona. Onesha gari station. Onesha vizuri. Ndio mkono hapa. Ndio mkono. Onesha. Hiyo pesa ulikuwa unatafuta hata utapata.
The people of Kenya have decided to ask serious questions concerning affordable housing. Kenyans, is this a scam or not? Listen to this.
So tell me, how does this make sense? You take my money, build a house with my money, and then tell me that I do not own that house, that if I want that house, I need to come and buy that house from you. So what's your role in this? Why shouldn't I just take my own money and then go build myself a house? Why do I need to give you that money and then have to come and buy that house from you again? How is that not a scam? How is that not a scam? Because that is what the CS has said. Affordable housing is clearly a bigger scam. Take my money, build a house with it. I don't own that house, you own that house, and then I have to come and buy that house from you. This government is a big Shylock. God have mercy on us.
It is time. It is time for the youth of Kenya to unite, come together and agree on one agenda. Kenya and Kenyans deserve better. Deserve a better tomorrow. Deserve a better future. Development, school, health, you name it. It is time for change. And that change starts with you and I. Listen to what Paulo Kimani had to say about this.
Vijana mnajoniaje? Na sasa hivi ile iko, let me just say this. I know I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Vijana lazima tuungane pamoja. Alright? Lazima tupatane. We need to move the conversation from online, just lamenting and whining. Lazima tupatane kama vijana. I don't know where, I don't know when, but it needs to be soon. To agree on agenda moja, what we want for this country. Because as it is right now, the ones running the show in the politics washaungana. Kuna bill nimeona mituma mahali, and money is being distributed among those who call themselves kingpin. Agenda ya tribalism? No. Wachana now. Agenda ya sijui wa mlima? No. We need to come together and speak as the youth of Kenya. Not just in Nairobi, Mombasa, Nakuru, Kisumu, kila mahali. Lazima tupatane tukuwe na agenda moja. But I'm going to make this very brief. That is the only way we are going to have one voice and demand a seat at the table. Alright? Thank you very much.
Tunataka barabara kutoka bypass, kutoka 44 ikuje mpaka Windsor, itoke Windsor ifike Ruaka, itoke Ruaka ikuje mpaka Limuru, itoke Limuru irudi Kino, itoke Kino irudi mpaka Njoro, ikikufika Panjaro ienda Digitare, itoke hapo irudi mpaka 44 tena ienda di bypass Kisumu.
Uongo.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye. From abductions caught on camera to patriots occupying the streets. Have we lost the young generation?
Power to the people.
Gachagua threatened government.
And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm yourself today and my name is Elvis Derry. The year 2024 has been a different year, has been a year that has never been seen before in Kenyan history. And recently, abductions has been taking place. And the President of Kenya, President William Ruto, came out and announced that there's no abductions that is taking place under his government. And he went on and said that nobody has been abducted. Listen to this.
Yale yamesemekana mambo ya abduction tutakomesha, ndio vijana wa Kenya waweze kuishi kwa amani na vile vile wawe na nidhamu na wawe wangwana, tuweze kujenga Kenya tukiwa pamoja. Tumekubaliana?
So my question is this: will all those people who are still missing, who have been abducted, be released? Take a look at this rare video of a Kenyan, a comrade, and a young man who is being abducted at night in South B. Take a look.
Wanamuingiza kwa boot.
Guys.
Wewe! Ando anachukua watu wa mtu anapotea.
This is crazy and totally wrong. Like so many Kenyans own Subaru and Probox, but they're using this type of cars to conduct their illegal abductions in Kenya. And right now, so many Subaru owners are worried because the image has already been tarnished.
Hey guys, kindly, may I have a Subaru? Na hizi Subaru saizi imechoma picha. Mpaka na sasa hivi nasikia kama anaweza uza Subaru yangu. Sababu unaweza kuta mtu anaweza kukumistake, afikirie wewe ndio Subaru yenye unabeba watu. Well, my friends, mimi, people should know that not all Subarus are Subaru. Sababu wao madisi wamefanya mpaka Subaru was a very nice car. Mpaka mtu kutembea na Subaru unaingisha fear. Unakaa mtu anasema ndio hiyo. Hawa Subaru boys. So, I think kindly babe, unasemaje tuuze hii Subaru yetu ama tuiweke parking tununue gari lingine? Kwanza Subaru sababu we love the car so much. Wenda kama umefungua dirisha. Unajua paka kwanza tuseme kuna mtu anaweza tu kukodea sema ndio watu ya Subaru ndio, kabla ufikirie papa na shida yote imeletwa na hao watu kwa abduct watu.
The former deputy president of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, he came out and said that if the abduction unit is not disbanded, he will come out and he will reveal the location and also the persons who are in charge in these abductions that has been going on and taking place every day in Kenya. Listen to what Deputy Rigathi Gachagua had to say.
And if this unit is not dismantled, we'll be giving the name of the building and the full names of that officer and his cousin in this administration. And these people are not answerable to the Inspector General of Police. Your guess is as good as mine as to who is the commander of that unit. Let me emphasize that killing our children will not quell the anger of the Kenyan people. People are very angry with this administration. Abducting young people is not a solution. You must address the cause of the disquiet, of the discontent. Why are people aggrieved with this administration? That must be dealt with. Abducting these children and killing them is not a solution. And I must remind my friend and brother, Dr. William Ruto, that since independence, no government has ever gone for children. This is the first administration in the history of this country to target children for repression and persecution. Even the colonial administration, brutal as it was, it never went for the children. And the question the president must address is simple. Why has everybody turned against you and the administration in only 2 years?
After Rigathi Gachagua's statement, Kenyans did not waste time, neither they did not hesitate to reveal the persons who is in charge or involved in the abductions. Take a look.
Fear Kenyans. I repeat, fear Kenyans. Revolution is real. Now, just a few hours after Rigiji has given us hint of who the abductors might be, akatupatia location, akatuambia ni city center, akatupatia floor, akatuambia ni 21st floor, na akatupatia the first name of the person who is leading the abductions, Mr. Abel. Now, Kenyans hawajalala. They have gone ahead, identified some few government buildings, because these people might not be operating from private buildings. Kenyans wakasapo KICC na wakasampo Nyayo. Sasa bado tunaendelea kufanya uchunguzi, but uchunguzi mahali imefika kuna mahali imeonekana the person is called Mr. Abel Kimboi, a former GSU officer and a cousin to Farouk Kibet.
We have noticed that some politicians are trying to sell fear to the Gen Z parents so that the parents can tell their children, the Gen Zs, to stop talking about the government or being involved in anything to do with the government. But Grace Wasuka, an actress, she came out and said that she will not be cowed in fighting for good governance in this country. Just listen to what she had to say.
So my mother has just called me and she's like, Washuka, I'm hearing that you're posting political posts. People are being abducted. Take them down. Take them down. And then I hear my aunt in the background. We want you alive. I'm not taking nothing down. I'm not taking nothing down. My followers on Instagram are 50% Kenyan. I was with Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen recently at the US Embassy event. I have his number. I can call him. I'm sure he even knows where I am right now. I'm turning the other cheek, which in historical biblical times was if somebody, when the Romans slapped you with your left hand, when you turned the other cheek, you were actually lowering his status because you were saying, okay, continue. When they gave you a punishment of carrying their things for 1 mile, you went 2 miles because you're like, it's fine. Let's keep going. Me, I'm okay. So, God is my witness. God is my witness. God is my protection. I know that sounds crazy to some, but he is my protection. It is not a Merry Christmas for Billy Mwangi. It is not a Merry Christmas for Rex Masai's family. It is not a Merry Christmas for Peter Muteti's. It is not a Merry Christmas for Naomi's family. It's not. Naomi's mom right now is freaking out. So we're just supposed to abandon this woman. We're supposed to abandon Naomi because we're scared. Q1 2024, let us kindly read our constitutions. Let us find out what are our rights. Like for real. Let us begin to rally behind whoever we want to stay. This is democracy.
The Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, he came out and said that the government is not involved in the abductions, and he actually distanced himself from the abductors. After this, Honorable Babu Owino came out and gave his honest opinion. Listen to this.
Thank you very much, fellow Kenyans. I want to take this opportunity to talk about the recent abductions. Abductions which are leaving families in pain, in agony. It is so sad for someone to get out of nowhere to abduct a child of a fellow Kenyan. These abductions have already been condemned by different leaders, and the Inspector General of Police has come out clearly saying that the police officers are not the ones who are abducting Kenyans. I want to tell you, Kenyans, that it is a high time to stop these abductions, and you know what to do. Do not request the president not to abduct people. You have the solution. Now that we have been told that it is the criminal gangs who are abducting Kenyans, we need to deal with these criminal gangs. You know what to do. Anything humanly possible, anything around you, any material around you should be used to protect a fellow Kenyan. We will not allow abductions as Kenyans. If you stopped President Ruto from signing the finance bill into an act, then you can stop a few group of people, 2 or 3, from abducting fellow Kenyans. Let us deal with these people decisively. Kenyans, let us ensure that no Kenyan suffers anymore.
So since these abductors have been categorized as criminals, as goons, Kenyans, how do you deal with such people in those Subarus and Probox? Listen to this man from all the way from Kisumu City, what he had to say.
Guys, let me give you pointers on this abduction, on how to solve this abduction problem. Reason why I'm a Luo. In Kisumu, for example, tuseme kuna mse alikuwa na abductiwa, right? The first thing utaona mawe itatoka from nowhere. Au mtu ameitupa. Na hiyo mawe imelengwa kwa windscreen na hiyo gari yenye imekuja kwa abduct mse. Then driver atashtuka na atachomoa gari haraka. Si ataacha wale wase wana abduct mse hapo nje. That is when public inabaki na hawa wase kama ni 4 ama 3. Kwani kazi ya mawe ni nini? Si mtumie tu akili. Karau washatuambia vizuri that they are not involved in this abduction. Kumaanisha tuko na criminals kwa hii society yetu, and we need to deal with them. Since Karau wamesema they don't have the capability of dealing with these people. It is you and I as a brother and as a sister to protect the society. So mukitaka kuendia abduction, that is the only way. Wakifika hivyo, mawe itoke from nowhere, chapa windscreen, achia mob imebaki, hawa wase wamebaki hapa chini.
As we all know, Kenyans are fearless and they will always speak their mind no matter what. One Kenyan man came out and said that the president of Kenya, President William Ruto, is brainless. Just listen to what he Bro.
Ruto. Kama kuna mtu mwenye ana akili kwa hii dunia ni wewe Ruto. Na wewe ni mjinga namba 1, president ambaye hajielewi. Na mimi nataka nikuambie hivi. Mimi ndio Papa TV na sikuogopi. Wacha venye unatishia vijana pale Jakaranda, unaenda unawatoa mbio mara wanaweka kwa Subaru. Mimi utakuwa umenisaidia, sijai bebo kwa Subaru. Na raundi hii mtanikujia na ndege. Ruto nasema wewe ni matako. Na sikuogopi yana the president. Nyinyi mlionga Chebukati, hiyo kicha iko yako. Chebukati sasa saa hizi anaumia kwa sababu ya ongo ile ambayo mlimpea. Sasa hivi ameruka kichwa. Raila ndiye alikuwa akuwe president, lakini ulifanya ujinga wako ukapeana ongo, Chebukati akatangaza uongo. Ushaondoka Shagwa. Amebaki wewe. Mkapitisha katiba sijui mara sijui wanaume wa kulana kwa matako. Wewe Ruto, si ni wewe ndio ulipitisha? Kumaanisha nyinyi na Gachagua mlikuwa mnakulana nyuma. Ulikuwa umeoa Gachagua. Na sasa saa hizi Gachagua ameamua kusema ukweli. Zile siri zenye mlikuwa mnafanya zote. Na kuna watu walikuwa wanakufa kwa are. Nyinyi si hata mjui. Na si hatujui. Mnajua kile ambacho kinaendelea. Ruto wewe ni mjinga. Nataka nikuambie hivi, nitafuteni munifinye magende. Si mlimaliza kunifinya. Kuna kitu kingine mnataka? Ndio maana yake sifichi sura. Nyinyi kujeni mahali ambapo mnataka munipate. Na niko Tasia. Si hata najificha. Kama kuna mtu Narudia kusema wewe ni mjinga president ambaye hajielewa, huna akili.
Later on, after his videos trended on social media,
Wacheni kuniangaisha. Saizi hata kwenda kwa duka peke yake siwezi. Naomba tu mnisamee. Please. Ruto, ambia hao madisi yao waachane na mimi. Wananipeleka mbio. Mimi sitaki. Na nyinyi madisi yao acha niwaambie. Najua ni kazi mmepewa. Munitafute. Si ati mlikuwa mmekosa kazi ya kufanya. Mimi vitu zenye nilikuwa naongea mimi, by the way, mimi naomba msamaha. Wacheni kunitishia maisha, mkinipigia simu mkiniuliza penye niko, mkiniuliza wengine wanajifanya wanataka kutoa content na mimi. Please, nataka niwaambie hivi. Mimi mnanihangaisha. Naomba msamaha. Nilitusiana na sitawahi rudia tena. Please. Nimeenda nyumbani nikidhania ni kuzuri, kumbe huko ndo kubaya kabisa. Mimi mambo ya kutusiana tena nimeachana nayo. Mimi nadhania kuongea mtu anaweza ongea tu. Please, sitawahi tusiana tena.
Apart from our brother being clouded in fear, Kimani Ichung'wah also came out and threatened the Kenyans and the Gen Zs who are criticizing the current government, who are criticizing the president of Kenya, William Ruto.
Nirudi nisirudi. Nirudi tena. Na mtu akicheza na baba nifieke. Mtu akicheza na Rais Ruto nifieke.
So, comrades, if you had a chance to meet the president of Kenya and talk to him, or even if you had a chance to send him a message, what will you tell him? Listen to what this lovely young Gen Z had to say.
I have a message for our president, Dr. William Ruto. So I've heard today you want our parents to discipline us. I feel like you are feeling that we are disrespectful. We might be, yes. But have you ever sat down and asked, why are we disrespectful? It's because you also don't respect us. And respect is and it's not demanded. How are we supposed to demand? How are we supposed to respect you when you're abducting us? How are we supposed to respect you when you're killing us? How are we supposed to respect you when you lie and lie and lie and lie shamelessly and mercilessly? How are we supposed to respect you when you promise without fulfill? How are we supposed to respect you when you wake up one day calling us stupid? How are we supposed to respect you when you wake up one day calling us peppers? You called us treasoners for for rejecting the finance bill. Here is the thing. Before you tell our parents how we are supposed to be respectful or how they are supposed to discipline us, have you disciplined your children yourself? Your son is a notorious criminal who does not even obeys traffic rules. Have you seen how his nganyas are driven in this city, Nairobi? Have you seen? I hear that your daughter is a lesbian. Are you the parent who is telling our parents how they should parent us? How about you start with the big log in your eye before the small specks in our parents' eye? Listen, manzi. It's either udu chenye tunataka ama tu usonge roho safi because we are tired.
What I know is this. Kenyans and Gen Zs are fighting for good governance and a better future for this country. So why would you incite parents to punish their own children for exercising their constitutional rights? And since the Inspector General of Police, Douglas Kanja, came out and said that the police are not involved in abductions, neither the government is involved in abductions, so much has just been revealed. Listen to this.
Kenyans, in this war against abductions, you don't even know what you have discovered. We have IG of police who comes and say that he truly doesn't know who is abducting Kenyans. Then we have the former Deputy President Gachagua who comes and say that the IG and police don't know who are abducting Kenyans because Ruto created another unit of police led by a guy called Abel. They reside somewhere in a building with 21st floor that are abducting Kenyans. That the IG has no idea and the police have no idea. Then Ruto confirms our fears by saying we are going to stop the abduction. Who are we? The unit that is led by Abel. The reason I'm telling you don't know what you have discovered is this. Kenyans have been correcting taxes. The taxes have been increased.
Ruto has borrowed more than any other president. You cannot see even a project. Is there a possibility that there is another treasury that Kenyans don't know? Outside the government that we know, Ruto has created another treasury of collecting money. Outside the Kenya government we know. Is there a possibility that all these ministers who have been failing in their job, including very competent one, is there a possibility that Ruto created another line of ministries that are doing the job, including the ghost workers and the ghost schools we have been seeing? Is there a possibility that Ruto is running two kind of government?
So Kenyans, do you think that Kenya, this country, has been turned into a mafia state? If we criticize the politicians, it doesn't mean that we hate them. What we want from them is good and better governance and a better work from them. One member of parliament by the name of Samuel Arama, he came out and told his goons that if you see anybody who is criticizing the MPs or the government, you should deal with them. Just listen to this rubbish.
Nyinyi vijana, mtu anaenda kuongea Arama, msikia mtu ameongea Arama kwa social media, tafuta yeye mumlete station. Bwana yes, you must give me justice. Kwa sababu watu wananitusi. Sasa hivi vijana wakikamata huyu mtu wamleta hapa, si pia tutatafutia yeye kwa sababu sasa nyinyi mmekataa kunisaidia. OCS hawakamati hii watu. Mbona hawakamati hao na raia? Unaona sasa wanaanza kusema wakamata. Lakini tusaidiane. Kwa sababu mimi siwezi kukubali pia. Unajua watu wengi wanaona mimi ni mtu. Mimi si mtu hivyo vile mnaona. Msinifikirie ati mimi ni mtu kama President William Ruto. Mnakumbuka alikuja hapa mkamwambia waachana na Arama. Hata president ananiambia kila siku, anasema ile watu yako ya 140 na Kabutembo soko mjinga anawajua. Wewe ni nani ukuje kuniambia hapa tu unataka kusimama kura? Ati sasa wewe umekuja ni jembe mpya, jembe ya kwenda kulima wapi? Ena mkataze hiyo watu sasa mtaenda mjauane vijana kama 200. Nyinyi ndio mnaweka amani hapa. Amani tu. Watu wakikuja kunitusi, msipige yeye, mnashika yeye, mnampeleka OCS. Mnasema mtu alikuwa anatusi mheshimiwa wetu, si ndio? Kwa hivyo leo ni onyo kwa ile watu wanapita hapa. Mimi ndio member of parliament until 2027. Kama wanataka kutoka hapo, wakuja wanitoe.
After all these abduction scandals in Kenya, it was time to occupy the country, occupy the streets and protest against abductions in Kenya. #end abductions in Kenya. And let me tell you, Kenyans, activists and the Gen Zs, they injected and they demonstrated mercilessly and fearlessly. Take a look at some of these scenes that took place during the End Abductions in Kenya protests.
Hey. Take it. Unaona? Sasa kwa nini utandike mtu? Wanaandika tena.
Freedom of expression is our right. Walituambia wataweka pesa kwa mfuko, iko kwa mfuko kweli. Sina kuongea. Asubuhi, saa 6, jioni, kama wewe unasikia kasongo hakufurahishi.
Very stupid profession.
So tuko hapa na comrades. Tumezimiwa light. First of all, the cell is very fucking dark. na OCS ametoroka. Alienda, alisema narudi within an hour, hajarudi. Na amezima simu bro, na yuko kwake nyumbani. Wanatujaribu imani. They are really trying our patience. Lakini ndio tuko na comrades hapa. Uzuri wametuachia simu. Light wamezima, ona. Ana. Power to the people. Yeah. This is what it takes to fight for change. And we are ready. Wale wa na waweza, this is not your time. Tuko tu sawa. Okay? Tuko tu sawa. Thank you.
Vijana usilale, bado mapambano, bado mapambano, usilale. Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yake. Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi, sasa natoa roho yangu. Iende kukomboa nchi.
Shame on you. Osama Otero mwenye unaambia watu maandamano ni tarehe 6. Maandamano ni tarehe 30. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Imani Chungwa, who you are telling people that we should be arrested. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Rigathi Gachagua mwenye unatuambia you know these places but you're not telling us. Shame on you.
Shame on you.
And we want to tell you, these people you're wearing capes, these abductors you're wearing leather jackets, mnavaa kama tunawatambua. Kwa hivyo tunaambia wananchi, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye ameshikwa, ukiona mtu yoyote ambaye anavutwa na magari si inaitwaje, si Subaru peke yake, tunaona pia Probox mnazitumia. So we know you're going to change the way you're going to abduct people, and we are very, very disappointed with you, Mr. President. You cannot come out yesterday and tell us now tunaenda kuachilia wale watu, and then the statement ya polisi, you're telling us that you don't know what is happening.
Tuko na organization kama wanyonge, yani afadhali ukutana na mwizi kuliko askari. Ukikutana na askari uko na uoga kuliko mwizi. Mwizi utampatia pesa yake atakuacha. Askari anataka kushika na kusingizia vitu vingine. Vitu ambavyo utafanyangi. Wewe utapigia mama yako mzazi aje simu kwambie umeshikwa na robbery with violence. Kitu ambacho hujafanya.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From our brother Henry joining university to the Villager 254 revealing the hard truth.
The government of Kenya is giving the land to JKA for 30 years.
Who is Gautam Adani?
The Indian national is 62 years old and has a net worth of $81.2 billion US.
Mass protests at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport.
you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend, and I'm your host of today. My name is Elvis Derry. Many of you are familiar with the Adani Group, and before we start this episode of today, let us first know who Adani is.
The Indian national is 62 years old and has a net worth of $81.2 billion as of September 9th, 2024, according to Forbes. The figure places him among the world's 25 richest people. He is the chairperson of Adani Group, which has interests in ports, airports, power generation, and green energy. Adani Group began operations in 1988 as a commodities trading company. It thereafter expanded through acquisitions. Adani is India's biggest airport operator. He also controls India's largest port called Mundra Port in Adani's home state of Gujarat. He also owns Abbott Point, a coal mining project in Australia said to be one of the largest globally. In 2022, Adani became India's second largest cement producer after acquiring a Swiss cement manufacturer in India.
Before the protest started, Henry the whistleblower took to the streets to protest against the Adani Group and against them taking over the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Take a look.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani? Ameuza Muhindi. Yaani
Muhindi mgani?
Sijui kwa Muhindi, lakini huyu Ruto lazima aende nyumbani. Aende kalale. Yeye hajauza airport. Yeye hajauza airport. Nani? Uhuru hajauza airport. Kwani yeye anakwenda kuuza airport hapa? Yeye ni nani? Hatutaki.
So sasa tunaelekea airport.
Tunaelekea airport pale.
Sawa.
Sasa tunaelekea airport. Arudie airport hapa.
Journalists were heading to the airport to cover the protest that was about to start at 12 midnight, but they were not allowed to get inside the airport.
So this is the situation, guys. We have been stopped at the JKIA. We can't go access to do our work to report on that. What's your name, sir? So they're stopping media from covering the situation at the JKIA simply because of we are going to report on the situation, how people are stranded at the JKIA, and this is the current situation. Yeah, it's crazy. Now the government doesn't want the public to know what's happening at the JKIA.
While the journalists were still negotiating their entry inside the airport, the workers were already conducting their demonstrations. So the government decided to deploy National Youth Service to take over, but which they failed miserably. There were long lines at the airport, travelers waiting anxiously to reach their destinations. Take a look at some of these video clips which was filmed by Larry Mado.
So airlines are rushing to get the flights to leave JKIA before midnight, because at midnight everything shuts down. The staff say they want a total shutdown, and that means even flights cannot land and take off because members of the Kenya Aviation Workers Union includes air traffic controllers. Just every single aspect of the airport run by Kenya Airports Authority staff will not go on as they oppose the plan to transfer the operation of the airport to the Indian firm known as Adani.
This is insane.
Yes, let it be known. This is insane.
This is mad. We? Naomba kupita tafadhali. Ati? Piti sana. Piti sana.
Some travelers even gave up and they wanted to go back home, but they were locked inside the airport. Like Mary Mariga, which she tweeted on X and said that, "Can someone rescue us inside JKA Terminal 1C? We need to go and sleep. We have been locked from outside for 1.5 hours and no one is saying anything." Even Embakasi East Constituency Member of Parliament Babu Owino was not happy with the Adani Group, and this is what he had to say.
Alafu mtu anatoka kule India anakuja hapa kufanya biashara Kenya. Fanya biashara India kwanza. Hapa Kenya wacha wa Kenya wafanye biashara yao hapa Kenya. Na ukitaka kuinvest Kenya, kuja ununue shamba ujenge airport yako kama Adani. Sio iko sawa? Na uajiri wa Kenya hapo. Si ati kukuja kuchukua airport ya wananchi. Kenyans only need 238 billion for the expansion of an airport. Hiyo 238 billion yezi shinda serikali ya Kenya ku expand its own airport na kuongeza jobs hapa ndani. The moment tumekubalia Adani kuchukua airport yetu, tuta lose kazi. Pesa itatoka Kenya kwenda nje. Na hiyo in economics ya ikubaliki hata kidogo. Inaitwa foreign absorption. Hiyo haiwezi grow nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo Adani tunakuona kabisa. JKIA is my constituency. And we are not going to allow you and President Ruto kuwa na utu.
A reformer and Red Party of Africa leader Clinton Mariera Ndege had to send this message to the airport workers. Listen to this.
Kwa wafanyikazi wa JKIA, let me tell you the truth. You are going to be jobless soon after Adani takes over JKIA. So saa hii mkikubali hao wasee wachukue hiyo airport, mwanze kutafuta ma-CV zenu na passport, tuende kutafuta kazi pale Saudi Arabia. So you must stand strong against this Adani. We are all supporting you as Kenyans. Thank you.
While Kenyans were holding peaceful demonstrations at the airport, a Kenyan senator all the way from Mombasa County was complaining that he couldn't take his brother abroad for medical treatment. Listen to what he had to say.
Ulikuwa ukisafiri? Asante, nilikuwa nasafiri kwenda Mumbai kumpeleka ndugu yangu kwa check up ya moyo. Na tulikuwa tuondoke alfajiri na ndege ya saa 12. But unfortunately kutoka hiyo time mpaka sasa bado tuko hapa. Na huu mgomo ulianza saa 6 usiku usiku wa leo.
I will also like to show you a video clip of JKIA staff members mobilizing to make history. Take a look.
Sasa tusikizane tafadhali. Nataka tuelewane. Ninyi ambao mnaenda nyumbani sasa, hakikisha kesho asubuhi ninyi nyote mko hapa. Yes. Asubuhi na mapema. Lazima wakati historia itaandikwa miaka mingine, sema jina langu liwe kwenye wale walitetea uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Usiwe nyumbani tunaangalia kwa televisheni. Tuko pamoja?
Many patriotic Kenyans wanted to go and join the protest at the airport, but they were met with heavy security and tear gas. Even they couldn't board buses and roads were blocked. Moving on to the next video. While Kenyans were being tear gas and blocked in Nairobi CBD, at the airport, GSU officers were deployed. Our Kenyan hero, Henry, who protested against the Adani Group taking over the airport, Later on, he met with Eric Omondi. After meeting Eric Omondi and redoing the protest video, he later on got an opportunity to join Ndere Vocational Training Center.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani?
Ameuza muhindi. Yaani
muhindi gani?
Sijui kwa muhindi, lakini huyu Ruto lazima aende nyumbani. Aende kalale. Moja hajauza airport, mwingine hajauza airport. Nani? Huyu hajauza airport. Kwani anakwenda tuuze?
Our brother Henry not only got support from Kenya but also around the world. Even the comments were very, very positive. Listen to this.
Kama kuna mtu ametetea airport ni huyu kijana. Huyu kijana abebwe na ndege, azungushwe juu, hata ninajua hata airport kukanyaga sijui kama shakanyaga. Kenya mzima huyu kijana peke yake ndiye alijua airport inauzwa na tukacheka. Juu alikuwa anasema airport imeuzwa na imeuziwa muhindi. Hata wafanyikazi hawakokuwa wanajua. Hata wasomi wenye at least wenye tunaona wako sawa hawakuwa wanajua, lakini huyu kijana alikuwa anajua. Usiwahi dharau mtu. Huyu kijana aki yeye peke yake ndiye alingangania airport inauzwa na akasema airport inauzwa na inauziwa muhindi, tukacheka.
Ameuza airport. Ameuza nani?
Ameuza muhindi.
A patriot, a professional relator and a pan-Africanist, the Villager 254 had a disturbing message to Kenyans on why Ruto is in panic modes. Listen to what our brother the Villager 254 had to say about this.
JKIA was sold. It was not leased, it was sold. That's a done deal. Now, this is the Villager 254 Patrick. Why I believe JKIA has already been sold, and that's a gone deal. And it's a deal, that's a matter under the water. It's gone, finished. The only way the government of Kenya can redeem itself is by paying damages, because they will have to cancel this sale. This deal has to be cancelled. It doesn't matter what you call it. I am a real estate professional. I've done real estate for how many now? Full time, 15 years. But I've done it 5 years before then. Now, when you enter into a lease, the landlord retains the mother title. You write a new contract called a lease because you are not taking the property, the whole property for yourself. So you enter into a lease, and that lease is registered in the Ministry of Land. And a lease is anything that is 5 years plus 1 day. That's what the law says. Now, what is the difference between what JKIA have done and the normal leases that people have out here in Kenya? The difference is this. The government of Kenya is giving the land JKIA for 30 years. And remember, my people, it's not only JKIA. It is even Moi, it is Eldoret, it is Isiolo, it is everywhere. Everywhere where we have airports, Adani will be running.
Let me know in the comments down below what you think about this.
And remember, my people, it's not only JKIA. It is even Moi, it is Eldoret, it is Isiolo, it is everywhere. Everywhere where we have airports, Adani will be running.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back.
You're welcome.
What's up, good people? Finally, I've arrived in Nairobi, Kenya, man. And today I'm going to be showing you guys how this amazing city looks like. I remember you. before you finish continuing showing you this video, but
Zakayo afanye nini? Ati Ruto must go. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi. Ruto must go. Mwizi.
This man is awesome. Oh my God. Let's welcome Broski Elvis Deli.
Peaceful demonstrations are not only happening in Nairobi, but also around Kenya. Let's go all the way to Eldoret City and see how the airport, the Moi Airport staff members demonstrated. Take a look.
Bado mapambano.
The Secretary General of the Central Organization of the Trade Union, Francis Otoli, was also not left behind as he joined the staff members at the airport for peaceful demonstrations, and this is what he had to say.
Hiyo sauti imesikika. Yule aliyesikia hiyo sauti hana masikio. Kwa hivyo mimi naambia mngojee, tunaenda kwa mkutano na msimame hivyo. Sema ya kwamba wale shop stewards wameshikwa waachiliwe haraka.
While peaceful protests are going on at the airport, some Adani Group members had to hide themselves like cockroaches. Meanwhile, some Kenyan delegations went all the way to India to rubber stamp the Adani deal. And this is what Dr. Mumbi Saraki had to say about this.
This is for entertainment purposes only, so now family. How has the JKIA Adani deal received crazy uproar and backlash in India? Can you imagine? In India, family. Paka, the opposition leaders came out and they were like, yo, this is a bad deal for our country because it could even affect Indian-Kenyan relations. Of course, these guys are seeing these things trending globally. Adani has been trending globally because of Kenya. And they said that this would also put the lives of Indians living in Kenya at risk. It would put the businesses of Indians living in Kenya at risk because Kenyans obviously don't want it. It looks like somebody's listening to us. And the reason this is happening is because the Kenya delegation recently landed in India to quickly rubber stamp Adani. You know, the way they're trying to do everything chini ya maji. But where? Can you imagine?
Indians themselves are protesting against the Adani Group. Who are we as Kenyans to accept Adani? Take a look at this of how Indians protested against the Adani Group.
The money of the people that has been forcefully invested into the Adani Group, and now that the stocks are falling, now that there is a huge crisis, the money of the people is at stake. Apurva continues to be with...
The allegations of fraud levelled against the Adani Group caused deepening political unrest on Monday. Some of India's opposition party members were detained by police during protests, with the event stalling Parliament for a third consecutive day. Communist Party of India member John Brittas is calling for a joint Parliament committee.
I mean, we want a JPC or a Supreme Court monitored inquiry into the scandal that is Adani. Adani itself is a big scandal, and the government has to come clean on this. and this is a symbol of crony capitalism that is in demonstration now.
Not only Kenyans or the Indians protested, even the Australians protested back in 2017, and Adani was actually banned in Australia. Take a look.
Climate change protesters have scaled trees in the heart of Sydney CBD during a rally against coal giant Adani. They are
Tuesday week, October 17th, kicking off at 6:30 at the Golf and Diggers.
Kenyans, are you aware about the evilness behind the Adani deal? Like personally, I was very, very shocked, and I want you guys to listen to this and listen very, very carefully.
Adani has presented a PIP to the Kenya Airports Authority to do what? To run the JKIA, all right? The Kenyan government will not build a new airport in the next 30 years that can compete with JKIA if Adani Airport Holdings takes over the operations of JKIA. This is according to the demand set forth by the Indian conglomerates. So the PIP says, we come, we do airport. You don't do no airport. You use airport. 30 years, no other airport. Adani will also propose amendments to Kenyan laws and change of national aviation policies to enjoy the sole mandate for running JKIA, stop competition in a bid to maximize returns. This overrides Vision 2030 that was initiated during the late Mwai Kibaki's tenure, which aimed to transform Kenya into a logistical and service hub in the region. Under these proposals, the 38 airports in Kenya will not be upgraded.
Even our Kenyan Gen Z sister was not left behind, and this is what she had to say about the Adani deal.
The rumor has it that when Adani takes over Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, all the licenses and permits will be renamed Adani Airport Holdings Limited, and JKIA will not be called Jomo Kenyatta International Airport again, but the name will be changed to Adani Holding International Airport, and Adani will operate in Kenya for 10 years tax-free.
A popular Kenyan TikToker by the name of Wazimu Mwenzenyu, also known as Ellen, revealed that the Kenyan government is full of brokers, and this is what Ellen had to say about this.
Adani JKIA deal. I think the last cabinet had brokers inside, because how would Adani want to spend 1.8 billion to upgrade and expand JKIA, while Qatar Airways in Rwanda wants to build a very good airport at the amount of 1.3 billion? Secondly, I did not see any committee that sat with the then Transport CS Kipchumba Murkomen to engage in any discussion, because he was the Transport Cabinet Secretary at that time. 1.8 billion is enough to build a new functional airport. So Adani would have come and built their own airport. They could have leased land to them. But now there is a broker in between Adani, the Cabinet Secretary, and then Kipchumba Murkomen, and Nabi. I really want to know who the broker is. What shocked me more is this, that deal between JKIA and Adani will be compensated if there are interruptions from courts or parliament or protests. I have come here this morning to tell you that our parliament, our government, our cabinet is run by brokers. What wakomboka?
Many Kenyans are puzzled on how Kasamal Makore managed to enter inside the airport and take part in peaceful demonstrations against the Adani group. This is what Kasamal Makore had to say.
Lazima kuwake.
No, for sure, we are here to occupy the airport. Occupation watu wanafikiria ngani kupiga kelele. Hapana, occupation ni kuhakikisha kwamba whatever is meant to happen is not happening. whatever is meant to happen is not happening. Our watu wamekaa hapa kuanzia 4 a.m. They were supposed to fly out to different destinations. Wanachanga maandamano itaanza saa ngapi? Maandamano itaanza saa zile hawa sio wamekasirika mbaya sana. Like karibu hiyo things are boiling nicely.
So class, is the pressure increasing or decreasing? Take a look at some of these scenes at the airport in Nairobi of peaceful demonstrations. As you can see, things are boiling very, very nicely at the airport, and take a moment and pause this video and just read on why Kenyans should reject Adani.
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter. Jikoni itakuwa hot.
Ruto lies and all the time, and that is his nature. Nataka niwaambie hivi watu wa Kitengela, hii serikali yetu ya Kenya itabidi tusimame tuitetee, sawa sawa? Itabidi kila Mkenya atokee atetee taifa ya Kenya, na atubembelezi na atuombi ruhusa. Kenya ni home, Kenya ni home. Wametuzoea, kazi yao ni wizi bila kazi. Kazi yao si ni wizi bila kazi.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Oh, you didn't say that. Don't give Elvis Derry. From Kenyans not being paid,
Standard Group Media, pay my money,
to Gen Z's being called names,
Tuliitwa hadi dangerous criminals, tukaitwa thugs.
Are Kenyans tired? Online scammers on the rise.
Did you know you could still pay for something on delivery and still get scammed?
They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back Gen Zs and Kenyans at large to ShowNewTrend, and I'm your host of today. My name is Elvis Derry. We all know that corruption has been normalized in our motherland, in our country, Kenya, under our supreme leader, not Kim Jong-un, no, but under President William Ruto. Take a look at this police officer who is bluntly and openly taking bribes without shame.
Hiyo tu. Sasa ndio nimepita na gari nyingine. Haina kazi gari siku hizi. Nakuuliza. Nimepita zaidi KCT ile tiba.
Ulikuwa na gari nyingine? Na ile nyingine. Unaona kanyanga barabara ya serikali bure.
Angalia. Angalia mzee. Ndio huko. Sikia kwanza. Sikia nikwambie.
None of this corruption will have happened if the men and women in blue who they always protect us day and night will be given their rights and also paid what they rightfully deserve. The Gen Zs went to the street to fight not only for our great nation Kenya, but also for our police officers, but yet our supreme leader decided to call them goons and attack them and also degrade them. Listen to what our fellow Gen Z had to say about this.
Tuliitwa hadi dangerous criminals, tukaitwa thugs, wakapea watu wa pikipiki pesa waende wakitupiga kwa barabara, wakapea watu wengine pesa waende wakiloot maduka za watu, ndio iambio ni Gen Zs. Nao saa hii waliamka kufanya maandamano saa 8 za usiku ati soko inaibiwa, sijui gavana mgani anataka kujui kufanya nini kwa soko. Hao wenye walibeba mabana, wacheni wazazi wafanye kazi. This country will be run by you. Who do you think you are, guys? That's what they were saying. That's the message they were communicating. Now they wish Gen Zs were on that protest of today. They wish JKA ndo hiyo. They wish Gen Zs wako huko. Guys, and the Russia ndo hiyo. They wish watoto wako Uganda, Sudan huko, boda huko, human trafficking.
During the Gen Z-led protests, you also saw the opposition leaders not only joining the government, but also going to bed and sleeping with the government. Morara Kebaso Sr., a Gen Z who is bringing significant change through civic education, had to say this. Listen.
Kumbuka tunaibiwa na kila mtu. Gava plus opposition. So kuna mtu unaweza trust out of all those people. They are all thieves and plunderers. Mimi nashindwa, why does William Ruto steal yet yeye ni president? Because una expect mtu akishakuwa president afai kuwa mwizi. But nikakuja kuelewa mission yao watu. Mission yao watu ni waibe pesa ya Kenya waipeleke abroad, waistore in dollars, wa make Kenya very poor, ndio warudishe ile do wanunue kila kitu, wa own the means of production na wa own economy. They own all the banks, they own all the ports, they own all the airports, they own all the railway lines, so that tukue slaves in our own country, tuwawakie wao wakwe kama kingdom, kama empire, ndio wakuende sasa hakuna haja elections. They hand it over to their sons to their sons, hivyo. That's their mission. Kitu imefanya wakashindwa kuiachieve ni juu ya mimi na wewe. Sasa kitu nafuu ujue, wewe mwenye unanisikiza hapo on social media, on Facebook, on TikTok, on Twitter. Sisi wenye tuko upstairs, tuko fiti, tushafunguka macho, tunajua mahali Kenya inaelekea na tunajaribu kuisave. We are the minority.
Moving on to the next video. Kenyans, what happens if your leaders and your seniors are corrupt to the core? Even the people working under them, even in the lowest ranks, they will be corrupt and they will be no different from them and the people above. Take a look at this video of this man who had to protect himself from an armed man who is an alleged police officer, and just look at how things unfolded.
Wewe achana na wewe, achana na wewe. Niache wewe. Wewe, unikizi kitu.
The silence of the Gen Z does not mean that the war is over. We are still here and we're here to stay humundu humundu. Listen to what the Village 254 had to say about the president giving the Gen Z, I don't know, the right information. Listen.
President William Ruto, this is what he said yesterday. He said that the Gen Zs were in the streets because they did not have the right information. Once they got the right information, they stopped demonstrations. So, Gen Zs, the president believes that you went to street because you are stupid. But since he was so wise, he convinced you with his information. He gave you the raw information. Once you understood the information, because he's a very good communicator, you stopped going to the streets and you kept quiet. So what is keeping you quiet, Gen Z, is because now you understand the right information. And therefore, misinformation finished. You're now fine. And that's why you're so civil. No demonstrations. Congratulations, Gen Zs. And this thanks goes to the president for being so wise and very eloquent in communication. And that's why he's going around the country communicating what his government is doing and why raising taxes is good for you. So congratulations, Gen Z.
Dear Mr. President, I, Elvis Derry, the Gen Z Minister of Information, I can proudly say that we are a generation who are well informed and highly educated, and we know exactly what is happening in this country. I want to give a big shout out to all the men and women who are on the ground amplifying civic education and teaching Kenyans on why we need good governance and why this country has to change. So, the Gen Z are never stupid and never will be stupid. Remember, these are the same people who forced you also to reject the Finance Bill 2024.
So, congratulations, Gen Z.
Let us take a short break. We're gonna be right back. Yeah, but so guys, right at Mwea area, you also have like a different kinds of unique transportation system, and I've just seen this amazing, transport system right here at Mwea area, and I would like to give it a try, man. So follow me.
Hello, Mwea area, how are you? I'm saying hi to you. Yes.
So you live around Mwea area?
Yes, I live in Mwea, around Mwea area. It's my place. Yes.
And I can say like Mwea area is well known for rice. There's plenty of rice in this area.
Yes, as per now we are harvesting. We are harvesting rice, and everybody is busy.
Okay, so what would you like to tell Kenyans this morning?
Okay, this morning I'd like to tell you to work hard, pray more, and fight for Kenya. Fight for a better Kenya. Kenya ni home.
Kenya ni home.
Kenya ni home.
Kenya ni home. Kenya ni nyumbani.
This man is awesome. Oh my god. Let's welcome Broski Elvis Derry.
By now, I know many of you are familiar with these words. Tumepanga, tumetenga, tutafanya. All Kenyans all over the world are familiar with those words. And I want to show you of this video of a Kenyan Gen Z who is enlightening us on how propaganda is being used in Kenyan politics.
Najua tunajiuliza mbona politicians wanapenda kusema uongo sana, na it's very sad because mbona mtu mkubwa udanganye na uwezi pigwa. So nikakumbuka kwa Eastern government walisemanga ati propaganda can be used to ascend to power. So inaweza tumika kuinfluence watu, either ikuwe right information ama wrong, watu wanaitumia to ascend into power. But saizi imeenda overboard, watu wanadanganya sana mpaka watu wamekasirika. Kwa mtaona kwa watu wa Eastern government mkuje mniambie story, labda nimesahau ama nini. But watu wakubwa waache uongo. Uwezi pigwa, hakuna mtu anakupiga. We just held you accountable.
The same propaganda in politics has not only been used in this government but also in previous governments, and it has made many generations not to think big about themselves but to think less. Listen to this.
Hi Kenyans, I want you to think beyond unga. I want you to think beyond bei ya sukari. In as much as bei ya unga, bei ya sukari imeshuka, I want you to think beyond that. Kwa sababu huku nje hakuna kazi. You understand? Mtoto wako anakuja na kupea civil education, telling you about the government, how it's harassing and killing young men, young people. And you are saying, oh, unga bora imeshuka. Think beyond unga. You are the first people to call your kid. Hey, niko na hospitali sina madawa. Hey, sina school fees ya mtoto wenyu, sina nini. Think beyond unga. Think beyond sukari. Think beyond anything that's revolving around food. In as much as your food imeshuka chini, vijana hawana kazi, vijana wanauawa. Mtoto wako anakupigia simu akiwa university hana chakula. Hiyo chakula yenye unasema imeshuka. Mtoto wako university sai hana hiyo school fees. Mtoto wako sai anarushiwa tear gas, anapigwa na makarau day in day out kwa sababu they don't want a new funding project. So if you don't come out with other parents, then stop thinking beyond unga, manze.
During the beginning of this video, I said this. We all know that corruption has been normalized in our motherland, in our country, Kenya. So if your leaders are corrupt, even the people will be corrupt. Take a look at this video on how online scammers are advancing day by day, thanks to being taught by the corrupt leaders of Kenya. Listen to this.
Guys, did you know you could still pay for something on delivery and still get scammed? Now skizeni hapa vile ina happen, huh? For you to understand this, assume kuna wewe, the buyer, is this scammer who is selling stuff online, and there is this real seller. So what happens is, the scammer an advertise product where the buyer unaipenda, for instance furniture, and you order from this scammer. So what the scammer tells you is that you're going to pay for this stuff on delivery. So si utakuwa sure ikifika ndo unalipa. So you go ahead, order. Then this scammer, what he does is contacts a real seller and gives this real seller an order and tells them deliver to this location. Hii location ni wewe yenye ni ile location wewe umepatia huyo scammer. So the product is delivered to you na wewe utacontact ule scammer. Unamwambia mzigo umefika, how can I make this payment? Anakupatia details za payment na unalipa. After ushalipa, anazima simu, and now delivery guy wa the real seller ask you umelipa? Wewe unasema nishalipa. You confirm, na yeye delivery guy ana confirm with the real seller. Hasa hapo ndio kesi inaanzia, because the scammer hajalipa the real seller na ashakuletea product. So the real seller ana demand for his product na wewe uko hapo pia unasema ushalipa. So mko hapo in between, conflict yenye sijui na hata inaweza isha lini.
Since Ruto got into power, he has been traveling every day to different countries. And the question is he gathering for the storm? Listen to what our Kenyan Gen Z had to say about our shore of flying, lying, and stealing, and also, of course, killing. Listen to this.
Ruto is not traveling abroad because he likes flying. Our shore for flying, lying, stealing, and killing. No. He's traveling because he is gathering for the storm that is about to be the kind of dictatorship that we are going to experience under this guy. He is locking in. So Ruto received an achievement award that was given to him as the most accountable, transparent, and there was a third thing, president. They called him everything that we know he's not, and they know he's not. Why Ruto is being given all of these things is to manufacture the kind of consent that is needed for him to run a dictatorship. So Kenyans, he's been traveling to countries like Germany. He's been with the Israelis. And can you see the things that he's given back? The other time that he traveled, when he came back and he told us the 15 things that he was given, do you know almost 10 of those 15 things were arms? They were arms. They were given a truck. That is not for the army, it's for the police. He's militarizing the police because the police will be the people who are here every day, hunting us down, beating us up for any kind of dissent against this man. I don't even think we're going to get to the 2027 elections.
It's only fools who oppress their fellow citizens, because at the end of the day, we are still being oppressed under the same corrupt regime. We are tribeless, leaderless, and fearless. And I'm happy how Kenyans are coming out and actually speaking out not only about the corrupt government, but also corrupt companies who are taking advantage and not paying their workers properly. Listen to this video about Standard Media Group.
Hizi kampuni unafanya kazi alafu ikifika time ya kulipa, mbona tunasumbuana? Standard Group Media, pay my money. Nilipeni. Why are you guys making us suffer? Your excuse has always been, hatuna pesa. Isi ni 1.5 billion mna receive hapo mkismile. Ziko wapi zangu? Mtaanza kusema pesa kidogo tunasumbuana, ni kidogo but ni zangu, I worked for that. Mnyonge lakini haki yake mpe. I want my money. Pay me what you owe me. First of all, let me just say, I don't like drama. You will never find me in drama social media. But I've been pushed. I could be minding my business side, just sipping wine and sitting somewhere. But you guys are pushing me. It's either you pay us, ama juu tuko wengi sana, you owe us. Tuungane wote twende tuandamane Standard Group Media na Duve, tulale huko hadi mtulipe. We will occupy that standard. Pay us our money, Standard.
So to the Standard Media Group, if you are watching this video, we are the Gen Zs. We are going to occupy that place if you don't pay our sister and not pay the people who are working there. And let me tell you, you will not believe. You will not believe.
Standard Group Media, pay my money. Nilipeni. Why are you guys making us suffer? Your excuse has always been, hatuna pesa. Isi ni 1.5 billion mna receive hapo mkismile. Ziko wapi zangu?
We are not cooling down any soon. In fact, it might get hotter.
I am telling you, and I'm not kidding you guys. I just feel Mandamano is calling me by my three names. Literally. Tell me why Mr. Must Go must keep on lying. You're even lying at utatupeleka Germany. And even Germany inajitoa kwa hiyo story. Come on. I just feel Mandamano is literally calling me and you by our third name. Things are boiling. Things are really boiling. I'm just so done with that guy.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Oh, Elvis Dairy. From police officer hand cut off.
Bunduki ameenda naye.
To more abductions in Kenya.
Tulitafuta Brian bila jitihada zote tujapata Brian kila mali, hayuko Bondeni, hayuko Central.
What's causing the fires? Kenyan soldier family speaks out.
My name is Katra Abdullahi Isa, the daughter of Sergeant Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim. He was working in the Eldoret Barracks 9KR.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm host of today and my name is Elvis Dairy. Traffic along Mahimayu Narok Road came to a halt at Duka Moja after the herders blocked road in protests. The demonstration stemmed from an incident where the livestock, 40 sheep, they were killed by a speeding Toyota Prado and the motorists were advised to seek alternative routes. Let's take a look.
But it's not worth the risk. You can't take a risk. Hata kama ni kulala afadhali ulale lakini usirisk maisha. Nataka tumashukuru.
And that's not all. That is just the tip of the iceberg. As time went by, things got more serious, more deadly, more dangerous, where the protesters and the police clashed, even to the point where one police officer lost his arm together with his gun. Just take a look.
Msaidie huyu. Bunduki imeenda nani niona tu. Bunduki ameenda naye. Bunduki ameenda naye. Huyu jamaa angetoka kwenda pande ile. Huyu angetoka. Wewe tulia wewe. Oi. Usiajilie mtu. Huyu jamaa ingizwa gani? Ngoja, we, mwenye atakuja, usiende huko. We, asiende na nini? We, patiana. Sasa. Siri kwa nini? Siri kwa bunduki. Okay, siri kwa bunduki.
This reminds me of one police officer who lost his arm during the Gen Z protests.
There was some resistance. That pin, there was some problem with removing the pin. When it finally got off, and then I was just about to throw my stun grenade, I just saw darkness.
Just take a look at some of these scenes, these deadly scenes of what really happened, what really took place during the protests.
Iko mahali ya moto.
Wale wa live
kuja basi mahali nipo.
Mama kwa bua.
Leta hiyo.
Sasa hii ni nini jamani?
Chukua kondoo jana. Sinichukue hiyo kitu.
In Nairobi City, Nairobi CBD, one angry woman decided to occupy Ethiopian Airlines offices at Bruce House, Mundimbingu Streets, claiming that she had to take matters into her own hands after the company allegedly defrauded her. Just take a look at how things unfolded. Her injecting.
Mtu moja. Choma hiyo nyumba yote.
Nilienda kwa hii Kenya akaunti yangu ikakuwa freeze, ndege ikafungwa, nikalipa ndege mara ngapi? Mara ngapi? My channel is Kenya Police Injustice Case 5.
Kenyans, it seems like abductions has been normalized in this country. Brian Otieno was abducted by Kenya Wildlife Service officers. His wife appealed for her husband's release, the father of her children. And Brian Otieno was last seen with the officers, with the KWS officers. And report says that he was badly beaten by the officers, Kenyans. It seems like currently the Kenya security agencies have adopted to abductions. Like, where are we heading as a country? Are you not tired asking yourself that question all the time? Just listen to what his wife had to say.
Naitwa Alvia huko Okelo, mimi ndo mke wake Brian. Tulikuwa tuna Brian asubuhi vizuri na tulikuwa tunapiga stories za kawaida. Mpaka nikamwambia mimi nimechelewa kazi, awache niende kazi. Tukaachana na akaniambia anaenda kazi. Kufika saa 4 nikapigiwa simu, Brian ameonekana amechukuliwa na watu wa KWS na hivyo ndo ameenda. So sisi kwa akili yetu tulikuwa tumekaa tukajiambia atapelekwa Bondeni police station kama kawaida. Tulitafuta Brian bila jitihada zote, tujapata Brian kila mahali. Hayuko Bondeni, hayuko Central, hayuko police post zozote, hayuko mochari, hayuko medical, yani Brian hayuko. Tujui sasa walimpeleka wapi. Now the last people walichukua Brian, walionekana wakichukua Brian ni Game Rangers. Ombi langu kwa wale wanachukua, mimi naweza tu waambia wanipatie baba wa watoto wangu. Jota watoto nyumbani wananiuliza kama kuna mwenye aliniuliza leo akitoka shule nitapata dad, mom. Na Baraka aliniambia nende nimtafutie dad yake. And they are young soul. First born wangu iko 6 years. Wapili iko 2 years 5 months.
Despite searching in hospitals, police stations and even morgues, Brian Otieno is still missing, leaving his family and many Kenyans puzzled. The question remains, where is Brian Otieno and those who are responsible for his disappearance? What kind of action should be taken?
Behind this particular disappearance, there are witnesses, there are people who are there when they took him, there are people who saw him after being beaten up, and we are wondering why they had to do what they have done up to this point in time. So we are demanding the immediate release of Brian from the KWS officers. We know that they know where he is. It is very unfortunate when the family went to look for him first at the KWS office. The information we have is that they were told to wait for 48 hours, the body will rise up in the lake. This is a clear indication that they have done something bad, and possibly they've dumped the body in the lake. We hope that this is just a mere rumor, that this is just speculation, and that we will find Brian. We are also demanding that the KWS Rangers involved be arrested forthwith. They are known, people saw who they were. The authorities at KWS have all the information on who they are, so we don't understand why they are walking scot-free up to this moment.
Currently, it seems like Kenyans are tired, Kenyans are frustrated, and Kenyans are desperate to seek for justice and a better future for the country, for the motherland. One female activist, she staged a lone protest, a silent protest against the judiciary and the injustices in our system. Just take a look at this video of how she occupied and injected.
Mambo ni live kabisa Nairobi, Kenya. Hapa ni Kenya National Archives. na tuko na mrembo hapa ambaye anajiita Lady Justice. Lady Justice. Ukiangalia ni kwamba she is demonstrating something. Ukiangalia upande ule tuko na pesa na hapa tuko na naitwaje? So inamaanisha for you to get justice lazima ukuwe na nini? Lazima ukuwe na pesa, au sio? Mambo ni live kabisa, tupo live Nairobi, Kenya.
Sakano, but ile message gani wanajaribu kupitishia manzee wananchi hapa, sijui inapitishwa kwa serikali au inapitishwa wapi, but
a Kenyan soldier who joined the Kenyan military in 1986 by the name of Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim. He went to Somalia in 2016 to fight against the Al-Shabaab terrorist group, but unfortunately he was captured by the militant group Al-Shabaab and he was held hostage for 8 good years, Kenyans, for 8 good years. But before we continue, just listen to his side of the story.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim kutoka Kenya. Nimesaliwa katika kaunti ya Wajir 1963. Niko na miaka 61 ya kusaliwa. Mimi ni mfungo wa kivita. Niko mkononi mwa Al-Shabaab kwa zaidi ya miaka 8 sasa. Mimi ni mwanajeshi wa Kenya. Nilijiunga na jeshi ya Kenya 1986 na nimetoka kikosi cha 9. Nimeingia Somalia tarehe 1 Januari 2016 na nikakamatwa na Al-Shabaab tarehe 15 Januari 2016. Kwa ufamisi ile ilifanywa na Al-Shabaab kambi ya KDF huko Elade. Baada ya hayo kutendeka, tulikuwa tunatarajia kwamba serikali ya Kenya na wananchi wa Kenya watajitokeza kutushughulikia ili kuturudisha nyumbani tuungane na jamii zetu. Lakini kwa bahati mbaya hiyo haikufanyika. Ni miaka 8 sasa ambayo hatujakutana na watu yetu na serikali na nchi yetu ambayo tunaipenda. Lakini wale wametuweka ambaye ni Al-Shabaab ndio wanatushughulikia katika jela kulinda maisha yetu na kutupatia matibabu. Ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na wazazi wetu. Ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na wake zetu. Na ni miaka 8 sasa hatujakutana na watoto wetu.
Our Kenyan soldier who has been living in captivity for 8 good years, Kenyans, for 8 good years, captured by the terrorist group Al-Shabaab, should be brought back home. And I'm just wondering, what kind of action will the Kenyan government take to rescue our Kenyan soldier? After his videos trended on the internet, his family came and spoke out. Just listen to this.
Fellow Kenyans, my name is Katra Abdullahi Isa, the daughter of Sergeant Abdullahi Isa Ibrahim. He was working in the Eldoret Barracks 9KR. On 2016, January 15th, he was in Somalia with the Kenyan military camp. There was an attack in their camp. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of his colleagues, but we were not able to find his body. We were taken to the Nairobi hospitals to take DNAs, but they were all not matching. After 5 years, we sat down with the military. We were given a presumed death certificate of my father. From all that, yesterday midnight, we received a video of my father being in the hands of Al-Shabaab, saying he's a prisoner and he's captive for the last 8 years and more. He's been requesting the government to help him out. We received a call before that video a while ago, like a month ago. He called me at night at 10 p.m. I couldn't believe it was him because we were still in shock.
Apart from abductions, fire incidents have also become a daily occurrence in our country. Not long ago, University of Nairobi was on fire. And now, just recently, Moi Girls High School was on fire after a multi-story building was up in flames. But thankfully, all students were evacuated safely and sound. The Kenya Red Cross confirmed that the fire started late in the evening and rescue teams arrived quickly at the scene to contain the inferno. Just take a look. We all know that Moi Girls High School has a history of fire incidents. In 2017, 10 students lost their lives in a dormitory fire. Another fire took place in Isiolo County. Now this is what I call a wildfire, and it raged for 5 good days. Like it's Kenya becoming the new California. Just take a look. And that's not all Kenyans. Another fire incident took place at the Mumias Sugar Farm, just moments after President Ruto's visit and his speech. The president promised the people of Kenya that he will not only revive Mumias Sugar, but also empower the people. And I'm just wondering, was the fire part of empowerment? Mr. President, please tell us in the comments down below.
So, hii president amekuwa tu hapa a few hours ago. Prezo amekuwa hapa Mumias Sugar. Na ni kama amepigia wakulima stories za jaba juu hakuna mkulima anaweza ataka achome miwa yake. Unaona miwa ndio inaungua. Na Preza amekuwa tu hata hajaenda mbali. Amekuwa tu hapa saa hii mamako. Amekuwa tu hapa saa hii ndawa zima moto. Sasa hapa ni 8 feet penye president ametoka tu saa hii. Ya hata hajafika mbali, hata ndege hajatua chini. Maji ndio hata hakuna mtu akona haraka nayo. Watu wa maji, watu wa kuzima maji walikuja, pipe zao zika hapo, hata wana haraka, wanasema hizo vitu ziungwe tu kabisa.
Governor George Natembeya decided to do the Lord's work after he cleared 2.8 million shillings school fees arrears for Mungano secondary school students in Kiminini sub-county. This school had the highest number of grade E in the county, but Governor George Natembeya has promised to mentor them to score better grades in the coming future exams. Let's listen to what the governor had to say.
Sasa mimi what I'm going to do is this. Niambia mwalimu mambo kuongeza fees ile 10 na ngapi hiyo tunataka. Maana ile pesa ambayo wazazi wanalipa majorly goes just to for lunch. Pekee sio mambo mengi, lunch tu. Mimi wakati nilikuwa primary lunch yangu haikuwa ilikuwa tu shilingi moja ya kukula miwa. Nataka lunch ya kula, nataka kula. Hata mwalimu sisi tunakubaliana. Hiyo weka shilingi 5,000. Ndio? Hata mtu pay fees ya watoto wote wa shule. We are going to pay the entire fees. Tunapiga hesabu karibu milioni 2 na kitu. 2.7 million. I'm going to pay that money. Na mimi nikilipa fees na ukuji shule. Haki ya Mungu utakutafuta mahali huko mnirudishie pesa yangu. Umeelewana? Sitaambia mwalimu and nitakuja tu kwako. Kama unakaa na nyanya yako mtanipatia pesa yangu. Basi kulipa pesa hapa alafu ukose kukuja. Si ndio? Ili sasa mwaka ukikwisha mimi nataka nikuje hapa nione matokeo yanakaa namna gani. Hapa nini nasikia? Yes. Si ndio? Kuondoka mambo ya hiyo tutoke.
Comrades, do you remember that day where patients, together with their infants, they stormed Afya House when CS Deborah Baraza was having a media briefing, and the patients were protesting against the chief system glitches?
We are outside there waiting the gate. We are at the gate waiting. 20 patients. We have walked all the way from Kenyatta Hospital, coming here for treatment. From last week, Wednesday, the systems are not working.
Hundreds of patients were stranded at Kenyatta National Hospital, even some of them having a mental breakdown because the systems are not working and they cannot access medical care. Like, what a sad state of affair. Another commotion broke out at Kenyatta National Hospital, where relatives attempted to forcibly remove a patient from the hospital. This prompted the security personnel to briefly close the hospital gates, initiating a temporary lockdown. Like Kenyans, just take a look at how things unfolded.
Yay!
Despite all these incidents of SHIF and SHA system glitches, to the point where even patients are having mental breakdowns, this is the only thing that President William Ruto had to say.
Hata wengine ambao mnasikia wanalalamika hapa mambo ya SHA ni kwa sababu leo wanalipa zaidi kuliko vile walikuwa wanalipa. Sasa badala ya kujitetea kusema mimi sitaki kulipa ile mimi nalipa, anaanza kusema raia wamekataa. Raia ulikutana nao wapi wakakataa? Kwanza raia hawa wengi hawana payslip. Nyinyi mko na payslip? Mko na payslip ya kulipa? Si dunia yote hii watu wenye watu wangapi hapa wako na kazi ya kulipwa payslip? Sasa wewe unatetea nani hapa? Wewe unajitetea mwenyewe, wacha kusumbua raia. Sikizeni wangwana, watu ya Kakamega. Sawa sawa.
Mumias East Constituency Member of Parliament Peter Salasia, he decided to inject, advising President William Ruto on how to tackle this SHIF and SHA nonsense. Just listen to what Peter Salasia had to say.
Mimi nataka Bwana Rais unichukue mimi, nikuwe personal advisor wako, unilipe. Kwa sababu Bwana Rais, hao watu wako hawakuambiangi ukweli. Wanakuambia SHA inafanya kazi na haifanyi kazi. Wanakuambia new model inafanya kazi na haifanyi kazi. Bwana Rais, mimi nataka nikuambia kwamba wewe ni mtu ambaye uko na moyo wa kusaidia nchi ya Kenya. Lakini kuna makatels matapeli wako katika serikali yako ambao hawataki ujue ukweli wa maneno. Mimi najua you are a God sent leader who was sent to come and save this nation. But kuna watu ambao wako hapo katikati wanataka kukutumia wewe vibaya ili ya kwamba nchi yetu isonge mbele. Mimi nataka wakati unaingia katika ile kura ambayo nataka kura za civil servant, Bwana Rais, nataka usilete karibu. Kwa sababu hao wakora wamekudanganya ukafinya payslip ya Mkenya. And that's why you see Kenyans are bitter with you, Mheshimiwa Rais. Mimi nataka Rais.
To be honest, with all these frustrations, pain and suffering that the Kenyan people are facing today, this is the only thing I can tell my people.
This is what I urge Kenyans. Kenyans, I want you to know one thing. This one thing you must know. God will not choose your president for you. God has never chosen a president for Kenya. Every time you've been told God chose a president, later you cried. It is these very unscrupulous leaders, useless leaders, wicked leaders who pay prophets. They buy prophets to prophesy they are from God, yet they are not from God. If they were from God, why do you cry after they assume office? God will not choose your president for you. Rise up and choose your president. You are first a Kenyan. The politicians have made you believe that you are first a Luo before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kalenjin before you are a Kenyan. You are first a Kikuyu before you are a Kenyan. Kenyans can change it. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Luo. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kikuyu. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kalenjin. You are first a Kenyan before you are a Kamba. Please, don't see yourself with your tribe. Identify with your country and help heaven take these evil politicians from the leadership of this nation. May God bless Kenya. May God bless Kenyans.
Truly Kenyans, God will not choose a president for us, but it is upon Kenyans, it's upon you and I to make the right decision, to vote for the right leaders, not because of tribe, not because of religion, but because of good governance, better and reasonable policies. Where some pastors decide to make sense and enlighten the congregations, some other pastors somewhere else decided to use their brains, their heads as facilities to store shit. Like one pastor, he was given a chance to talk, but he sounded more like an ass kisser. Just listen to this.
And as clergy, Mheshimiwa Rais, nataka kusema ya kwamba even we have misbehaved. Wezi kutolea sadaka sisi tukakurudishia. Jaribu unipatie sahi kama nitakurudishia. It is bad manners. Ni tabia mbaya kuaibisha kiongozi wa nchi. Na mimi nikiwa hapa kama askofu, afadhali mkubwa wangu anidunishe, lakini siwezi kuaibisha serikali yangu kwa sababu hii serikali imechaguliwa na Mungu. People are contradicting things, Mheshimiwa Rais. Na tungependa kwenda huko. Nataka kusema ya kwamba serikali hii kama imechaguliwa na Mungu, lazima tumpe Mungu nafasi, and let us not use the hindrance, the hardship ambazo ziko mbele yako kama ndio mawazo ya kukuchukia wewe, na kama wamekuchukia wewe siwapende pesa.
Kila kitu inaendelea, alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Nina zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo.
Mbona ukatuita kumina? Mbona ukatuita kumina? Sisi ni kumanina.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Kenyan churches under threat.
Waafisa wa polisi wanakuja kuangalia watu wakihubiri.
To Gen Z say no to Kindiki.
Supervise vijana wakiabductiwa, wengine wakiuriwa.
Is the deputy president post irrelevant?
Now with the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua, the post of deputy president has been watered down.
10-year-old Clinton with a golden voice.
Walikuwa nenda kutetea haki yao, lakini wako ukatuma na mapolisi wapige marisasi.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. In Kiambu County, in Kenya, preachers and church goers are being harassed. Like even in church, there's no peace. Preachers and church goers are being asked like, what did you talk about? What did you preach about? Even to the point that even police officers are going to monitor churches and what they're talking about, even preaching. Just listen to some of the preachers from Kiambu County had to say about this.
Hata wanakuja wanaketi kule nyuma watu ambao tuwajui na tukawaambia waweze kusema majina yao hawasemi. Baadaye wanatoka nje na kuanza kuuliza washirika au watu ambao walikuwa wamekuja huku mlikuwa mmewaita kwa nini?
Yaani tunasema kama sasa chief anapatikana akichukua nafasi kutaka kujua kanisa ilisomwa nini. Hawa wabunge pia wanataka, kama wewe ni mbunge wa area ile watu wamekuja, unapiga simu unataka kujua pastor fulani alikuwa anazungumza nini, kwa nini watu fulani walikuja kwa kanisa hii. Sasa inaonyesha ni kanisa ni kama mlango wa kanisa umefungwa na serikali, wao ndio wataamuru watu watakaye kuja kanisani.
Tunapokuona waafisa wa polisi wanakuja kuangalia watu wakihubiri, wala kile tunahubiri kifire kiko, tunaona hiyo ni jambo ya kufinyiria watumishi. Kwa sababu kama sisi watumishi tunafunza na tunahubiri na neno kulingana na ile neno Mungu aliweka ndani ya mtumishi. Hatuwekagi kuhubiri kenye kimeandikwa mahali.
Tumesema tunajuta sababu tunajiuliza ni kwa nini hatukufikiria ati baada ya kufanya vile tulifanya kutakuwa na mambo ya kutufuata nyuma kuona kama tulitenda dhambi. Sisi tulijua tunamweka pale rais wetu sababu pia yeye ni mtumishi wa Mungu na ni mmoja wa kanisa.
Currently in Kenya, all generations are awake. Generation zote. Everybody is speaking up against the corrupt government. Everybody is speaking up against the corrupt regime. Take a look at this video of a 10-year-old Kenyan Gen Alpha called Clinton who raised his voice and spoke up. Just listen to this.
Nataka kusema wewe Ruto mwenye uko State House. Ulifanya Wakenya sana vibaya, ukawapiga marisasi huko bunge. Walikuwa wanaenda kutetea haki yao lakini wewe ukatuma na mapolisi wapiga marisasi. Ruto utaanguka pamoja na Kindiki. Leo umeenda ukasherehekea mpaka nikakuona mnasherehekea huko Kwale. Kwambia utashukishwa kwa hiyo kiti. Right on time.
At the state that murdered him. Anytime the state comes out to kill another young people, we will raise Rex Masai's flag higher. This Jacaranda ground sits just next to Kayole here. Kayole is the crime scene where the state, every time the states want to kill a young man, they come here in Kayole.
And speaking of all generations, take a look at this video of elders from the South Rift who are questioning the current government, the current regime about their leadership. And many of them are speaking in pain. Just listen to this.
Kenyita inone ki ko segele ka chut logo keberber ako ko bir ko kartirio ko bir menjo ko mitorusi kan ya masri kebirte siwaro ngero re chingele kwai me muren ni kono ni gaste ako to mati kurbo isya gile na ke ba logo chu ako ker ko tab tumi ako tando icho ni ka ki chegilian mami na giwa tumen bichu mo ne magi ateta.
So Kenyans, let us just be honest. In the coming elections in 2027, do you prefer voting for somebody who talks about God all the time, somebody who praises the Lord all the time, or do you prefer voting for a drunkard? Take a look at what this Gen Z had to say about it.
Njoo ni kuonyesha Kenya Mureu alifanya. Mureu aliweka rami mpaka kwenye akufai kuwa. Hebu niambie ni hapa unaona gari gani hapa? Mureu aliweka hii yote. Wabiriani. Na si hii peke yake. Mpaka akashimba mpaka nini zinaitwa drainage. Huyo ni Mureu, mwenye mlikuwa mnaita Mureu. Acha sasa mnasema Gachagua. Hata mmutoe. Huyo mchungaji huyo hakuna mahali atawapeleka. Huyo mchungaji wenyewe hakuna mahali atawapeleka. Kabla muone barabara kama hii Eldoret yenye itumiki.
So the question is, will you choose a drunkard or a church goer? Tell us in the comments down below and also tell us why.
Huyo mchungaji wenyewe hakuna mahali atakapeleka. Kabla muone barabara kama hii Eldoret yenye itumiki.
Did you know that in Kenya we have the highest number of young people? That is the Gen Zs and the millennials. And did you know that if they decide to vote today, they can remove all the corrupt politicians, they can remove everybody in the government and put new leaders, new faces, new names. Just listen to this.
Now, with the impeachment of Rigathi Gachagua, the post of deputy president has been watered down, has been diluted, has become useless and irrelevant politically. There is no group of voters who intend to vote as a bloc who should negotiate for the post of deputy president. Gen Zs are 18.3 million, millennials are 12.1 million. So if they decide to vote as a bloc, they can easily have their own presidential candidate. But they should not negotiate for a deputy president post, because if we have a deputy president who is Gen Z, they will be a deputy president for 2 hours and then they will be impeached and they will put whoever they want. Mount Kenya should also not negotiate ever in their lives negotiate for the post of deputy president. Kenya was better off when Mount Kenya was in the opposition for 24 years and we had Kibaki and Matiba as the opposition at whichever times they were. And a lot was achieved at that time within those 24 years as opposition, getting multipartyism, a new constitution, all those things happened during those 24 years when we had an effective opposition. As opposed to having a deputy president who position that is redundant, that is not bringing us anything. An effective and strong opposition is better than the post of a deputy president any day, any day.
So it is high time for the young people of Kenya to have their leaders. Why not? We can have a young president, young deputy president, young MPs, young senators, MCAs, you name it.
Gen Zs are 18.3 million, millennials are 12.1 million. So if they decide to vote as a bloc, they can easily have their own presidential candidate.
In Eldoret town, things were boiling nicely. Take a look at this video of these comrades who decided to inject, and they injected without fear of contradiction. Just listen to this.
Thank you. I'm clarifying something. It was a comment, so it's like 1 minute, okay? Thank you. Number one, you see these comrades are very angry, and they told you very early in the morning. So these people, they need facilitation and refreshments such that they get energy to inject and reject what they don't deserve. The second thing is leadership. You see student leadership in UDA, they are taking puppets and then they brand them the leadership of comrades from all campuses only to users. We will not allow that one. Then on the other thing, you've had several comrades who are here are from Moi University. And Moi University, we have not learned for now like 2 months. And these people, I want them to use the same speed they use in impeaching the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua to solve the issues of Moi University. We will not allow that one. We will not allow that one. Then on the last thing, the new funding model, Mr. Professor. You say you are in the presidential advisory team. The president on the new funding model, can you tell these comrades that a student studying education who is going to earn 35 to 40,000 is going to have a whooping loan of up to $500,000, earning 30,000 and a loan of $500,000? Are you going to pay the fees? Are you even going to survive? Are you going to build a home for your family? Are you going to change your life? Bwana, it is time to reject this thing. We are not comfortable.
Amazing, amazing. As you can see, this guy decided to inject. And let me tell you guys, like, it doesn't matter which politicians or political party you support. If you see wrong, don't fear to inject. When you see wrong, say it is wrong. It's as simple as that.
You see student leadership in UDA, they are taking puppets and then they brand them the leadership of comrades from all campuses only to users. We will not allow that one.
As you all know, President William Ruto has endorsed and wants Kithure Kindiki to become the next deputy president after impeaching Rigathi Gachagua. But the Gen Zs, millennials, and all Kenyans, Generation Zote, Gen Zote, people are not agreeing with the president. Nobody wants Kithure Kindiki to become the next deputy president. Just listen to what this Gen Z had to say about this.
Tumeumia tena zaidi kwa sababu wameappoint Kithure Kindiki ambaye ni alikuwa CS of Interior Security, alisupervise vijana wakiabductiwa, wengine wakiuriwa, na the president hana guts za kumappoint kama the next deputy president of Kenya. Hatujafurahia, though we respect his decision kama kiongozi wa nchi. Sisi kama vijana wa Nakuru hatujafurahia na vijana wa nchi. In fact, the president sasa amedhihirisha kwamba he is the one-term president.
As you all know, Kithure Kindiki was in charge when Gen Zs and millennials and Kenyans were being abducted and being killed. So why should he become the deputy president?
Kithure Kindiki ambaye ni alikuwa CS of Interior Security, alisupervise vijana wakiabductiwa, wengine wakiuriwa, na the president hana guts za kumappoint kama the next deputy president of Kenya.
I am shook. So I've just learned people developed an app overnight. Imagine. app ya do you know to do what, to give updates penye makarao wako, kwenye tear gas ziko, kwenye watu nalipuliwa zaidi. Kama ukitoki like unaingia hapo unalongi, unaongea na wase, unawaambia the safe areas, the safe place kwenye mtapitia. Kama saizi the app has said tusipitie kwa lami, ndio lami tunapitia huku ndani. Hizi inside the Naivas 58. The unity is crazy, like the creativity pia mulifikiria kutengeneza app and it's working over. Wow, this is so nice, this is so nice. This is a revolution, guys, a revolution aided by technology. I'm so happy to be a Gen Z.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye bye.
We are coming for you.
From Kenyans reacting to Farah Maalim.
You are an idiot of the highest order. You are a murderer.
To joblessness in the city.
People should not be sleeping at 10:30 a.m. in the garden.
Will next elections get rigged?
Kenya hakuna rais ameenda kwa miaka 5. Kwani huyu ndiye atakuwa wa kwanza?
How indisciplined are the youths?
Who exactly has the bar to say, or the standard to say that we are being indisciplined?
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, do you remember this video of Farah Maalim abusing you?
Alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Kwa nini zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo? Kwani amekaa kwa kiti ya mama yako ama baba yako?
After this video of Farah Maalim abusing Kenyan people circulated on the internet, the people never kept quiet. The people were angry but never silent. Just listen to this.
Yani nikikaa nikifikiria nikikumbuka tu Farah Maalim alitutukana tu kumanina zenu. Nasikia tu kumshika hivi Farah Maalim. Because you know what? The first 4 letters of that kumanina means vagina. And the second 4 letters of that word means mother. In our Swahili language. You get? So hata hajatutukana sisi. Hajatutukana sisi, ametutukania mama zetu. That what Farah Maalim. Yani hivyo ndio Farah Maalim alifanya. And then, yani mtu mzima na akili zake, kiongozi mzima wa Kenya amesimama mbele ya umati, mbele ya watu, mbele ya viongozi wengine kututukana tu kumanina zenu. Na hakuna kiongozi ambaye ameongelelea hilo swala. Hakuna kiongozi ambaye amesema ni makosa. Hakuna kiongozi yote ambaye amesimama kwenye stage akasema what Farah Maalim did was actually very wrong. Lakini ingekuwa nimefanya mimi Mkenya tu ambaye sina lolote, sina chochote, Ama angekuwa amefanya Mkenya mwingine, angekuwa ametafutwa na DCI, angekuwa ametafutwa na polisi, angekuwa ametafutwa na kila mtu, akashikwa akakuwa abducted. Lakini kwa vile ni MP Farah Maalim, nothing has been done. Alafu nyinyi viongozi mnataka sisi tuwaheshimu. Tunawaheshimuje nyinyi ikiwa nyinyi wenyewe hamtuheshimu?
Even the former deputy president of Kenya, Rigathi Gachagua, he came and said that the president laughs anytime a politician abuses Kenyans because he's the one who sends them. Let's listen to what Rigathi Gachagua had to say.
Wacha nikwambie Meja Dong, usikashifu hawa viongozi. Najua mimi nimekaa na rais sana. Mimi namjua. Ukiona hao wajumbe wakitukanana, ukimwangalia anacheka. Anakuanga yeye ndiye amewatuma. Si mimi namjua? Yeah, I know him. If you check when they are abusing people, wakitukana anatembea kama umemwangalia hapo nyuma, alikuwa anapiga mguu namna hii.
Even Eric Omondi, the president of Comedy in Africa and an activist, he came and said this.
Farah Maalim, wewe ni fala. Wewe ni fala, una akili. Wananikasirisha, ni mpumbavu, he's stupid, he's an idiot. How can you go to a microphone like this? You are not even a parent, you are not a human being, you are a demon. Hizo vitu happened Rwanda. You are very stupid, Mr. Farah. Wacha nikutukane because you deserve it. You are idiotic, you are nonsensical, you are a murderer. You do not deserve to be a leader. By all means, Farah Maalim, I was shaking. I don't understand how you are still in office. You need to resign. It is going to be very bad for him. I genuinely, I just lost. You are a fool. If I meet you, I would go to jail. I would punch you so hard. I don't know if you have children. We are all humans, and God. You are an idiot of the highest order. You are a murderer. You. If I were you, I would leave this country for at least 20 years. You are an idiot. And if I meet you, I will beat you. You deserve a punch on the nose. Farah Maalim, please resign today. I'm advising you. Do not wait for us to come for you. It will be ugly. Cool our tempers by resigning. Farah Maalim, do not attempt to go back to the building that is the Parliament of the Republic of Kenya. I repeat, Farah Maalim, stay in your house. I dare you to get into your car and attempt, don't even do, to go to the Kenyan Parliament. Try.
Even a fellow politician was not happy with the Dadaab Member of Parliament, Farah Maalim's statement, abusing Kenyans publicly. Let's listen to what this politician had to say.
Jana niliona mzee, nilikuwa nasoma nikiwa mtoto mdogo, anaitwa Farah Maalim, akiongea vitu zenye hata zieleweki. Lakini Waswahili wanasema usione mvi kwa kichwa ya mtu kadhani ni hekima, wajinga pia wanazeeka. Na Farah tu ni fala tu. Hawezi ongea hivyo wakati nchi yetu imefika hapa. But we shall teach you a lesson. Na watu wanasema mambo ya mulima. Kenya mzima vijana wote wamekasirika. Wamama wamekasirika, wazee wamekasirika. Wacha kusema mambo ya mlima. Wewe utaona moto 2027 ndio utajua hii Kenya ni ya mama zetu. Asanteni sana na gayomo ya muradhi.
To be honest, instead of these politicians working for the people who voted for them, they are busy moving around Kenya in rallies, just talking nonsense and abusing the Kenyan people. Like Kenyans, must you go and listen to what they have to say? If you see them, just ignore them and continue minding your own business.
Alafu washenzi wengine wanasema ati Kasongo Ruto must go. Kwa nini zenu hao ambao wanasema hivyo? Kwani amekaa kwa kiti ya mama yako ama baba yako?
Truly, Farah Maalim is a shame. He's a shame to the political class. Like those people who voted for him, that people. Like what are you thinking voting for Farah Maalim? Anyway, let's continue. In Lebanon, our people, our Kenyan people are still stranded there since the war started in October 2024. Like the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, they went there to start the evacuation process, but they never finished what they started. And the people are still stranded there, still suffering there in these times of war. Just take a look at how our people are surviving. The ministry didn't finish the evacuation process, and our Kenyans, our own people, they're stranded in Lebanon in shelters. There's no work, no money, no communications for 3 good months. And those shelters were opened because of the war, and currently they're being closed down. We are in the year 2025. And where will our people go? Where will our Kenyans live and stay? Will they be sleeping in the streets of Lebanon? Just listen to what Dr. Mambe Serikali had to say about how many Kenyans are stuck in Lebanon.
Family, 26,000 Kenyans, actually more than 26,000 Kenyans, are stranded in Lebanon. And you know, Israel has been ninnying Lebanon like crazy. Even the Lebanese themselves have been trying to leave Lebanon. There's been long queues of cars. Guys have been appealing, the families of those guys have been appealing to the government. The government is silent, they're just joyriding in New York. But no word. They're saying that the Kenyan embassy in Lebanon is not helping guys. Is it because these are the Watus? Is it because mainly they're maids and all these things? Why is the government so silent? Anyway, family, I've been talking about this a lot on my YouTube channel. It's time to come home. As we're fixing our country, it's also time to come home because the world's about to get crazy.
The number could be even more higher than that. Take a look at some of these videos of how our Kenyans are surviving in Lebanon.
Wametulipua. Siwezi toka dadangu mpaka wakuja wanitoe. Hii ndio situation hapa sasa hivi venye naongea na wewe. Nyumba inaenda chini, mimi niko siwezi toka. Sijui venye nitatoka nje kuna waka moto.
Akiwalimu siku za Lebanon, tunakufa hivi ndio tunakufa. Acha nimeendea bishti yangu. Oh God. Narusha bomu. Mungu tusaidie. Mwadhani, acha niwaonyeshe. Na nimeendea bishti yangu. Wanalia huko. Jesus, please God. Please Father, please. God, please. Gai mwadhani, watu wanapiga nduru. Hivi ndio tunakufa.
Apart from our people, Kenyans being stuck in Lebanon, in Kenya, their own country, things are even more worse. It feels more like the government has declared a cold war against its own people. Like yearly, we have influx of graduates, high demand of job opportunities, but there's none. And this has led to our youths, our young people of this country, being depressed, being suicidal, early pregnancies, drug abuse, and so much more. Just take a look at this.
I took these videos at Jivanji Gardens at 10:30 a.m. Yes, 10:30 a.m. There's people sleeping in the gardens early morning. Okay? This shows there's something very wrong somewhere. Either it's unemployment or it's homelessness. But either way, people should not be sleeping at 10:30 a.m. in the garden. It's not right. Okay? So, please, can we create a good life for our people? These people deserve jobs, you know. They should be working in factories or businesses or whatever, not sleeping here early morning. This is not right. So please, my people, no one is coming to fix us. Let us fix ourselves. Let us get these people some decent form of employment or something. Let's work hard to make a better country and eventually a better continent.
The late president of Kenya, Mwai Kibaki, he never supported sending our people to foreign countries to go and work there, to go and die there, to go and get mistreated there. But he advocated for creating opportunities here in Kenya. Just listen to what he had to say. Kenyans putting politics aside and serving the people of Kenya, working for the people who voted for them. They're busy playing politics, going around in rallies all the time. And even some of them are planning on how they're going to be rigging the 27 elections. Just listen to what Osa Sudi had to say about this.
Kenya hakuna rais ameenda kwa miaka 5. Kwani huyu ndiye atakuwa wa kwanza? Kama tunafanya nini? Kama tumelala wapi? Kama nini imefanyika? Kwani Kenya ni yenu? Mjue William Ruto aende mahali. Makawas. Hapo tunduma nyigura ile kinyiti.
One thing that I love about Kenya right now, currently, is that there's nothing like tribal divisions. Tribalism is something of the past. And currently, Kenyans are more united than ever. They're more patriotic than ever. 2027 elections is going to be hot, and it's just around the corner. And this government, they're very scared of the unity that Kenyans have right now. And they're going to do everything in their power to clinch onto that seat. But the question is, with all this unity that the Kenyan people have, and all this patriotism, will they succeed? Will they manage to run the government again? Listen to what Wood Kano had to say.
Nataka kuwatabiria hii na inaenda kufanyika. 2027 January hapo February tutakuwa tunaelekea uchaguzi. Na wanaenda kununua tear gas mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua rubber bullets mingi sana. Hata the real ones watanunua mingi sana. Na wanaenda kununua water cannons mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua gari za polisi, hizi Mariamu, zile lori mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua farasi mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua rungu mingi sana. Wanaenda kununua vitu mingi sana ya kudeal na mwananchi. Wajua kwa nini? Raundi hii Mkenya aende kupangwa kulingana na kabila. Ati sisi kama jamii tunasikiza kingpin wetu anasema nini? No. Na maskini ameamka. 2027 inaenda kudecide. The few watabaki wakinunua belt za 200,000, viatu za 1 million, chopper, mansions, the few. Wale wachache. Alafu wanakuja kuturingia. Mtu amevaa saa ya 1 million, alafu anaongea na kiburi tena ndani ya kanisa. For the first time ukiangalia hata kanisa yenyewe inarudisha sadaka. People have woken up. Na wamejua tumeamka. Mpango ya kukatalia kiti, kwanza ile ya juu. Wacha nicheke kwa sababu mimi niko huku kwa ground na walala hoi na wasikia vile wanaongea. Hii kura inakuja 2027. Whether mtengeze IBC ama mkatai kutengeza, watu wanaenda nyumbani.
Even Dini Nyoro asked these politicians to stop wasting and misusing public time. Just listen to this.
You must stop misusing public time with nonsense. Hawa wananchi wa Kenya sio wajinga.
So many corrupt politicians have been exposed with time, and so many ghost projects have also been exposed thanks to the vampire diaries of Marara Kebaso and many other Kenyans who have also taken part in it. So Kenyans, do you think that these corrupt politicians and anybody who has ever worked in the government office and has a history of corruption, do you think that they should be charged and jailed? Listen to what Karanja Kibuku had to say.
Wazito, the pressure is increasing. Ukiona watu wanabweka, watu kama Kemanongo, Faramalim, and all those crooks around Ruto, when you see them backing as harshly as they are, then you know we're getting somewhere. They're backing from a position of fear. Tunashinda. Hawa watu lazima waishie prison. Hawa watu tunataka wote ikifika 2027 wakue wako Kamete prison. Na kama sio Kamete, ICC. On that note, by the way, kuna shughuli hapa inahitaji Mbogi. Email ndio hii. Nataka tuanze kutuma emails kwa hiyo address, highlighting all the ills, all the evils, all the wicked things these people are doing to our people, to our children, abductions, forced appearances, crimes against humanity. Let's do this. I got you. We've got Kenya. God bless us all. Cheers.
When we talk about integrity, then Peter Mbaye is a man of integrity. He was the head of government delivery service, but he resigned, saying that You cannot achieve development in a toxic political environment, adding that toxicity cannot go hand in hand with service delivery. Just listen to what he had to say.
One of the issues that came up, I was there, I've been appointed, and I went to my seniors and I told them this is how we want to structure delivery in the Republic of Kenya. Because we discovered there are so many offices, so many centers doing the same thing. And they said it's not possible. Because not unless we want to do this so that every office can feel they're doing something to please the head of state. I said, can we help the president in a better way? Can we corrupt all these small things, like 5 or 6, into one? I have the people, we're able to work so that we can deliver. Now, a lot of what I proposed was not done. There is a lot of structural issues, many issues about, you're supposed to work, what happens, the issue of the working issues and other issues. In short, there's been a lot of frustrations, and I don't want my name. I have a history, I have a record where I've come from for the last 10, 20 years, where I've worked before in my county of Nakuru. What I've done, I don't want to come and mess it here because I got a job. If the work cannot be done, I don't want to be associated, because what will happen, one day somebody will ask me, why didn't you deliver? Then I'll say I had issues. They will ask me, why didn't you say then? Why now? Then something will happen. Everybody will go. It will be said that the guy who is head of GDS is this one. I better speak early today to say, I don't think the kind of how the government tracking delivery work is being done is going to produce the results that we promised Kenyans. That is what I think.
George Ruto, who is also the president's son, he owns matatus within Nairobi City. And let me tell you, Kenyans, these matatus are being driven recklessly on our roads, and they are breaking traffic laws. But yet, the people are still boarding these matatus. Why, Kenyans? Why? Like, this can even cost you your own lives because of how they're driving on the roads. Just listen to this.
What is wrong with you? Mnapanda manifest kwa nini? Kwa nini mnapea hiyo matatu biz? Mnajua vile ina harass the rest of the PSVs kwa hiyo stage yenu. Mnajua vile inafanyia hao matatu zingine. And then mnakuja mnapanda na hauko sure kama utafika, because you can be, unaweza jipata uko heaven. Burnt offerings. You can be burnt offerings. And then unaenda unapanda, it is the coolest matatu. Guys, please, mnajua ni ya nani? You know whose son hizo matatu ni za nani? Zina overtake vile zinajisikia. Hata hazitaki kujua kama the next cars ziko na watu. Hazitaki kujua kama watoto wako anywhere near the roads. Barabara ni yao, inchi ni yao. No, hii inchi ni yetu, it is ours. Si ya mtu, hata mimi si yangu, ni yetu. Kenyans, us, not me, not you, us. So, before Ruto akuje ambia wazazi wetu vile they have done a horrible job in raising us, we are so disrespectful, you have done a horrible job in raising your children.
Kenyans, if you ask yourselves, what is the meaning of education? I would say that education is the cornerstone of any nation's progress. But currently, Kenyans, it seems like the government is trying so hard and very determined to sabotage the future generations by crippling the education sector. This is what Honorable Evans Willis Otieno had to say.
Today, we have a situation where students who are supposed to be joining grade 9.
Grade 9, yes.
Nobody even knows where they're supposed to go.
Even their results.
Even their results is still a problem.
Yes.
And remember last year in November, the PS education had said they are putting up 11,000 primary school blocks to accommodate those who are going to join grade 9. Today, there's no
classes.
No classroom. There's no infrastructure in this case. These people are trying to mess up a generation. Because once you want to kill a country, you don't have to drop a nuclear bomb. You just mess up its education system. Then you'll have killed that entire generation. Because when those people grow up, they will not have learned. They will be zombies. So these people are just really committing an economic genocide on the people of Kenya. They're killing the entire nation of Kenya when you mess up the education system. And we must call out the Ministry of Education. If they are not ready for CBC, they should own up and do the right thing. But we cannot have a situation where our kids are exposed to an uncertain learning environment. We have to call them out and demand better for our kids.
Sometimes in politics, betrayal is always constant. It's no different from saying that kugongewa ni constant. Brian Weke believes that those people who are surrounding the president, President William Ruto, those are the first people that will send him back home in the coming elections 27. This is what Brian Weke had to say.
William Ruto akifanya saa hii opinion poll ya ukweli. Watu wa mdomo mbaya kama Kimani Ichung'wah. Kimani Ichung'wah amekosea mheshimiwa rais. Kura ya Central imeenda. Sasa mahali William Ruto anaweza saidika ni Nyanza, Western, Coast, Ukambani na Northeastern. Saa hii tena umetuma Kimani Ichung'wah akatukane Waluya kwao. Bram Mololo. Sasa unasaidika ama usaidiki? Naona watu wengine kama huyu Kamket. Atanasema ati watu wakicheza William Ruto ataka 24 years. Unajua sometimes I ask myself, hao watu ni kujenga wanajenga ama ni kubomoa wanabomoa? Mheshimiwa Rais anafaa jipige msasa. Ajiulize hao watu ambao wanamfuata, are they with me ama wanamharibia?
Kweli.
Bram Mololo. Because Kenyans mambo yao ni simple sana. William Ruto has to
pesa mfukoni, tax breaks umesema, jobs, mausami barabara.
Ni kazi rahisi sana Bram Mololo. Saa hii wameongeza bei ya school fee. Ya ma university. Ukiangalia ile mimi jakati ya Uhuru Kenyatta, nilikwambia mtoto wangu anafanya law hapa Catholic University. Nalipa 30,000. Anko yangu mtoto wake anafanya mechanical engineering hapa TUK. Analipa 90,000. Na asija kwa bande ngapi? Na hii pesa ambayo ameongeza lecturers hawalipwi. Sasa lecturers wanasema hii funding model ambayo iko na hii ya kulipa school fee na nini, na sisi hatulipwi. Bram Mololo, inaenda wapi?
Waziri
Mr. William Samoei Ruto, abandon hii project ya kutengeza manyumba. Tengeza manyumba Nairobi, maliza hii maslam. Huko kwingine Oshago tuachie sisi, tuko na manyumba zetu, tuko sawa.
Currently, we know that the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga, is fighting to get the AU seat. But it's quite clear that the Kenyan people are not on his side. And even his own supporters have started to question him. Just listen to this.
If he loses and comes back, what will the comeback of Raila have in the political space?
It'll be different. This is the first time when people are questioning him. Even his own supporters are questioning him. There were times when they used to say Raila Baba, Raila Mwana, Raila Roho Mtakatifu. And they used to do everything he said and in the way he said it at the time he said it. Right now I am seeing young people even in Bunge la Mwananchi coming out there because I watch their proceedings. People may want to trivialize that thing, but it has its own followers. And they are saying, Baba, you shouldn't have led us to Ruto. I saw people who have supported him, like a young man who attended the anti-femicide demonstrations, and he was chased away just for following Baba.
While Raila Odinga is still fighting for the AU seat, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, he came out with a very shocking statement. Like Kenyans, corruption in Kenya is real. It's real. Like I was just speechless to hear this statement, and I don't want to talk too much about this. Just listen to this.
Mimi kwa miaka Rais wetu Ruto ni kama baba yangu kimiaka. Na kwa hivyo mimi namheshimu sana kama rais wa Kenya. Mimi ile course nimesomea katika university ni course ya economics. Na hii nchi ya Kenya iko pahali pabaya. Hii muhura tumekopa pesa 7.2 trillion Kenya shillings. Tukifanya hesabu ya hiyo pesa kuongea ukweli, huwezi ona hiyo pesa imeenda wapi. Kwa sababu hiyo pesa kidogo tu unaweza kuwa umeweka barabara yote ya Kenya over 20,000 rami, that is around 1.2 trillion. Unaweza kuwa umeweka boma zote maji at 50,000 at 10,000 households, that is 500 billion. Kuweka stima at 10,000 households at 35,000, that is 350 billion. Ukiongeza zote hata kujenga a level 5 hospital in every constituency, a university of 1 billion in every constituency, hiyo pesa haifiki 3 billion. Na hiyo kusema hiyo, hakuna mtu tunatukana, tunasema tu kwenye tunataka Kenya iende mbele.
Educated young people of Kenya, the Gen Zs, they have been holding the government accountable, monitoring the government's every move they take. But it clearly seems like some politicians in the government, they're not happy with this. to the point where they're calling the young people names. They're insulting the Gen Zs. And they're forgetting that in the Kenyan Constitution, Article 33, it clearly upholds freedom of expression. So Kenyans, are the young people, the Gen Zs, in discipline or not? Listen to this.
Are the young people in discipline?
When they are not, and I want to agree with her when we are asking who exactly has the bar to say, or the standard to say that we are being indisciplined. And the DP starts by saying that we need mentorship. And I want to look at who are our mentors. Is he and Joho supposed to be our mentors? How can they show us what vice is and then demand virtue from us? It is impossible. The young people are a result of the general society and the community. And so if the young people are indisciplined, it is a very clear mirror of what the society is, because basically it is monkey see and monkey do. And so we are just doing what they have taught us to do well. It is wrong to say that we are indisciplined, because truly when we agree with what they are saying, that is when we are being called disciplined. When we cheer for them and say, miaka ingine tano for our president, that is being disciplined. But when we say this is wrong and we stand our ground, it becomes a problem to them. And then that is when they are redefining discipline into indiscipline. The young people went to the streets in June and they were killed. They did what was constitutionally right. And so the protest morphed into an online one where they believed, or where we believed, that we won't be touchable. But then we see that young people from the silhouettes, and again I want to say that that man in the casket is just an old man. Our president is very much alive and he has proved it over and over again. And so I don't know why the head of the country is reacting to pictures of an old man in a casket, of silhouettes. How does he know how his shadow looks like? And why is he reacting as the head of the country? It is so uncouth and very unsettling to us. And if we're supposed to follow what is discipline, then we are not ready to be disciplined as the young people. We are very ready to be indisciplined, because this country, if we go the way we are going, we won't have a future for us and our children. And so the government should be ready that we will continue to be indisciplined if that is their definition of indiscipline. Yes,
all right. That's an interesting perspective coming from the Reverend. Okay, let's.
Even some politicians, including the President William Ruto, is pushing the parents to discipline their children, fighting for good governance. But let me tell you, the parents are not taking none of that nonsense. And just take a look at some of these scenes where the parents and the children are having a good time. This is the Kenya we want. We don't want any kind of enmity between our parents.
A birthday gift to my dad.
Another primitive politician is the Dagoretti North Member of Parliament, Beatrice Elachi, a clueless psychopath. She came out and said that if you believe Kenya is a bad country, then leave. Like, seriously? This is what the Village 254 had to say about this.
Kenya is a beautiful country. Kenya is a good country. A country is as good as its leadership. When the leadership is bad, it doesn't mean the country is bad. It just means we must remove that leadership. That's why we have elections every 5 years. What's wrong with you, Miss Elachi? What is wrong with you? What's so difficult to understand? Yani umeenda shule lakini una reason ni kama mtu wako aenda shule. What is wrong with you? Tuondoka Kenya. Nyinyi wanasiasa ndio mnatoka Kenya mnaenda. We will push you out. What do you mean? What is wrong with you? Kenya, nyinyi ndio mnatoka. That's why we remove leadership every 5 years. Because when you have a bad leadership, you remove them every 5 years. Get out of this country. Enda mahali unajua.
Betrayal in the city. Kasamal Makore. He betrayed the Gen Zs. He betrayed the Kenyan people who are fighting for better governance. During the protests, the people are there to protect him and support him. But he went on and turned his back towards the people. He went to join the other team. But currently it seems like even the other team is not very interested with Kasamal Makore. Like Kasamal Makore found himself in the list, but not in the list that he was expecting. Just listen to this.
Kasmola ameona list imetoka ya watu wanapatiwa job na Kasongo, watu wale wamelistiwa. Kasmola kaangalia jina yake kwa hiyo list, Kasmola oni jina yake. Kasmola kapigia Raila na watu wa ODM. Hello baba sioni jina yangu kwa list. Na mulini promise kazi baba. Nilisaliti movement baba. Kasmola, jina yako iko hapo kwa list, angalia vizuri. Jina yako iko hapo Kasmola, angalia vizuri. Kasmola anamwambia, baba sioni niko na hiyo list. Over 20 people, but baba I'm not there. Kasmola, jina yako iko list. Baba list gani? Baba anambia Kasmola, jina yako iko list ya watu wa kucheza praise and worship kwa status. Unajua Kasmola, you are not a politician, you are an instrumentalist. Sasa wewe huko jina yako kwa list, utakuwa unakuja status kama kuna wageni, unashika keyboard pale, unaimbia Kasongo na watu wageni wimbo za praise and worship na zile ngoma zako. Na Kasmola ukikuja status, make sure umeprintisha CD, utauza CD. Kasmola anajama anaambia baba nilikimbia ati ile siku ya maandamano. Kasmola alikimbia hadi ile suti yake special. Hata hiyo suti haikuwa yake, alikuwa mambango yake. Vile aliruka pale Nation Center iliruka haga.
Kasamal Makore said that he will do anything to get power. But currently, the only power that he will be getting is playing the keyboard for those who are in power. Currently, some rogue politicians are talking about how they are going to be rigging the 27 elections. But do you think that this will happen? Listen to this.
Kazi ya kushinda ukipiga kelele vile mta extend the term ya president to 24 years. Extend it. Lakini sisi tunakuomba Kamket, before you extend the term limit to 24 years, kwanza muangalie kwanza rais mwenyewe anaweza stahimili kukuwa rais for 24 years. Juu president aliingia hapo akiwa na afya mzuri, amenona vizuri, akiwa mzima wa afya. Sasa tukiangalia rais kisoko imetoka nje, nywele imeng'oka, amekonda, hatujui shida nini nakula rais. Sasa kwanza inafaa tushughulikia afya ya rais arudi vile anafaa kuwa. Our president is not healthy, yet you want to extend the term of the president to 24 years. Please wewe bwana Kamket, kwanza tuangalie afya ya rais ndio tufikirie mambo ya kuextend term limit to 24 years. Mnanipata hapo? So Kamket, hatuna shida ukitaka kuextend your term limit to 24 years. Lakini bora election isikose kwa 2027. Nyinyi wekeni term limit to 24 years, but wewe weka election to 2027. Alafu tuonyeshe vile kunaendanga, mapema saa mbili hivi hiyo 24 years mnaongea, tutakuwa tumepatia rais mwingine akayo 24 years. Lakini William Ruto 5 years na mtosha, Sugoi Express.
The Kenya Kwanza regime portrays itself as very religious, going to all these churches and donating huge amounts of money. But do you think there's more to that? Do you think that this is just another case of a hyena wearing the sheep's skin? Do you think so? Just listen to what Eska Urunga had to say about Freemasonry in Kenya.
For any unbeliever, go and Google Ali Bongo. Yeah, Kenyans. I want Kenyans to open their eyes and see how this country is really run. Google Ali Bongo and go into churchofsatanism.com. Under the website Church of Satanism. If you have the guts.
I'm going to do it.
Yeah, you are? Good. I hope everybody does it. churchofsatanism.com. Go under history, media circus, yeah, and go under 582. Type in a code 582/KE. In there you will find a name of one of Wilson's very close business associates. Somebody who
we all know?
Yes, associated with True Black Company.
Wow.
I'll leave that for you. So that, you know, I started doing investigations into Wilson because I thought, is this guy a human trafficker, killer? What is he? And then I came across this Freemason information and I unearthed so much stuff. And that is why they are so angry. They're so angry. I have content and I have many more names.
Okay, is it true that somebody was planning to kill you not too long ago?
That is true. If you have this information, they would be planning to kill you as well. They failed.
How?
They sent gunmen. I was supposed to have a car accident. Yeah.
We listen but we don't judge.
Nimepepa pesa milioni 300 ya kulipa wakulima.
We listen but we don't judge.
Kufika jioni leo, kila mkulima atakuwa amelipwa pesa yake.
We listen but we don't judge.
Pesa karibu shilingi bilioni 1 inapatikana kila siku kutokana na biashara ya bodaboda.
We listen but we don't judge.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
From Kenyans celebrating Christmas
Crash, people die, relationships fall apart.
to overlapping driver dealt with,
Mama!
who threw the tear gas, police officer caught on camera,
Unampeleka ndani kwa sababu amefanya nini? Anguka na. They're coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your today and my name is Elvis Derry. This Christmas season has been a season of drama after drama, and today I want to share with you some of the things that have been happening during this festive season. We all know that, and we are all aware that anytime you use a public transport, you have to pay. But one police officer was not aware of this tradition. He went on to assault a conductor because he simply didn't want to pay the fare.
Unampeleka ndani kwa sababu amefanya nini? Namchukua. Unampeleka ndani na anafanya kazi yake. Amefanya nini? Si amekuitisha message, ungemwambia tu angalie yake. Unampiga wai? Behave. Kukua askari maanisha unafaa kubehave venye unataka. You can't treat people the way you want simply because when you are askari.
In Kahawa Wendani, along Thika Road, one man was hit by a car while he was trying to cross the road. My question is, are there not footbridges in that area?
Guys, we are here on Thika Road. There is an accident. Someone has just been hit by a vehicle here on Kahawa Wendani. The guy is yet to be picked. Baada hajachukuliwa, but alikuwa anavuka barabara na hapa tuko na bridge. So yeye alikuwa anavuka manually from this side bila kutumia bridge, so amegongwa hapa kwa highway. Is yet to be picked. Baada hajachukuliwa. So ndio tuko hapa tunangojea medical assistance ikuje. The guy is trying to roll, he's in pain. Anakuwa position in such a way that damu isiende to the wrong places. Yeah, so
while Kenyans are trying to celebrate the Christmas, some people are just engaging themselves in crime. One thief was caught in Rurita, and let me tell you, the crowd, the people from that area, they engaged with him properly. Take a look.
Holy hell. Shit.
Recently, the President of Kenya, William Ruto, reshuffled his cabinet, and the people of Baringo had sleepless nights. The Baringo residents, they went on to celebrate with crates of sodas. Even the Bible says that our people will perish because of lack of knowledge. Take a look.
Chumba ni mtu ambaye ile kazi amepewa ni mahali iko changamoto sana kwa insecurity katika eneo lile la Elgeyo Marakwet. Mahali Kipchumba alisaliwa. So tunashukuru president kwa sababu ya kumchagua Murkomen, kwa sababu yeye ni kijana ambaye wakati alikuwa mdogo alipitia changamoto sana.
Kwanza kabisa nataka nichukue nafasi hii niweze kumshukuru rais kwa ile nafasi ambayo aliweza kupatia Kipchumba Murkomen.
Vile yeye amechaguliwa sasa, mimi naamini kabisa kwa sababu mwanzo ya hii mtu mahali penye alianzia mbelene ilikuwa sawa. So ni kupatia tu nguvu na tusapotiana sisi wote.
Do you guys remember this man?
Jina utaki? Nipatie kwanza. Leonard Msula. Natoka Butere Mias.
Tapkili Manarech was walking in the streets. Then he suddenly met Leonard Msula, and let me tell you, Tapkili was shocked. Like, Leonard Msula was trending before, and then an MP claimed to have offered him a job at Bunge Towers. But Leonard Msula said that he was never given any job and is back on the streets as an alcoholic. Just listen to his side of the story.
I said before God, hakuna kazi yenye nimefanya huko ndani kwa Bunge Towers.
Tindi Mwale.
Na Mheshimiwa Tindi Mwale alisema wale waende kwanza, ningoje na bado nangoja.
Unafanya nini downtown?
Downtown, I'm a hustler. Always I'm a hustler. I normally live in a hustling manner.
Where do you live? Where do you live?
Utawala.
Let's go commute.
Yes. I must report Utawala.
Sources claim that he was removed from the streets, taken to rehab, and then later on given a job as an office messenger. But currently, he's back on the streets. But despite his challenges, he came out and sent this message for Christmas to Kenyans. Listen to what he had to say.
Hi Kenyans, please Kenyans, let us be patient. This is December, and then let us be honestly in our manner of living. Because at the end of the day, we need each other. Please Kenyans, I call you in my heart and spiritual spirit. Let us move together, we'll feel together. Thank you guys.
Wish them a Merry Christmas.
And I wish you all the way a Merry Christmas. Jina utaki?
Jina nani?
Leonard Msula.
A Super Metro PSV sped off after it was involved in a road accident along Mombasa Road. Like it was a hit and run. In other words, yani waligongewa. Take a look.
Oh.
Even Kenyan prisoners were not left behind during Christmas season. Take a look at this video of them cooking chapati to prepare for their celebrations. Another thief came out after he stole phones during the Solfest event, and he went on to record his crimes, asking people to DM him and agree on the price if they see their phones there. Like, these people are just crazy. Take a look.
Kama ulikuwa Solfest jana, too bad for you, lakini bahati kwangu, Kama ulipoteza simu yako, na kuna zenye zinapigwa hapa. Gani hii inalia? Haina haja ningangane hapa kuuza simu. Kama unaona simu yako manzee hapa, wewe DM tu. Kwanza hizi ni ma Samsung. Bro, hizo ma iPhone zingine ziko. Zishaenda. Kama hapa unaona simu yako, kwanza hizi zote ni za mamdem. Unaona venye zinakaa. Kama unaona simu yako hapa, wewe DM. Haina haja niende ningangane huko kutafuta ma customer. Na ni kitu tunaweza malizana tuishe mbio. Hii hadi iko na ID. What the fuck? Ni nani hii? We? Hii hadi iko na ID. Okay, sawa. Kama ulipoteza simu yako, wewe DM tu. Lakini sasa hadi nyinyi mna mkono vala. Hizi simu gani hizi? Tecno. Hizi tu ndo simu za maana hapa. Hizi ma Samsung. Kwanza hii Samsung hii ni S24 ama ni S20 nini? Hii hata ishazima. Kama unaona simu yako hapa, wewe DM tu tufanye biashara. Sina iPhone zishaenda kwa soko. Manze, kama unaona simu yako hapa, wewe DM tu.
As people are traveling during Christmas season, one passenger was not happy with Takmid Express services after they booked 3 seats from Mtwapa to Nairobi only at 2,500 shillings. But the passenger was not happy with the services. Let's take a look at the seat which this passenger was given.
Kila mtu apambane na hali yake. Uitume huyu.
We all know what it means by saying mchezo wa town, especially when you live in Nairobi. One man was scammed in Nairobi CBD after he went to change his phone screen. But later on, he got the shock. He got the surprise, the shock of his lifetime. Take a look.
Ya wala chafanya fiti hapo man. Sasa mmelipa dola ngapi?
Nimekula 1600.
Walai. 1600 man amekuja maskini. Hizo master walai.
Nilikuwa ndani nimebatikia hadi nilikuwa nimeacha simu nyingine kwa fundi ndio.
So kama nikuuze tu tenje hapa hivi. Mimi nauza tenje.
Nilikuwa nimechukua nimeitisha kwa msee.
Wow.
While Christmas is taking a toll on some Kenyans, politicians continue doing what they do. Nyandarua Senator by the name of Methu joined me here. He was addressing the nation, addressing the people. Afterwards, the police lobbed tear gas in his direction. But let me tell you, he never flinched, he never moved, and he pocketed nonchalantly and continued addressing the people. Take a look. This image that you see here, his name is Frederick Gitau Manji. He is suspected to be the one who threw the tear gas towards the senator. We are all familiar with the Chief and Sha scam. Sources claim that 14 billion Kenya shillings, which has been collected from the She and Sha scam, it is being held in private secret accounts. Like Kenyans, where are we heading to as a country? Just listen to what the Villager 254 had to say.
Merry Christmas, guys. Wale wameenda Christmasi, God bless you. May you enjoy with your family. Us about to celebrate any Christmas because of many issues in this country. God is also blessing us. SHIF. Ati nimesikia pesa inakolektiwa inaenda wapi? Escrow account. Lakini SHA acting CEO anasema hiyo pesa inaenda in 6 banks that have been integrated. And right now they have collected 14 billion. Lakini Wakenya hawapati services. So is it true the money is going to private accounts or it's going to government controlled accounts?
Nuru Okanga, who has been very vocal in Kenyan politics, he was having a bad day after he woke up in the morning during Christmas and he found his source of income, his motorbike, has been burnt down to ashes.
Naanza mwaka kama nalia. Nilikuwa natarajia hii pikipiki itakuwa inaniletea pesa kuanzia Januari kufanya mambo yangu. Lakini sasa ona venye kijana umetoa 100 and something and 80 umenunua pikipiki. Imefanya kazi miezi 5. Imerudishwa inakaa hivi. Na hii pesa si ati mimi nimeandikwa mahali. Ni ya mashabiki. Wenye wananitumia 10, 30, 40, mwingine anaweka 1 bob, naweka mahali. Ikishatosha naenda nanunua kitu kama hii, naweka kwa barabara. At least pia mimi nisiwe naomba kila saa naomba. Mimi sipendi kuomba. Mimi sijafurahia kuomba. Guys, mimi naomba support, mnisaidie tukipeleka hii scrap tupate pikipiki nyingine mpya, kwa sababu hii ndio nilikuwa nimeweka hapa Nairobi, nilikuwa inaletea mama maziwa omena mkate asubuhi, pikipiki ilikuwa ni 400 per day. Sasa ona venye kijana ameharibu.
I know many of you are familiar with this song.
Kasongo yeye mobali nanga, kasongo ngana wewo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali nanga, kasongo ngana wewo songa libala kasongo yeye mobali nanga, kasongo ngana wewo songa libala
But do you know what this song really means? Listen to this.
Maana ule wimbo ni nini?
Kasongo ni jina ya mtu. Alafu nashangaa hata wanaume wanaimbaga kasongo yeye.
Eti
mobali na ngai kasongo.
Maana yake ni nini?
Kasongo yeye. Mume wangu. Kasongo mana wewe. Zonga libala kasongo rudi kwenye ndoa.
Kwa kasongo ni mwanamke kumbe.
Kasongo mwanaume. Kwa hiyo yani mwanamke ndio anamwambia kasongo mume yake arudi
kwenye ndoa.
Ngana ndako kasongo misona nzela sokio kozonga die yibisanga macho yangu yote iko balabalani kama utarudi niambie.
Kasongo alienda kuchepuka.
Kasongo amekimbia familia na bembelezo arudi mama amemisi kasongo. Sasa wakuta mwanaume amekazana kasongo yeye mobali na nani.
Na siku hizi unatumika kwenye vichekesho. Ukisikia tu wimbo kasongo unajua hicho kitu ni kituko. Lakini sidhani kama watu wengi wanajua maana yake tu.
Na tunamwambia.
Currently we know that things are being digitalized, and one conductor, he was caught on camera trying to explain to his passengers on how to scan using the QR code for payments. Take a look.
And I said, why murmuring? Why murmuring? Why murmuring? Just relax. I'll tell you everything what's supposed to be done. What's the problem with the bus? What's the problem with the bus? Bus has no problem. Yes, you just relax and I tell you, if you are not able to do it, I'll show you what's supposed to be done. What's the problem? Now I'm saying, this bus, a digital bus, whereby mahali umekaa inakwambia scan here. So please, unachukua simu yako ile ya digital kama kuna digital. Yeah, so you have to do that. Na kama hauna mimi niongee, alafu mimi nitakusaidia kulipa fare. What's the problem? That's what I'm saying. I know kuna wale wako na simu ya analog. I know that. I know mwenye labda ako na 50 bob kwa mkono. I know that. So why don't you give me this time? I'm saying, unatoa hii simu. Sisa tukwambie na pochi za biashara, hizo zote hakuna. You only scan, after scanning you put your number there. Itakuletea kitu inaitwa jani. Unaweka namba yako, usiweke 0, alafu utaweka amount of money which is 50 bob. Alafu unafinya pay. Ukifinya pay kwa simu yako itafunguka peke yake. Alafu wewe uweke M-Pesa pin yako. Pesa itakuja kwa hii simu ya kazi. Kama wewe mwenyewe, angalia huyu ameshamaliza. Hata alikuwa anakomplain amemaliza. Thank you very much. Congratulations. So please.
So many travelings is currently taking place during the Christmas season, during this festive season. And overlapping drivers were caught in rude shock after they were trying to escape traffic along the Salga stretch. One overlapping driver was not so lucky after the police dragged him out of the car and taught him a lesson, and this took place at Escarpment's viewpoint.
Mama, sasa ni nini? Ndio muhimu, udeni sasa. Fungua hapo tutoke.
Tutafanya kazi yako. Unaangalia kwa riziki. Ungetoka nje, ungetoka nje. Wanapiga kelele tutalala riziki.
Another driver who allegedly hit somebody to death. He tried to escape. Another driver who allegedly hit someone to death tried to escape, but the citizens took action and they went after the driver. Take a look at this chase. Two private vans which were heading towards Nyeri were captured on camera floating traffic rules. Like, what is the hurry?
But number plates bado. But don't worry, it has a nice zoom.
Huh?
It has a nice
yours
zoom.
has a good zoom, eh?
Yeah,
Okay,
so
sawa.
maybe ukaribia kiasi tu.
Takaribia tu kiasi. I hope you're taking a video.
Yeah, it's a video.
After all these road incidents, the NTSA came out and took action, and they made sure that the roads are being used in the right way. So if you're asked who has been your favorite politician in the year 2024, some comedians, content creators came out to imitate a well-known politician by the name of Peter Salasia, who is also the member of the National Assembly.
Ulijichocha Mombasa na ukazirai mweshi.
Peter Salasia. Alafu hata mimi nilianguka kwa kweli. Nilianguka. Lakini sasa hata alikuwa wanasema ati mimi nilikuwa nimelewa Mombasa mwana mwana dero kama nengo. Maana nilianguka hapo. Mimi nilikuwa nimelewa. Mimi nafanya watu wangu viazi kazi. Kwa nado patao. Kazi nafanya hapa sifanyi.
In that case, take a look at some of these videos, some of these video clips, the things that have been taking place in December and Christmas Day.
Wadhamini washirikishi ambapo walionekana vyema waingie katika michezo hizi mwaka huu. Kwa hivyo hao ni baadhi ya wadhamini wote wakuu.
Wale wenye wanatusi Ruto wote ni mabeshte zangu. Wamtusi, hata wacha niwasaidie. Ruto ni umbwa. Tumewaga wapi? Tunashikwa, tunapigwa kidogo, tunarudi mtaa kama yeye. Aston Martin.
Sikuwa anataka cabinet ni chafu, sasa tunataka kutega maji ili tuache cabinet. Salale. Ni kama itabidi tutumie packet. Wacha tuchukue hii ndoo ya bo. Hii ndoo ya bo. Kanini? Iwinjo. Hai. Ni kama haijasaidia sana. Sasa hii kama ya baba imekataa, wacha tuchukue ya kamwana. Kama ya baba imekataa, hii ya kijana, tuone kama tutaosha. Unajua, Wanjiko anataka kuna menda zinakula vitu kwa kadi. Ni kama hazisaidii. Sasa na vile tunawaambia tutateka maji. Sasa ni bucket ya nani mwingine tutachukua kwa hii bucket list yetu?
After all, computers crash, People die, relationships fall apart. The best we can do is breathe and reboot.
There must have been an angel by my side.
Kuja unikaribia uone, bibi yangu ameninyima siku 7. Si siku 7, wiki 7, nikaribia uone. Ndio mimi nikaribia uone kama wewe ni mwanaume niko na hasira. Nimenyimwa sana, kuja uone wewe.
Hey. Alan. Hey.
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Rex Masai seeking justice.
Rex Masai was one of the protesters who made headlines after this CCTV video.
To Member of Parliament Sean Dust. What's happening in Kayole? Crime rise in Kenya.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Derry. We all remember our hero, our comrade, Rex Masai, who was brutally gunned down during the Gen Z protests in Nairobi CBD. A police officer by the name of Isaiah Muragiri was arrested and arraigned in court. And just see and listen how things unfolded.
Rex Masai was one of the protesters who made headlines after this CCTV video showed him getting shot by a plainclothes police officer during the Gen Z protests against the government in June. His death sparked a public outcry after the Office of the Public Prosecution stated that the video did not identify the police officer, even though protesters claimed that the officer was Isaiah Muragiri, who was stationed at the Central Police Station. This led to his appearance in the Milimani Court on Wednesday for the first public hearing of the investigation into who shot Rex Masai. However, Muragiri was put on the spot when asked to explain what clothes he was wearing and whether he was in the city center at the time Rex was shot at 7 p.m.
I'm not sure the color of the t-shirt, but I can remember I was wearing a t-shirt.
Were you in town at past 6 p.m.?
No.
The prosecutors, led by an LSK lawyer and IPOA, questioned why data from his phone number showed he was near the incident area and left at 10 p.m. despite his insistence that he had not used the number since 2023.
The same officer came out and said that he has never fired tear gas point blank at anybody's face. But just take a look at this video which shows you the opposite of what he said. Truly, Rex Masai's death has been painful to all of us, painful to the Kenyan people. We shall never forget. And to all those comrades who lost their lives during that day, during the Gen Z protests, may their souls rest in eternal peace.
Justice for Rex! 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 Justice for Rex!
Samuel Makoure, since he joined the ODM party, he really messed up. People are looking up to him. He was very vocal during the Gen Z protests, but he went on and turned his back on the Kenyan people. He turned his back on the Gen Z. This is what we call betrayal in the city. A few days ago, just recently, Samuel Makoure was at the Bunge la Wananchi and he struggled to convince the people why he joined the ODM party. Just listen to this.
Kama mimi sasa niliamua nijiunge na chama cha ODM. Kama uko na shida si unaingia chama, kuna vyama vingi. Yes. Kuna vyama vingi Kenya. Na we are haya. Honorable members, haya. My party leader atakuwa the AUC chairman. Yes. Sawa. Yes. Yes.
And that's not all. This idiot was even chased away from the end femicide protests which happened recently in Nairobi CBD. Just take a look. Is this not betrayal in the city? Samuel Makoure, we trusted you. We were behind you. We were supporting you each and every day. Viva Gen Z, viva. Viva comrades, viva. We are always there every single day. But you went on and stabbed us in the back. You went on and turned your back on us, Samuel Makoure. And now what do you expect? Do you expect you come back and we just welcome you with open arms, Samuel? Why did you do this to us? This is a war that you have started alone. And let us not forget, there's a time that Samuel Makoure said that he's just there for power. He wants power. He will do anything for power.
As long as I'm clear in my mind on how to take political power, the rest.
What do you mean by taking political power?
You're messing everything up, Samuel Makoure. We campaigned for you, even to the point where we were protecting you so that you cannot be attacked by goons in the streets while we are protesting. Man, what a shame, Samuel. Let us not see you coming to our protests, because we are going to deal with you like you have never been dealt with before. So Kenyans and my fellow Gen Zs, anytime you see that face anywhere, this is how you should react. Apart from the backstabber Samuel Makoure, back in Syokimau, the MCA of Syokimau, Daniel Mutinda, he was forced to walk on mud and stagnant water after the residents confronted him about the poor state of the roads in that area. Just take a look at this video and see how the resident of Syokimau injected properly. Take a look. As you can see, Syokimau residents have injected massively and mercilessly. And that's not all. Do you remember how the CS, John Buddy, Treasury CS, how he revealed that the politicians The corrupt politicians, they're stealing taxpayers' money every single day and going to invest in other countries.
Some of us steal money here, we go to Tanzania, we invest it there. Because when we invest it in Kenya, it will be more visible. You also bring money from Tanzania, some of it by road, na magari. Mnapitia, mnakuja hapa Kenya, you start constructing buildings around here. That is what we do.
After he went on to brag about how they're stealing the taxpayers' money, and they're stealing it in billions. In billions, Kenyans, they're stealing in billions.
So, if we are stealing 2 billion per day, assuming we reduce the theft, we don't want to stop it, we just say, okay.
Finally, the High Court has ordered CS John Mbadi and has given him 45 days to make public the debt status of Kenya for the past 9 years. And definitely, he must comply. Listen to this.
The High Court has ordered the National Treasury and Economic Planning Cabinet Secretary, that is John Mbadi, to within 45 days make public details of all debt agreements made on behalf of Kenyans, information regarding the country's sovereign bonds, and issue a comprehensive breakdown of expenditure of all borrowed funds. The ruling by Justice Lawrence Mugambi of the High Court comes 5 months after he suspended an independent task force constituted by President William Ruto. And that is at the height of the Gen Z-led protests, which, among other things, called out the state for an insatiable appetite for debt and financial misappropriation.
So Kenyans, do you think that we are going to get our results within 45 days? And if not, what kind of action do you think we should take? Tell us in the comments down below. And when you go to Nyamavila in Kayole, Embakasi Central constituencies, authorities there, they have raised numerous structures. Like, this season is a very sad season, sad holiday season for people and residents in that area and property owners in that area. Let's take a look at this video of this woman who she stood on her ground to protect, and she fought back, protecting her property from being demolished. What a sad scene to see. What a sad scene to see in our own country, in our own motherland. Illegal demolitions of homesteads. Komarok nominated MCA Joyce Mwangi, she went there at Nyamavila in Kayole, Embakasi Central constituency, to go and stop the illegal demolitions of properties and homesteads. But yet, she got arrested. Just take a look at how things unfolded.
Verify the photo.
While Kenyans are suffering out there, there's some people out there who are kissing the government's ass. Yes, I said it. There's some people out there who are kissing the government's ass. For example, like who? Professor Hamo, the comedian. He went on to entertain the president to the point of even giving him his own signature tie. Just take a look at this idiot.
Viongozi wakisimama wanaomba barabara, wengine wanaomba maji, wengine waongezewe pesa. Mimi niko na kitu kimoja ninaomba. Mimi hata siombi, siombi. Mimi nataka kukupatia kitu. Najua saa zingine, unajua wewe ni baba ya watu wengi. Saa zingine kuna wagoroki, kuna wengine, tuko wengi. Sasa mimi naomba Mungu akubariki. Nilipatiwa hii tai na baba yangu. Hii tai ni Adhili Care. ninaomba nikupatie. Sasa zile unasikia kutuogelesha, unavaa hii tai iko na ugoroki na itakupeleka bali. Hii piga picha. Yeah. Mimi sitaomba kitu, mimi nimekupatia tai. Asante. Oh, Mungu ni mwema. Wonderful. Unajua,
while Professor Hamo the comedian has decided to kiss us, crime is on the rise in this country. Just a few days ago, in Langata, Deliverance area, between Breeze Apartments and Jairo Apartments, a robbery took place. Someone got robbed. Someone got robbed. And this happened at 1 a.m. That's past midnight. And just take a look how things unfolded. So comrades, are we really safe in our own country? In Mombasa County, Marikiti Market, a man was fatally stabbed and the perpetrator took off. Like, just take a look at this heartbreaking footage. So, if you ask yourselves, are we really safe in our own country? Look at all these crimes that is happening every day in our neighborhoods, in the cities, in the streets, everywhere. Corruption in a daily basis. Like, where are we heading to as a country? Our police officers, the men and women in blue, I believe that they should be paid what they rightfully deserved so that they can be motivated even to fight for Kenyans and protect Kenyans every day. They deserve it. And if you don't watch out in this country, crime is going to be rampant. Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
We are coming for you.
From Tanzanian activist abduction in Kenya to Nakuru abduction fail. Is Shakur the cop safe?
For the past few days, I've been receiving anonymous messages.
Pastor Nganga fights back.
Jaji ndiye ataamua hii kesi, sio nyinyi mtaamua mkidinap. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua.
Anguka na. We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm of the day and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenyans, the question of the day is, are we really safe in our own country? Like even asylum seekers are being abducted. And so many cases of asylum seekers have been taking place in this country. A case has been trending recently of a Tanzanian journalist by the name of Maria Sarungi Tsehai. She was abducted in broad daylight. And even some Kenyans tried to help her. Just before we continue, just take a look at how things unfolded.
Leo achiro mama. Hata wewe funga huko. Hii mbona wanafanya hivyo? Au yes.
A very big shout out to that city hopper driver who tried to block that car which was being used to abduct the Tanzanian journalist. After the abduction, she was later on released, and this is what she said.
Asanteni sana, nipo salama, Mungu ni mwema. Na kesho nitachukua muda niwashukuru vizuri. Naomba niwashukuru watu wa Kenya, watu wa Tanzania and all the international people. Specific shout out to the people who are the man nation, because today I have been saved. Thank you.
As you can see, she's clearly shaken after going through all that, being abducted in Kenya. So what really happened? Let's listen to how she narrates her story.
I think I answered your question on the asylum and how many people there were. 4. So 3 were the ones who got out of the car and were always moving around. There was the driver. At the last time we stopped before they released me, the driver also got out, and I was left only with the person on my right who was holding me and choking me most of the time, and he kept holding me all the time. So he never got out of the car. He was the one, I think, who was assigned to basically keep me there. And the driver, when he got out, that was the longest time they were gone, and I believe they were doing some consultations. The passenger in front is the one who I suspect, because was speaking to me in Swahili and my name and always wanted to get my reaction. I suspect he's the one who was actually giving or taking instructions. And sometimes I could hear and I could feel movement, so I think they were doing sign language or something over my head, so I wouldn't understand. But those were more like maybe saying, let's go or watch or something. But if they needed to do any bigger thing, they would leave.
What a sad state of affair. Just because she called out the Tanzanian government, run by the president of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, for her wrongdoings, now she's being abducted in Kenya. And remember, Kenyans, this is an asylum seeker in Kenya. That means that she should be protected under the Kenyan law. But yet, the same government that should be protecting her is the one that is being used to abduct her. Like seriously, why do you abduct asylum seekers in Kenya? Why do you abduct visitors and investors? This does not make sense. Like, just listen to what the villager 254 had to say about this.
Wadau, things are getting very thick for our country. Imagine mwanaharakati, a critic of the government of Tanzania, has just been abducted just 4 kilometers from where I am, in my neighborhood. In my neighborhood, a foreigner who is a critic of the government of Tanzania has been abducted on Kenyan soil. Oh, wow, we have lost it. Kenya is not safe for anybody.
Despite all this crap coming from the rogue regime, Tanzanians have stood with us. They have stood with us like a family, like brothers and sisters. Let's take a look at this video all the way from Tanzania, Zanzibar, supporting Kenya.
Nilipokuwa kwenye matembezi ya mji mkongwe, niliona kundi za vijana wa kiume wadogo wakiwa wanazamia ndani ya maji ya bahari ya mji huo. Watu wengi kutoka nchi mbalimbali na hata wakaaji walikuwa wakiwazongea kutazama tukio hilo. Nilidhania ingelikuwa vizuri kama ningekwenda kutazama, Nilipofika do salale, hichi ndo nilichokiona. Mimi ni wenyu Elvis Deri.
Welcome Zanzibar, karibu hakuna matata. Kasongo! No. Kenya, welcome to Zanzibar. Mbali lidanga, Kasongo mbona leo, songa libara. Oh yeah.
In Nakuru, another abduction case unfolded, but this time round it was not successful. The residents there occupied, saving a patriot who was being abducted, and those abductors, they narrowly escaped death. Let's take a look at how things unfolded. But if you ask yourselves, what really happened during the abductions in Nakuru? Listen to these statements from the locals.
Kusikia sisi tukasikia kuna gari. Kufika kwa hapo kwa stage ya Nduthi, gari kapotea. Tukakimbilia gari. Jamaa mmoja wa Nduthi akigonga ukuta ni venye ametolewa bunduki. Akatishwa na yenyewe.
Wakaniambia wanataka mchele. So juu niko na nibongo anauza mchele hapo, nikawaambia iko. Wakaniambia niwapimie kilo 20. So venye walifika hapo kwa kazi wakanipigia, wakaniambia wamefika. Kufika wakanionyesha kande za DCI. Nikawaambia kwanza nipigie bosi wangu simu, wakakataa.
Gari kukuja, nichukua msichana na kumweka kwa mbuti. Sisi kwa watu wakiamanya kitu tukatoka mbio. Hakufuata gari.
Ndio niliamka nikakasema siku hizi mtu anaenda kwa hakujulikana.
Wameponea kifo kwa kufuata njia mbaya yenye wamekuja kushika mtu naye. Na zile gari wanakuja kushika nazo ni zile zinaandafi watu.
Maafisa wa polisi kutoka DCI wamekuja hapa, walikuwa na mtaka mshukiwa mmoja. Kwa hivyo wakaweza kuja kumchukua, lakini kwa vile hawakuwa na gari ambayo inaweza bainika vyema kwamba ni ya polisi, raia walipoona hiyo gari wameweza kuleta shinda na wakaizuilia.
Still in Nakuru, where the residents occupied, a patriot was being abducted in broad daylight, Kenyans, in broad daylight. But the residents there resisted and they went on to save this patriot from being abducted. Let's take a look at how things went down.
Ajitambulishe. Ipo ndo unadaka tu watu, ipo ndo unadaka watu. Ajitambulishe.
Another patriot who has always been there since day one, Shakur the cop. He was being detained and forced to eat the inmates' food. Like, I'm just wondering, this regime, what do they have against freedom of expression? Just take a look.
Kufanya kazi bila kula lunch.
Pale jikoni enda kula huko haraka.
Kando siwezi kula chakula fungu.
This clearly shows you that those officers who are detaining and forcing our brother, our patriot, Shakur the cop, they got orders from above. And even Shakur the cop, he was almost abducted. Just listen to his story.
My name is Jackson Kuria. Most of you know me as Cop Shakur or Shakur the cop. Today, I've survived an attempted abduction. Were it not for my self-defense skills, stories. For the past few days, I've been receiving anonymous messages, anonymous calls. So wamekuwa wakinipigiana private number wakiniambia vile wataniua, vile I should stop criticizing the government. Yet I'm not even criticizing the government. I'm just speaking the truth. The government is killing people. The government is abducting people. So today I have a message for the government of Kenya. Tomorrow I'll present myself to the police. If you want to arrest me and charge me, do it. But stop coming to me at night na kunifanyia vitu zingine. I know it's the government of Kenya that's trying to do this, because the people who are trying to abduct me, they had guns. Tomorrow I'll present myself to the authorities. If you want to charge me in the Kenyan court of law. That's my message.
During the past election, Shakur the cop voted for President William Ruto, and currently he is regretting his actions. And why is that? Let's listen to what he had to say.
Yeah, I personally went and voted for the current president. Tulikuwa tunasimamia election in Kiambu. I took an Uber to go and vote for him. I paid an Uber for 1,200 shillings. I think to and from it was around 1,200 shillings. And the allowance that we got was around 900 bob for that whole period. And as a young person, I'm just asking this myself a question. Is this the country that I want my daughter and my son to live in? Is this the country that we want to have in future? And if we continue having this tribe thing, and these people are saying, we are going to be a complete mess as a country.
Abductions. Like for how long Kenyans will you keep on hearing about abductions in Kenya? Paul Kalani Mwema, who was among the 4 abductees in Mlolongo, who are still missing, who remain missing since 16 December. His aunt by the name of Margaret Munyoto, she addressed the media with pain and sadness in her heart, and also urging Kenyans to pray for the families victims. Just take a look at this.
Tutafanya nini? Sasa mtoto atatoka wapi? Pia mama yake, hata ndugu yake. Kwa ufupi mimi nasikia shida. Mimi naomba serikali, hata kama ndivyo, na kuomba uwe ni sasa. Hata kama ulifanywa nini na hiyo watoto, na kuomba uchukue kama mtoto yako. Na kuomba.
Kenya's controversial pastor by the name of Pastor James Ng'ang'a, he went head-on with Oscar Sudi and Kimani Chungwa over the abductions that is taking place in Kenya. Just take a look at how Pastor Ng'ang'a injected.
Previously, on Keeping Up with the Kenya Kwanza government.
Sasa wangenipatia hiyo docket hiyo ya usalama siku 3 peke yake. Hiyo watoto na ujinga hiyo ya kuchora vitu kwa manini itaisha.
It's about to go down. Nimeona Sudi akisema ati kama ni yeye angeandikwa angeua watoto, siue mama yako, umbwa wewe, takataka, you are killers. Sipeleke mtoto kotini, sipeleke mtu kotini. Naona jana wanashambulia ati mpaka na mapasa. There is nowhere. Kotini kuna mada, kuna life. Jaji ndiye ataamua hii kesi, sio nyinyi mtaamua mkidnap. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua. Ukiona mnaongea hivi mnajua kuna watoto wanaenda. Don't bring nonsense. Na hii mwaka na nyinyi mtaona mtakufiwa na special zenyu.
Shame on you. Shame on you. And I say again, shame on you, Governor. You cannot claim abductions when you are the key abductor and murderer of Kenyans under the previous regime.
Mnachochea, wewe unaenda Rift Valley, wewe ni mtu wa Kiambu, kaa kwa mama yako, stupid. Utaendaji Rift Valley kwenda kuchochea Natembea kwake? Unaenda kwa Natembea kwake? Si wachana watu wa kwake wapigane wenyewe. Lakini utapigana na mtu. If you want my battle, we Joe. Driver yako ataigisha gari yako kwa lori nyuma. Huyo bodyguard yako ndio atakushoot. Sababu tutapigana na nyinyi kiroho. Nyinyi mtumie polisi na mimi nitumie spirit. Hata hao polisi wenyewe wanakulana. Spiritual controller. Kuna siku nilikuwa nataka kuua watu. Hao watu walikuwa wananigiria. Bwana kaniambia goja. Sijakupatia hiyo lakini wakikuattack. Sasa nagojeaga mtu aniattack. Nagojeaga tu mtu aniattack. Hata kama ni nani, I swear before God, I will show you. Mungu si wa kutukano, kibarangoto. Salimia mtu mwambie achana mimi. Utaja.
Kenyans, if you are asked to make a wish today, what kind of wish would you make? And what kind of positive change do you think Kenya needs right now? Listen to this.
The positive change is Kasongo must go. That's what we look forward to in the year. Huh? So you know, when we went to pray over Christmas, we asked God to lift this cup off our shoulders. Take this burden away from us. So if it is going to be a new year that Kenyans are going to celebrate or feel a positive trajectory, then Kasongo has to resign or to get out of office. Because look at it this way. His economic policies of last year made us have a very somber Christmas. Now you want to again wait for another 1 year. 2 more.
The question of the day is the DCI boss, Mohamed Amin, a wanted fugitive? And Kenyans, who do you think should be arrested first when it comes to all these abductions that is taking place in Kenya? Just take a look.
Okay, so the second day in a row, DCI detectives are almost getting lynched by crowds. Okay, right now it literally just happened in Nakuru. And you guys, you should be very wary, okay? Because you're going outside saying you're following orders. If you end up being lynched or killed, are those orders going to feed your family? Okay? This is not making sense. If you want to start arresting criminals, start with your boss, Mohamed Amin, who's a wanted criminal right now as we speak. Okay? Stop going and risking your life for nothing. Okay? If that crowd decides that, it doesn't matter whether you're, because even these people abducting kids, they are still security agents, and some of them are DCI detectives. Okay, if that crowd becomes riled up and they say they are gonna lynch you guys, trust me, there is nothing you and those 12 bullets in your side piece are gonna do. That is a fact, and you know that. In fact, actually shooting one person would mean you're actually gonna get killed even quicker. Okay, so if you wanna arrest criminals, before mfikia our sim swap and all of those funny criminal, go after the ones who are abducting and killing innocent citizens.
Like, Kenyans are tired hearing about abductions, killings every day in this country, and people are coming with very creative and different ways on how to deal with these abductors. Just listen to this.
Yes, nimeona William Ruto akiwa huko kwao Rift Valley amesema ati wale vijana wanamweka kwa coffin. Sasa atahakikisha kwamba amewaua kwa real. Atahakikisha kwamba amewaua. Na mimi nataka kukuambia William Ruto, labda ukuje wewe mwenyewe uwaue. Lakini ukitumana au mapolisi au ma DCI au ma NIS, tutachoma hiyo magari ya serikali, tutapiga hawa na tutawavunja na hao ndio tutawaua. Na hata wewe ukikuja tutakuua. A president, and let me lecture you, Bwana William Ruto. A president should be a symbol of hope, a symbol of unity, a symbol of transparency, a symbol of integrity. But William Ruto, you've become a symbol of crimes against humanity. You've become a symbol of lies. You've become a symbol of hopelessness. You've become mediocre, and you are worse than Moi, Kenyatta, Uhuru, and Kibaki combined. Since Kenya became a republic, we've never had a president who is the second most corrupt in the whole world. It is you, William Ruto. Your time is up. Na sisi hatukuogopi.
Even the former deputy president, Rigathi Gachagua, he came out and warned the president of Kenya, William Ruto, that he's going to be taken back to The Hague following the atrocities that took place in 2007-2008 post-election violence. Listen to what the former deputy president had to say.
And I want to ask the president to remember that he was in Hague, charged with the crimes against humanity. The route huyu waziri wako amechukua pale Lamu, na huyo ni waziri wako rais, ya kutisha jamii wale wamekaa pale Lamu by right because they are Kenyans, na kusema watafurushwa, na waziri ndio ameconvene hiyo mkutano. You must remember that journey to The Hague. Na vile mimi naona rais na watu wako mkiendelea, mtaenda hiyo barabara. Na mimi nataka kuambia watu ya Lamu wasitishwe na mtu yeyote. Every citizen has a right as per our constitution to settle anywhere within the Republic of Kenya. Lamu County is part of Kenya, and the people who stay there are Kenyans, and they are there by right, and nobody should threaten citizens of this country that they can displace them from one county to wherever. And we want our team that is working on ICC matters to document that meeting properly, so that we again put ICC in the know as to what is being planned in that county of Lamu.
It seems like some people, they really don't understand why the Kenyan people, the Gen Zs, are fighting for better governance and holding the political class accountable. Some people don't really get it. Some people think that the Gen Zs, the Kenyan people, hate the president. No, we don't hate the president. The Gen Zs don't hate the president. What we don't like is the president's policies, lies, corruptions, abductions, and so many more. Kimani Mbugua, he decided to choose the wrong side, and just listen to what he had to say.
Hello all, young people, Gen Z, millennial, and everyone who's under 35. Let me be very open with you. You know, when I was looking at you guys protest last year, I was very sad. That day in June was a very sad day for me. Because, let me just be honest with you guys. Violence, toxicity, and negativity is not the way to go. Mimi nataka niwasihi tafadhali. Please, respect the president. Respect him. There is a good reason why he is there. You know, it is only God who appoints leaders. And some leaders come for transitioning people from a tough time to a prosperous time. And some leaders come within a critical time. Of course, you all know that we are in a very critical time. But insulting the president, making nasty memes about him, that's not the way to go. Why would you want the president to be dead? Why would you celebrate? Do you not understand how high that office is? You see, this just shows your naivety. You may think that you're doing something good. Okay, so so he's dead. So what? Are you going to take over? Are you going to solve our problems? So he's gone. Okay, so what?
And of course, there's always light in every end of the tunnel. Kenyans are being praised everywhere around the world. Like Kenyans, let me tell you, we are not only injecting in Kenya, but also injecting in neighboring countries. Like Uganda, Pastor Semper decided to praise Kenyans, and this is what he said about the Kenyan people who are in Uganda.
I mean, even now in the city of Kampala, people would rather employ Kenyans, especially in higher level management jobs. You go to any hotel now, you go to banks, who do you find there? Kenyans.
Mostly.
Why? They are producing them with the capacity of self-confidence. The old school of Sempers, us, Mao, Nobat, Kulaije, okay, the late Jacob Oulanya. That is the last of the giants.
Start with breaking news out of Nairobi, Kenya, where ongoing protests have now inflamed further.
Hello and welcome to the programme. I'm Elizabeth Puranam. Fierce protests across Kenya, violent crackdown by police, and the worst unrest since President William Ruto came to power less than 2 years ago.
We begin with breaking news from Kenya, where thousands of protesters have stormed Parliament. Several people have been shot dead after police opened fire. TV footage showed the governor's office and City Hall were also burning.
So why has this bill brought so much anger, and what are the wider implications?
Thank you so much for joining us on today's show. I'm your host, Elvis Derry. See you in the next one. Bye-bye.
They're coming for you.
Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today, and my name is Elvis Derry. Kenya has been facing high cases of abductions in the recent past days, weeks, and months. And some of the people who have been abducted are still missing till date. Inject Party leader Morara Kebaso Sr. has come out with a life-changing lessons on personal and digital security for young people out there who are fighting for better governance. So, comrades, enjoy this class.
This is a festive season. On an ordinary day, we should be with our families enjoying. However, in the wake of abductions, ladies and gentlemen, I've thought it wise to leave the comfort of my home and come and teach you about some little tactics of how the government traces you, and also some self-defense tactics against abduction. So we're going to talk about abductions. Now, abductions don't just happen. They begin with what we call trailing. So the abduction will most likely begin with trailing and surveillance. Yeah, to begin with trailing and surveillance. Now, the government nowadays is very lazy because of technology. So because of that technology, they found easier ways to trail you and surveil you. So you need to understand these digital tactics that the government uses, and then what you do with that information is really to your own safety. Number one, Safaricom, or any line whatsoever, but most notoriously Safaricom. Now if you have a Safaricom SIM card, how a SIM card works is that it communicates to the nearest cell tower. Therefore, they are able to use a process called triangulation. They are able to use a process called triangulation to approximate the area where you are. And the people who do this mostly is NIS and DCI, a department called CRIP. So there's a department in DCI. It's called the Criminal Research and Intelligence Bureau, and there's the National Intelligence Service. So mostly they are the ones who are going to do this because they have back-end access to Safaricom. And because they have that back-end access, they are able to trace your location. Na inakujanga kama Google Map pin. So they're able to follow that pin to an approximate of where you are. So you need to know this about the Safaricom line. So if you're up to something or you know that you're being trailed, you may need to remove your line. Now there's another thing I need to tell you about your Safaricom line. There is something about your phone called an IMEI, an IMEI number. Now, even if you know they are trailing you and you remove this SIM card and you throw it away, but you buy another SIM card registered in your name or even in another person's name, but you still put it in the same phone, they are going to use the IMEI to get your new number. So even if the new number is going to be registered in a different, name, they're going to use your IMEI number and they're going to get your new number. You need to be careful on that one. So you may have to throw away your phone and your SIM card, or keep away your phone and your SIM card and use a different one. Some of you believe that ukiwa na katululu ama kamulika mwizi you cannot be traced. That's very false. That's not true. You can be traced with any device, including katululu. So be aware of that. Number 2, all right, on the issue of tracking and tracing is KPLC. Now, so KPLC is very notorious for giving out your location. And KPLC knows literally where 90% of Kenyans live, especially if you have electricity. How they know is because of your meter number. Now, you will remember that whenever someone applies for a meter number from KPLC, they always provide the plot number. And whenever KPLC comes to give a quotation, they usually take the coordinates of that place. So because of this meter number and because of the national grid of the KPLC, they can use your meter number where you pay tokens to know your house. That is why sometimes you wonder, unapata wamekuja, wameenda hadi 5th floor, wameingia hadi number C1. It's because they know your meter number where you pay your token. So they're going to know your house. Again, as I told you, what you do with that information is really up to you. Number 3 is your phone. And here I want to specifically speak about something called Pegasus. Now, Pegasus is a hacking software, a surveillance software that was developed in Israel that Kenya bought for billions of shillings. Of course, there was corruption. There's corruption even in NIS. And what it does is that it sends a text to your phone. Now, Pegasus, unlike other hacking softwares, they don't have to touch your phone. Sio lazima washike simu yako for them to install Pegasus. They just need to send you a message. Once the message enters your phone, it downloads the software into your phone. Now, one of the ways to know whether you've been attacked by Pegasus is you leave your phone on the table, you're not using it, then you come back and find that your phone is hot. Unaacha simu kwa meza, unakuja unapata iko na joto. The reason is it's transferring information somewhere. And once Pegasus is in your phone, they can do everything. They can turn on your GPS, they can turn on your Wi-Fi, they can connect to the nearest Wi-Fi, they can read your messages, they can read your WhatsApp, they can check your M-Pesa, they have your contact list. There is nothing they cannot do if they've infected your phone with Pegasus. Nothing at all. So now, if they've hacked you using Pegasus, the following things are going to happen. Number 1, they will access your information. They'll access your data. Everything you do, including calls. Number 2, they'll turn on your mic. So there's a microphone in your phone. They'll turn on that mic and listen to you real time. Like as you are talking, they're listening. The third thing they'll do is they'll turn on your camera. So they cannot just listen. They can also take a photo of you or a photo of your surrounding as you're holding your phone. That's what they can do with your phone when they hack it. And as I've told you, they don't have to access your phone. It's not like these hackers who send you a suspicious email, you click on the link, then they hack your phone. No. This one, if they send it to your phone, you don't need to do anything. They've hacked it. Now, if you have the following things in your phone, you need to be careful. Number one, a loan app. A loan app. If you have a loan app on your phone, most apps that you use to borrow loans, what is it that a loan app usually asks you whenever you download it? Number one is allow contacts, allow the loan app to access your contacts. Number two, allow the loan app to read your messages, allow the loan app to access your photos. Now, the people are controlling loan apps in Kenya. They have access to your photos. So if you have nudes in your phone and you think somebody else doesn't have them, you need to think again. Okay? That's how much information the loan app can access. The loan app can read your messages because the reason they usually request to read your messages is to determine whether you are worthy of a loan. So they'll see your messages, maybe how many other loan are you borrowing from other places. Are there people who are asking you to pay them back money that you've taken from them? From your messages, they are able to know what business you do and what you are involved in. Imagine this is personal data that they are accessing inside your phone. So if you have a loan app, you should know that everything that goes on in your phone, there's a likelihood that the loan app servers have it. Okay? Number two, a dating app. They can either read your messages inside a dating app or they can come to you as a person wanting to date you. Now, the government has limitless resources and NIS is allocated an unlimited budget of billions of shillings. And because people are greedy, sometimes they usually steal that money. But whenever they put it to good use or to bad use, whichever the case, they can actually send someone to date you. It can be a lady, it can be a gentleman, it can be anything, depending on who you are and what you like. So they cannot lack $1 million or 200,000 or 50,000 or 10 million to give to someone to date you. In fact, they themselves, they have beautiful ladies and handsome gentlemen who can be given a quick Range Rover. They come and show you a lot of razzmatazz and glamour. You fall in love and they start surveilling you. So they can either do it to surveil you for information or they can do it to kill you. So death is also a possibility. So dating app. Number 3 is Google Maps. Now, if you have Google Maps on your phone, just go to the settings, you'll see something called Google Timeline. And if your Google Timeline is on, itakuchorea everywhere you've gone with a blue kind of thing. So if this is Google Timeline, it's going to show you everywhere you've been to. Itasema ulitoka hapa, ukakuja Umoja, ukaenda town, ukakuja Donholm, ukakuja West, ukateremka Mombasa Road, Mlolongo. It's going to draw everything. Every day, not just one day. As long as it's on, Google Timeline is drawing everywhere you go every day. So they can access it. They can know where you are on the 11th of November and where you went after that because of Google Maps. All right. Number 4, I'm now telling you about the kind of apps which, if you have in your phone, they're going to be dangerous. Sometimes they use game apps. So sometimes you may download a game app thinking that you've downloaded an app for a game, but this app is accessing other information around your phone. So it's
From America, hidden agenda revealed.
Ati America wanataka another
to 2 reasons why we are broke.
The government has made sure that there is no circulation of currency.
Is Ruto in trouble?
Na hiyo ndio pepo tunataka tufukuze hapa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe.
Mozambique is injecting.
We are coming for you.
Hello, how are you? Welcome back to ShowNewTrend. I'm your host of today and my name is Elvis Dairy. To be honest, I am not really sure if witchcraft is real or not, but it has been there for so many years, for centuries, for generations. A few days ago, a man stole someone's motorbike and then the witch doctor sent bees to attack this man. Just take a look. Apart from the witch doctor sending bees to attack that man, in Embakasi East, a woman was caught trying to steal a 3-year-old baby, and the public wanted to burn her alive, but the police intervened. Just take a look and see how things unfolded.
Unachukua mtoto nyasi wako unampeleka kweli. Unampeleka kufanya nini? So acha sasa. Mtoto kufanya nini kwa kwako? Huyu msichana anakuambia vitu vingine yenye wewe rekodi kwa sababu kweli. Wewe sema. Toka tunaye pale kupika pale kutolea panji. Unaona panji yako. Wewe mafuta. Aongee. Aongee kwanza.
The Ugandan parliament sometimes has drama. Like the politicians, some of them they're full of drama. And recently, 2 politicians, they decided to fight. They decided to throw hands just because of a seat. Like Ugandans, are these the leaders that you are voting for, you are supporting? Just take a look.
Can you sit? Can you sit? Honorable members.
Dear Africans, we know that the West has always been interfering with our progress. Recently, a shocking news arrived in Kenya where the US military want to open 2 bases in Kenya urgently. Listen to what a Kenyan radio presenter from Radio Jambo, Gidi Ogidi, had to say about this.
Where? Ati America wanataka another military base hapa Kenya. Na wameambia Ruto it's either in Turkana ama Wajir. Na wanaitaka urgently. Unaona vile msichana anakutumia message anasema send me 2000 urgently. Hivyo ndio Amerika wamekuja wameambia Ruto we want 2 military bases urgently. Ile Amanda wanataka ipanuliwe ikuwe kubwa, wanataka more land, more space. Alafu Wajia ama Turkana urgently. What's going on? Ni nini inaendelea jamani?
This is absurd. Do you support foreign militaries in our continent, in Africa, in Kenya? Do you support it? Even when you go to Nanyuki in Kenya, you'll find the British Army there. And let me tell you, they have been doing the worst of the worst in that area.
Na wameambia Ruto it's either in Turkana ama Wajia. Na wanaitaka urgently.
The US elections is finally over and Donald Trump has won, beating Kamala Harris mercilessly and making him the 47th president of the US. This means that a new administration will be taking over and the policy between Kenya and the US will also change. So do you think that the current regime, the current Kenyan regime, will be in trouble?
If the rumors are right, I've just heard that Trump just won the election, then that means for Ruto. Ruto, you're in trouble, man. You are in trouble. You're not gonna get support, man. No more support to keep us enslaved, man. I kind of feel with the win of Trump, this is a win for us Kenyans and the world. Woo! Trump!
Just recently, Nuru Okanga met Oscar Sudi at Oga Obina's live show. And Oscar Sudi promised Nuru Okanga some goodies, some gifts, and later on, which he gave him some money. Nuru Okanga went and bought a Porsche, but that Porsche didn't last. It got stolen. Just listen to what Nuru Okanga had to say.
Sahi, kisiagi imepotea. Naweza ongea mambo matatu juu ya kisiagi. Dakika moja. Ikipotea, mtu ya kwanza mwenye maiba ni Nuru. Mtu ya pili mwenye anaiba kisiagi ni Sudi. Mtu ya tatu mwenye anaiba kisiagi ya Nuru ni Ruto. So Mr. Speaker, kisiagi kipotea, tuulize Oscar Sudi. Kisiagi ya nani tena? Kisiagi ya Nuru. Bila hiyo tinga, mtakuwa mmeharibu maisha ya huyo kijana.
The president of Kenya, William Ruto, went to visit a church, and a man of God, the man of God, decided to inject, and he injected without fear of contradiction. And he was saying that when he went to the State House, he saw a demon, and he decided to ban that demon in State House. And he was saying this in the presence of the president of Kenya, William Ruto. Just listen to what this man of God had to say.
Unitazame, kwa sababu zamani tulikuwa tunafukuza pepo, na pepo ambayo tulikuwa tunafukuza hatukuwa tunaiona, lakini kwa sasa tunafukuza pepo kwa sababu tunajua pepo anaingia katika mtu, na mtu ndio anakuwa pepo. Mtu anakuwa mtu mzuri, mtu anakuwa mtu msafi, lakini pepo ikishaingia kwa huyo mtu anageuka. Hata kama ni mtu mzuri, unashindwa huyu mtu amegeuka ni nini? Na hiyo ndio pepo tunataka tufukuze hapa. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Pepo katika jina la Yesu. Kristo.
Even the people from a country from the southern part of Africa, Mozambique, they decided to inject after a fraudulent elections. But before I show you how people are injecting and protesting, just listen to what really happened.
Things are boiling in Mozambique. Massive protests witnessed in the capital city Maputo after Daniel Chapo, the candidate for the ruling party Frelimo, which has ruled the country for over 48 years, was declared the winner in the elections that happened on the 9th of October. It took about 2 weeks for the results to be announced, and after that, all hell broke loose. Now, the independent candidate, Venancio Mondlane, who had some massive support from the youth and still has, called for protests, and the youth turned up in their numbers. The footage you've just seen is that of the youth hanging on an army truck, and instead of the army officers, meting out violence on them. They sort of said, peace, as long as you're peaceful, we are not going to harm you. SADC has already called for a crisis meeting regarding that situation in Mozambique.
Many brave Mozambicans came out to protest and say no to fraudulent elections. Just watch this video and see how things were boiling on the ground. In Kenya, we all remember during the protests that some people who are wearing balaclavas and masks, disguising themselves and shooting towards protesters, killing them and even taking part in abductions.
The killer cop. Hana uniform. Hana uniform. Killer cop. What the fuck? Anaangalia dina.
But back in Mozambique, the ground was hostile for this kind of people. One Secret Serviceman who was walking around and shooting people, he ran out of ammunition and the protesters decided to delete him. He was unalived. Take a look at how things unfolded.
Martin! Yeah! Wait! Martin! Martin!
So I want to give a big shout out to all Mozambique comrades. Continue injecting, continue fighting for your freedom, and continue fighting for your rights. With all these natural resources, minerals, and all these blessings that we have in our country and in our motherland, why are so many people still broke? Why are so many people still suffering? Take a look at this video where the Villager 254 explains to us on two reasons on why there is no money. There's no money in the economy. Listen to this.
The government of Kenya has borrowed over 5 trillion Kenya shillings from the domestic market, meaning banks. That's why when you go to the bank, they have no money for you. They give you conditions you cannot meet and they tell you you're not qualified. Why? Because banks are no longer interested in lending Kenyans. Why? They are lending to the government. Two things have contributed to the banks not lending you money. Part number one is because they are lending to the government, over 5 trillion. Reason number two is because the government has made sure that there is no circulation of currency. There is no money circulating in the economy. How have they succeeded in doing this? Remember, the government is the biggest business partner, is the biggest contributor to micro SMEs and medium SMEs and small enterprises. All of these, the government is the biggest supporter. So most of the money comes from the government. Remember, the government has a budget of 4 trillion to spend 4 trillion. The government spends a lot of money, and by government spending money, local businesses make money. When government does not spend this money locally, local businesses don't make money. So how